Wow. Yeah, because that makes me think. I was think how like the entire heliocentric model is just a very, very like twisted, contorted, uh, fabricated explanation of what the sky is. At the end of the day, it's like they use it. Yeah, kind of. It just reminds me of that concept you were just saying, where it's not really what it is. It's just this like device that's used to for like a
Yeah,
plot, for a plot. Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, the MacGuffin. That's what he called it. Like people in filmmaking knows what the MacGuffin is. They know that. Oh, the MacGuffin. Yeah. What's this about?
Like they're
That's
just
all media is about. Go ahead.
no, go ahead. I was just gonna say it's just funny to me how it's like to think about heliocentrism as just an explanation of the sky. At the end of the day, that's all it is. It's just funny to think about that. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So planes can't just like land on the earth, man. I mean, I guess you could say that they can, but cool story, bro.
You know, in the Bible, it says it's impossible for.
So this is why I don't think they can fake the moon landing, bro. I mean, I don't think they can like fake this second one they're claiming they're gonna do.
Yeah, what do you think? Do you think they're gonna show footage of a dusty surface and all that again?
It seems unlikely, bro. Like highly unlikely, right? And like that. I mean, the only way they could even do it is if what they'll do is they'll just like everything they show us will be super poor quality. It won't be like a lot of different shots or videos. And for a lot of them, they'll claim that it's they don't have the live. Like when they were doing the Artemis launch, someone actually questioned them and asked them, like why can't we have this live, like a live broadcast? Like how are we able to do that for the moon landing back then, but we can't do it now? And they just like shuffle around and duck and dive. Have you guys seen that? The video where I'll drop it.
I mean, the technology to fake a real looking moon landing, I think, is here, but to make it convincing, because it might look too convincing, I think that still has to be worked on. So I think it depends on the technology and the people's ability to believe what they put on.
All right, here we go. I think all the ballers should have to watch this video.
What is this video?
It's the people for Artemis like being asked questions about the mission. It's hilarious. They like basically just say, yeah, like we don't give you live. We can't do live, and then we've already had communication issues. We are having some difficulties. Just be patient with us. All this BS, like it's hilarious. And what do the people in here think? Like, they're so salty about that, dude. The people in here want nothing more than like tons of like really good looking footage of them being in space. Like they're so thirsty for it,
You know the time dilation issue, right? The ISS. There's like a 2-3 second delay or something like that. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Well, if a signal is supposed to be traveling at what we quantify is the speed of light, because we quantify it with a distance and a speed, or a distance and a time, then if something is speeding up and slowing down, doesn't that kind of counteract the idea that it's going at the speed of light if it's slowing down when it reaches it?
When what reaches it?
Well, if you have a signal that's going between 2 points, right? In this case, let's say we're using a rope as an example, and I pull a rope on one end. There's obviously going to be a delay, like a wave pattern, let's say, to the other end of it. But that's not the quantification of an instant, because an instant is in 1 second. And if light travels 186,000 miles in 1 second from point A to point B, that it would be instantaneous. And as soon as I pull on the rope, you would feel the tug instantly, right? There's no dilation. But in the case of the ISS, it's speeding up, going faster, therefore slowing time. But if it's going like speeding up to the speed of light, closer to it, then it means it should be going faster towards the signal, but then there's a delay in the signal. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's like, how is the information being slowed down because it's going faster? Wouldn't the signal, like, there's no other option to receive the signal before? It's just, it just doesn't make sense to me, dude, how you can have something speeding up faster, but then slowing down between 2 points.
The idea is that nothing goes faster than the speed of light. No,
Yeah, I know, but you're sending out a signal, so you're traveling faster. Like you and me, stationary in the ground, we send out a signal. It's instantaneous, right? I call you, it rings instantaneous. There's no delay. We're stationary. We're not really traveling, and we're in our reference frames. We're no motion to us. We're stationary. But if an object is speeding up closer to time, it's moving faster than you and me stationary, but the signal is slower. Does that make sense to you?
No, okay. The signal is faster than
Okay,
us.
so for instance, you and me are stationary, right? I make a phone call to you, or I'm doing okay, I'll give you an example. This is a real example. So on Earth, there were Bare Naked Ladies was doing a jam with the Michael guy in the ISS. They were doing a song together. So the idea is, for the first time ever, Guinness Book World Records, that you would perform a song live from the ISS. But during this particular event, there was no discussion of time delay. It seemed that the musicians on the ground could play in synchronicity with the ISS, but there's a time delay. Set aside from that, I started thinking, I said, well, that doesn't make sense. If two objects are stationary and there's an instant transfer between them, then in other words, the signal reaches them right away. But if an object in high velocity is moving towards the direction of the speed of light, but the signal between the 2 points changes, in other words, there's a time difference between the two of them, but yet that the signal that was coming from the one is actually moving towards the speed. So you have to think that would be a shorter distance, which would be faster rather than delayed.
Man, I totally got confused there. But this is even
okay.
if we're
So
in the
you have
same
2 points. You have 2 points. You're going to send a signal between those 2 points. Those 2 points are stationary. It's received instantaneously, right? But if I have those same 2 points, and one of those points are moving in the direction of they're moving in motion, meaning in moving towards the speed of light, the signal takes longer. But yet it's like the ISS is not really going away or coming from a signal. It's going along a path at a velocity, and there's a delay in the signal, but yet it's going faster. Anyway,
it's not possible. It's not possible because, like, to simplify it, okay, if we all start in the same room, okay, and we all play together, right? We're close enough, okay, so that we can hear each other almost instantaneously, but it's not instantaneously, right? But as we move away from each other, like our sound sources move away from each other, now it's gonna take time for the drums to reach me then I can react to it and play to the sound that has just reached me. But what's coming to the drummer is off. It's not going to be in sync with what he's putting out. So as we increase the distance that we have to communicate, right? I think the ability to instantaneously, like, synchronize at the same time increases as well. We can't synchronize because of this distance and the time it takes. So you can't really jam live instantaneously if you're too far away.
If that is true, then it wouldn't make sense with the IS signals, because if you're speeding up, in other words, if you're coming closer and going far away, like the Doppler effect sort of thing, and you have the wavelength change based on the distance to the object, and that would emit a signal change or whatever, then you would obviously have that if it was going around that fast. Right. And that's not like kind of portrayed in how the communications were of this Doppler, this effect of time dilation or Doppler effect or whatever of the radio signal. Right. If it's going around a 90 minute circle pathway, it should be, the signal should be non-delayed, delayed, non-delayed. It shouldn't be just this constant delay. Right. There should be some type of change.
If there was a fiber optic cable connecting the ISS to the ground, to us, then yeah, you can jam. But if it has to travel through this atmosphere to the ISS, I don't see any way. I mean, is there even a technology to take real time like the now?
Well,
right?
That's the explanation for the time delay, right? But I'm thinking, okay, so if you're going to compare it to this Doppler effect of you're moving away and coming closer to, because that's what the ISS would do to a stationary position relative to it, it would proceed to move away and come closer to that point. And if that's the case, the signal would change. That means that there would be the rate of change of signal delay would change. But that's not even part of the issue, is it?
Well, then there's all the other stuff in between that the signal has to travel through, like the atmosphere, the wind, the cloud, all kinds of obstructions that would also affect the signal.
Well, you might want to know that they did a performance with Bare Naked Ladies on the ISS in real time. In other words, apparently they synchronized this this time period dilation. Or what would you call that? That's what it would be, right? That's essentially what it is. It's just a time delay, and that's a form of time dilation, is it not? Due to the signal pathway, or are you just saying that the medium that it's traveling through is the cause, and it's not the signal moving through space time?
It's the speed and it's the speed and the distance the signal has to reach all players. So there's no way. I mean, that's like a friggin' time machine, in my opinion, to do something like that. So it's like, yeah, it sounds like a time machine.
Okay, so I don't think you'd be able to jam live, but I think that you could sync it so that if the Bare Naked Ladies play at a certain tempo and they start at a certain time, and then they give 16 or 8 counts in to when the other guy should start, if they both start their metronomes at the same time, one gets the count off for and then they start, and then the other comes in when they should. They should be able to play together.
It's not implausible if one has the one lead and it's rehearsed and such. Of course, it's plausible, but the idea that it was smoke and mirrors in the sense that there's no time delay, and it's just funny how that. It's just funny how. Yeah, it's just funny how that.
Like, if you're able to do what you're saying, what you're explaining, then you should also be able to.
It's not what I'm explaining. It's what was demonstrated by Bare Naked Ladies in the ISS. Just type in Bare Naked Ladies plays with the ISS.
No, what I'm saying is what Glad is saying. Even if you're able to delay, to wait, right, and then start later, then you are able to sync up and play real time. So
it's not impossible, for sure. I mean, it made it long ago when you had jam sessions on the internet. I mean, that was the great one of the issues. But it's gotten better for it. But there's still a delay, right? There's just still it doesn't sync up 100%.
Yeah, that's why we're not jamming. That's why there aren't any live jam sessions happening. Like all around the world, like me and somebody in America and someone in China.
So that's what I'm talking about. So if a signal is traveling at the speed of light, you don't have these instantaneous connections. There's obviously my instantaneous connection versus your instantaneous connection. There's a time dilation there. That's the way I'm looking at it, right?
Yeah, once you go past I think maybe like 120 milliseconds, delay, latency, It's you can't sync up. It's impossible to synchronize or jam live. Gamers
Now, is
also
that
understand.
now what I've read is that 0.0003% is accounted for by the energy passing through cables. So a lot of these instruments, of course, have to have this discharge process as far as the energy passing through a medium, and of course that the cables and material matter that the energy passes through is obviously eaten up through its pathway, right? Through the anyway, cables and resistors and all that stuff, they have an impact on the signal too, or the transmission of the signal, right?
Yeah. But over a
So
long distance, to the ISS, like that distance that the signal has to travel through is impossible to play live because it has to travel through the atmosphere.
Well, they say it goes around the Earth
I'll-
in 90 minutes, right?
yeah, exactly. And just the Doppler effect alone, if there was a time dilation, there should be a speeding up and slowing down of a signal and time delay. But that's not discussed, right? It's not kind of the part of the thing. It would be too it would be too complex, I think, right?
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Yeah.
And couldn't they reduce the delay by having two sites on Earth that are connected with a fiber optic cable that would have a faster speed, and then like send and receive the signals between all three, almost like a triangulation system?
Well, I'll give you an example. Like right now, if you take a camera and you take a wireless microphone set, right? If you don't sync that up, I mean, you can sync it up in post, but ideally, when you're observing that thing, you want to be as sync as possible to the actor and to the to the headset that you're hearing the sound go through, right? As a sound man. So obviously, we have this instantaneous delivery system that's next to undetectable to the naked ear, pretty much, right? But we have a way to detect, excuse me, in large velocity or large quantity outside of our place due to this effect. And then I don't know, man, it doesn't make sense. If things are traveling at the speed of light and then they gain matter and mass and then they slow down, you still have this instantaneous reaction. So I don't understand.
Yeah, it seems like if they did algorithmically account for it, that they would be like all about bragging about it and talking about it.
Yeah, for sure. And dude, what's so funny? All I could think about when you first brought it up was like the idea that when they say light can bend around the Earth, they say like it actually can bend all the way around the Earth, right? So like basically they believe that light could just go from one place on the globe right back to itself, like instantly, effectively. And it's just going to be
How you get their straight
around
lines
the
coming
whole
into
Earth super, like so many times in 1 second.
That's how I understand how, because I read somewhere that essentially you quantify matter as light, and if light is moving along a geodesic, or matter is moving along a geodesic, it would be implying the same thing, is that light would be frozen matter, and if you put that matter inside of that medium, which they call bending, space time. And that space-time is curving based on the matter, and that matter is inherently made out of light, then it would be having the pathway of light. To me, I could be totally wrong on how I see it, but it's a pathway. The geodesic is the pathway of light based on the matter. And it's just like all this quantification of how light is being molded by not the center of mass anymore, but by a I don't know if it's isotropic or whatever, but space at a quantum field is bumpy, and it has all these parameters that smooth space-time, gravity space-time, like relativity is all smooth, doesn't have the same opportunities to explain, I guess, the phenomenon. So I'm looking at all this stuff going, what the fuck are we going? Where are we going to go next with it? Like you say ether, the ether's coming back. I'm looking at like trying to even understand the tensor equations, man. Like it's a lot.
I think when people say light, what are they talking about, right? I mean, are they talking about the effect of some kind of energy source that's irradiating energy? Like, are they talking about the electromagnetic spectrum. You know, because there's
Well,
different wavelengths of
dude, well,
light.
okay,
You
so that's
know,
okay. Okay, so all quote unquote light is electromagnetic radiation. All signals are quote unquote lights. There's visible light, non-visible light. There's nowhere that light's not at. You know, these are just seemingly people can't put those together. I don't know.
So what do you think their agenda is? Like it's like they want to control light and the concepts of it. What?
Because light
Well,
is the same source that is the source of like everything here. In my opinion.
Yeah, so by controlling, it's like just controlling
That basic understanding. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah.
I just don't know where they can go from here on out, right? I mean, if they're saying that at one point the galaxies and everything were at the center of this movement, this circular movement of everything, but now you have an outer body that's the more the gravitational, like the outside of the galaxies now, or something is the great attractor or whatever, bringing everything. Like it just doesn't, like, where do you go in a world of philosophy? Like, how do you start to teach that? Because right as of now, and it may take 10, 20 years, you can't even get people to understand that the new part of relative, or Einstein's theory, is the ground is apparently rising upward. And just at that level, people are really offended still. So where do you think it's got to go, man? Like, it's just, I'm trying to predict and write about it to conclude something here, and I have no idea where possibly we could go. And
you have to fall back on the only logical framework to interpret the natural world, which is a background medium.
Well, then you would assume that background medium is causing the centrifugal attracting, or whatever you want to call the result of the centrifugal thing that we see in the rotation, right?
Yeah, it transfers energy from the sky. Yep.
Yeah, so we see that, but it's like, how do you? Because if the Great Reset and flat Earth is all associated and all that, because to me it has to be, it's intentional, and it's probably because physics at some point is stuck somewhere as where to go. And even if you look at quantum field theory, it's still you're going to still have some type of virtual particle or something that's just going to be replaced with another adjective, because there'll always be that dark matter, the force of light that is absent of it.
Yeah, I mean, they'll keep trying to expand the fabricated paradigm until people stop going along with it.
You know, and it's never actually absent of it, though. Like, can you show me anywhere that it's absent
apparently,
of it?
Apparently, shadows can travel. Apparently, and the new shadows can travel faster than the speed of light. Right, that's the idea.
Shadows are a privation, though, right? I mean, it's just the absence of the light.
But it travels faster than the speed of light, apparently.
The speed of dark.
But shadows don't travel.
Yeah, that's what I said.
There's
I said
no
the speed
light
of dark
doesn't
one time to QE.
Okay, well, that is like, it's just a privation, so it's just like space or emptiness or nothingness.
Listen, it's always there. Light is always there. It's whether or not it's excited for you to be able to see it or not. That's all.
Correct.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's absent, but it's there. That's what really quantum physics is. It's just the force of light without the light being there.
So it's like they've taken the actual
absence of light. It's absence of light, but it's still there.
But it's not the absence of light, though, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, what?
It has a force.
You're saying it doesn't interact with the visible light spectrum. That's what that actually translates to.
So we can see tons of different things, but we can't see all of the different things. And the other different things that get excited that we can't see until we excite them with electrons and such, we can't see those until we do that.
Correct.
But they're here. They're always around.
Yeah, and so it's like, okay, even in a vacuum, right? That's why it's important that flat earthers don't just scream about the word vacuum, because there's a dielectric and magnetic constant in the vacuum, which means that there is, quote unquote, light there.
Well, that's what I said. It's the force of light, but the absence of it.
Hey, Richard.
Well, that's what was making me. Go ahead.
I just want to ask him this. The video sent about the Artemis launch. The first sentence that this NASA guy is saying is like extremely weird and mocking, and just straight against scripture, because he says, 1 second, by its edges, this enormous launch of this rocket takes the earth by its edges and shakes the wicked out of it.
Yeah, isn't that
Yes.
crazy he says that?
Yeah, why would you say this?
It's so random for the NASA dude to say that. It's so creepy and occultic, and
Yeah.
why would the NASA guy say that we've shaken wickedness from the earth by shooting the rocket?
And the edges, like where's the edge on the globe?
Yeah.
The edges of Earth. He's mentioning literally the edges of Earth, and it's just a mocking against the scriptures.
That's like the only logical explanation for why he would say it. I agree.
Earlier, we were talking about information and how, if we encode or the information, like, is it still information? So I think people who are watching, who have the context or, the ability to, they're saying something, right?
Yeah, you guys, I'm telling you, all the ballers should be like MK Ultra style, like hold their eyelids open, and they have to watch this video and just really soak it in. And if you just fight in your head the whole time that, like, you have to believe whatever they say, yikes, bro.
I mean, with his opening statement mocking scriptures, mocking Job, where it says about the ends of the earth and how the wicked shall be. Wait, I can actually read it from what he's referring to.
You guys see, like, they're like, drop your comments down below, and it's like they're turned off. The comments are turned off.
Yeah, the Globes never will mention any. Like, why would the NASA guy randomly go and use things that are straight from the Bible?
Why would they turn comments off?
Just out of curiosity, wasn't it 12 Catholics that apparently went to the moon? At least 12 Masons, but definitely I thought there was at least 12 Catholics involved. Were they all the men?
I don't know.
I believe so. They were all at least affiliated with the church to some degree, whether it was evangelist or otherwise, right? I think they all did for sure. And I find it quite interesting that if that is true, the whole entire world, basically, these 12 guys who landed on the moon, basically proved Genesis wrong, right? Like in the Bible, they landed on the moon, right?
Yeah,
It's a pretty big deal. It's a pretty big deal that it was particularly 12 Catholics or 12 Masons that did that, right?
Are you making that link to the 12 apostles?
Well, there was 12. I'm just saying there's just 12. That was what it was. And basically, if they never landed on the moon, there probably wouldn't been like that. To me, would the result of that would produce atheists, I think. In other words, unless at least a little bit more people were open to mathematical equations as far as explanations go, and you of course would discredit biblical text this way, which would also probably put it as a secondary part of literature, as opposing to a way of life or a conviction of how to be, right? And so,
23 Protestant, 6 Catholic.
Get this,
20, NASA.gov. Generally, the astronauts, 23 Protestants and 6 Catholics, adhered more closely to formal religion than their contemporaries.
Yeah, so they were definitely all Christian based anyway, but that's what I find very interesting.
Sorry. A high proportion of them served as elders, stewards, deacons, and vestrymen.
So like this NASA guy is saying, and shake the wicked out of it, right? It says exactly in Job 38:13 that it might spread to the ends of the earth and shake the wicked out of it. Is where the Creator talks to Hiob. And
what was the verse?
Job 38:13, and right after that it says, right after this, when it says and shake the wicked out of it, ? It says the next verse is the earth takes shape like clay under a seal.
The fact that they said that one is insane.
Yeah, he uses the exact same verse or sentence from the Bible that is one sentence before the very sentence that is the only sentence in the Bible that very much describes the shape of it. The Earth
You know what's
takes
kind of
shake
like deep? What's
everything.
deep about that, though? I just thought about this too as a possibility. What if they do this moon landing fakery, and what if it's even worse than the first one? Like to the point where the way that the whole like the last 2 years thing, with the scamdemic and all that, like a lot of people saw through that. I would say way more than they may have previously been aware of things. So what if this one actually is way more exposing, kind of like the Tesla car in space? Like I had a lot of friends that that are globe earthers, for example, or people that I knew at the time and so on. And when I asked them about even they were like, when that Elon Musk car, even they were like having a hard time being like, yeah, it's real. Like it's just like there was a higher percentage of them being like, oh yeah, that was harder to defend. So what if this next moon landing is like that, like harder to defend and even more see-through, that it doesn't look authentic? So the idea of like the way that they're using that now, maybe they're not using it in that context, but the way that I think the creator seems to kind of weave these different things together. What if like that idea of shaking the wickedness out of it? What if they expose themselves through this next event, and it does actually sort of shake the wicked out in that sense? More people see through it, but then they're using it in like a black magic way, trying to kind of twist that concept.
So the exact sentence is that he says, "Today we got to witness the world's most powerful rocket take the Earth by its edges and shake the wicked out of it, and it was quite a sight."
Yo, you guys want to see what they say here? It's a trip. Oh, yeah. Here, I'll do this also. So.
Here, sleepy globers, listen to these wizards using
Okay.
perverted talk.
I'm showing you just in case someone wants to see it, but all right, this is pretty funny that they say. So Artemis 1, we rise together, back to the moon and beyond. It's a trip.
Today we got
Like when I heard this, I was like, "What?" I first thought this was out of the mouth of the guy who was narrating the video, but then I realized it's literally from this NASA guy. And just instantly I thought about Job 38, where it says exactly this in verse 13, that it might spread the ends of the earth and shake the wicked out of it. And right after this, there comes the thing that I use as my name, right? The earth takes shape like clay under a seal. As if he's pointing directly to that verse that tells us that the earth is not a spinning ball.
Well, this is why, Clay. Okay, look, like this is obviously what it appears to be. If the creator was cool with us shooting rockets in the air, why would he stop the Tower of Babel?
Because they don't really, they don't really go anywhere, right? They just do a
What I'm
parabolic.
saying, like that's what I'm saying is it's like a spiritual war maneuver, like.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know. I mean, these wizards, these people.
Well, why would they call it Operation Dominic or Operation Fishbowl, right? I mean, it's right there in the language that they use, right?
Well, this is 2023, right? I mean, this dude's just sitting here saying this.
Yeah, it's their mocking of it's filling the cup of wrath, I mean, it's literally what they love to do, right? They think that they can somehow, make the creator angry or something. Like that's one main philosophy of filling the wrath, filling a
This
cup of
plasma-filled fluid-like area at a certain altitude, and you just shoot things into it the best you
Well,
can.
There's an idea, like especially after World War II, when they had a lot of the control over the industries, enough to where, like, once after World War II, they had control over enough of the countries and enough of the industry that they were able to get these rockets and more of the military equipment that they wanted to be able to thrust things up into the sky like that. And there is one idea that, like, they're basically trying to break through. It's like they want to get to heaven, and that even goes darker too, like, or potentially going into like deeper symbology of like that they are like evil, trying to kind of like they almost want to get to heaven so they can like capture those souls. just get to heaven so they can kind of destroy that because they're darkness.
Take
In
it
that
over,
sense.
right? Like the story goes, they wanted to take it over back in the day. That's like actually what the story is. Like they wanted to build up and then take over heaven. You know what I mean?
And then if they couldn't get through, obviously, then now they've just they've kind of redirected the rocket thing into all the fake space. They're like, all right, well, if we can't really get there or actually penetrate it, let's first of all hide it from everyone to make sure no one knows it even is a thing, that could be penetrable or could be accessible. I mean, what if they're like actually afraid that if we knew that, we would just build something that high, like a Tower of Babel type thing? That's pretty wild. And hiding that by giving us this fantastic fake story about what the sky is, the outer space story.
So you definitely didn't use the new King James or the King James translation, because it's ends in the King James, and a New International Version, for example, it's edges like the NASA guy uses.
I think this is crazy, man.
It is. Like, this sentence alone should make any glober, regardless if he's religious or not, or spiritual.
So they say that, right? You get back, this is just a coincidence, right? It's just a coincidence. And then they just straight up proceed to tell you that they're going to capture your imagination. And then you ask about the quality of the footage, the abundance of or lack thereof of footage, and where's the live coverage. And they just tap dance around BSing you. And then you just take
what I like? I like this one. It's too expensive to go to the moon. It's just too expensive. Oh no, we've already been there. There's no reason to go back. Love those responses.
That's weird, dude.
But the saddest thing about it is we who have understood the magicians and wizards and their filthy and dark tricks trying to wake people up and like pointing towards reality and getting out of this satanic doctrine and lie, and we are the ones being attacked constantly, and mocked and scoffed and so forth. And that's even more sad, because like they defend the very people that are just openly, like in this statement that he just did, mocking them. Why do you defend the very people that are openly lying to you and mocking you?
Well, what about the perspective that, and not to totally take it into this direction because it's a whole different type of conversation, but like that they're in like a form of a possession state. So, for example, let's say there's like a deceptive or evil entity or group of entities. If they want the most loyal, followers of them, as it were, or the most deceived entities, they would like try to, I think, even possess them in a way that they would then be able to control them to defend themselves.
Oh yeah, I mean they're just puppets. The real war is a war that you can't really witness with your own eyes. You just see the fruits of it. Satan cannot create; he can only use creation to pervert it. So that is why he uses certain men in certain position to fight his war. But the real battle is even worse. It's not about flesh and blood.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that like the human psyche and what the human psyche is like on the spiritual levels, and what our minds actually are and our unconscious minds. Because when I said possession state, I don't necessarily mean like full blown like exorcism type thing, but even on more subtle levels where, because in a way it like for example, like my brother is like a globe earther, space, all that stuff, and I've talked to him a lot about this stuff. Yeah, but it's like he's not like, I wouldn't like say he's a demonically possessed person per se. However, the way he defends the globe and the way he all of that, like it does seem to have like a component of that it's almost like he's just blindly defending it.
Yeah, my brother is also defending the jab, so I mean I can't help him. I don't know. It's his girlfriend mostly, by the way. Like she's like, I don't know what she created with his brain. Because the weird thing is, my brother was the guy who actually introduced me into the debunking of the moon, and now when I tell him about this, he's like saying, "No, I never showed you anything about this and whatnot," But I'm not like making that up. I know it distinctively that my brother showed me a lot about the moon landings being fake, and now he just claims the opposite. And
it's like people have talked about the idea I think I heard Jaron say this. Jaronism had said the idea. I don't want to quote him because I don't know for sure, but I think in one of his streams, he was talking about like an idea of that the people who are defending a lot of these the lies and a lot of this stuff right now, they're not only going with the mainstream, but really defending it, with a gusto and all the emotion and everything. That the idea that like, could there even be something different, like genetically or even biochemically, that precedes that? So there's that idea, and then there's like the idea I said too, like that it's a spiritual thing, that there's like actually, because if there's a deceiver and then there's people defending that deception, then by definition they're in some way they're in the same field, they're in the same group of energy.
I think for my brother, it's more like it's more comfortable for him. He has a girlfriend that is very much like, how should I say it, in the world. And I think he made his decision, he would just rather want to be like more in this comfortable space of the world, and what we've been taught is all true, and the news always say the right stuff and so forth. Like,
It's like a paradigm with forbidden thoughts and forbidden sources of knowledge.
Yes.
And so like once you enter into that realm, you kind of turn off your ability to have critical thinking.
Exactly.
Yeah, kind of hitting on that because there is an element of that, Gio. I don't actually think that's I feel like you've presented a false choice there. I don't know if you've I don't think you've done it deliberately. But there is, it's well known that the heritability of, for instance, political opinion is about 0.8. That doesn't mean that if you vote for the Conservative Party that your son and daughter will, but what it means is that they'll generally have the same views, right? So if you extend that out to, say, religiosity, or let's just say agreeableness, right? So Globers are a bit of a funny kind of mishmash because they're agreeable with the mainstream, but they're very disagreeable personally. So there's like a dual effect there if you're talking genetically. I think that when it comes to this, you're actually kind of talking about the same thing. They're two concepts, but they are linked through their let's just say genetic heritability.
Yeah, that is interesting. So how much of it is inherited and how much of it is because I think when you said that there was probably a contradiction, because I don't know that I'd fully thought it out yet either. I'm still kind of thinking of this, and it's interesting to hear your reflection on it. So could you say more on that or expand on it?
Yeah, I mean, we can do. I'm happy to answer any questions on what you think, but it's just that what you said specifically was about, you're talking about whether there's something biochemically different or spiritually different, and I actually think that they're the same thing, because your access to kind of, let's just say, a spiritual worldview would be informed by your genetic predisposition anyway.
Yeah. But what about like in families where one person is completely atheist and the other person has a very dynamic spirituality, like a very rich spiritual life, but they're from the same genetics?
Yeah, well, yeah, but they're not. I mean, any two children in a family are about as closely linked to each other genetically as they are to each parent, right? So you could just have a completely different mix of genetics, which would then represent itself in a completely different way. But as I said before, the
I can say for myself that I look very similar to my brother.
Oh yeah, Crypto, you cut out, I think, unless I cut out. Yeah, I think
He's
Crypto,
just
I
a
think you
complete
dropped. You
opposite
can hear.
to me. But I still love him.
What about the God gene? Did you guys ever debunk that? Where the jab was affecting people's ability to discern God?
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, that was an idea.
It seemed like it got brought up and then just quickly dismissed. Like I didn't hear much talk about it. Like how it essentially affected was it the RNA, which there's like some sort of a genome that has like gives us the ability to be religious or not. And if that gene's turned off and deactivated, then you're just found to be an atheist essentially without any spirituality. I don't know. Do you guys remember hearing about that?
Yeah, the VMAT2.
What's that?
It's called VMAT2 gene.
Oh,
The fun gene, the
or the
fundamental.
God gene. The government did studies on this.
yeah. So this is a possibility, you think?
Yeah, according to the government, yeah, that they could develop an inoculation that would target the gene they claim to have isolated that's responsible for spiritual experience.
That is intense.
Right. So just think about that for a second. Like,
What about it?
speculate. Like, if that was what they set out to do, like it would only be a matter of a few decades before majority of the population is agnostic.
Am I back?
Yeah, I think you're back. Yep.
Sorry. Yeah, I don't know if you heard me talking about going under a tunnel, but the second I went in the tunnel, I lost connection, I think. So,
Yeah, like we were talking about, the God gene hypothesis proposes that human spirituality is influenced by heredity, and that a specific gene called vesicular monoamine transporter 2, VMAT2, predisposes humans towards spiritual or mystic experiences.
yeah, I mean, that wouldn't surprise me. And I mean, I don't know that it's true. I haven't seen any info on it, so I can't say yes or no. But from what I know about humans, genetics are very important, and this is one of those touchy subjects that people don't like to talk about because everyone likes to believe that they're capable of everything when it's just not true. That doesn't mean that you can't be your best self, of course, which is, the straw man is, if you can't be anything, then you therefore can't be, like, if you can't be everything, then you can't be anything, right? Well, that's just the straw man. Like, of course you can be your best self, and no one's saying anything else. But sorry, Gio, you asked me to expand, but I don't know exactly where I got up to, and if there's any other expansion you want me to do.
Well, no, it's interesting. Yeah, just this dynamic of like genetics and then the spiritual versus the physical, and then originally we started like, is there something different biochemically about people that will really strongly defend the globe, and or just a lot of these different components, just that component. But yeah, it just makes me kind of think about what genetics actually are, and what are your thoughts on is there a material part of genetics and an immaterial? And is the immaterial, let's say the spiritual or the deeper components of one's being on that level, and then that interacts with the physical? And then if that's the case, would you see that does one precede the other? Are they holographically combined in some way, or how would that come through or express?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll first of all say that literally nobody actually knows the answer to that question. People can pretend to know the answer to the question, but they don't. My opinion is that it's very similar to hardware and software. But then there's also the field of epigenetics, which is a whole separate topic, right? So first of all, you have to kind of define what an environment is, and understand that people... Okay, so first of all, Gio, do you know what's meant by the terms... I'm trying to think how to describe this best. Okay, cool. So you know how some people say, for instance, that you can access direct genetic code within humans. What's interesting about that is that that's actually physically impossible, because every single organism is already within an environment. So the very first, most basic thing I can say about this is that you can only ever make intelligent remarks about the difference in genetics or the difference in environment causing thing X, right? So when someone says this thing is genetic or this thing is environmental, that's just wrong. You can't actually make that statement. So that's the first thing to understand. Everything is both. And so when you understand that, when you start to say stuff like, well, religiosity, is it environmental or is it genetic? Well, the answer again is it's both. if you might be genetically predisposed to, say, religiosity, but if you'd never actually been exposed to a religion, you wouldn't understand what religion was, and so you wouldn't be able to be religious, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's,
Yeah, go on.
oh, maybe I muted myself by mistake. I was just saying, yeah, it would have to be both, because like we all have these codes, but then they express in a myriad of different ways.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, I mean, for instance, if I go to a hot country and the sun's out, I get slightly browner. But I'd imagine if, no offense, if Austin goes to the same environment, he's going to get red. It's the same environment.
You're breaking up.
Basically said you're a black guy.
Oh, all right.
You're back.
Yeah, you're back.
Sorry, where did I get up to again? I keep disconnecting. It's really annoying.
When Austin goes
Austin
there,
wants to go somewhere.
Oh, I was just saying, like, because obviously Austin's red-headed, right? So I imagine you go red when the sun's out, right? Whereas I go brown. So you've got the same environment, but with a different genetic expression in the same environment. So, I mean, but you can't put that down entirely to genetics because the environment has caused both those reactions.
What's interesting is I actually get, I get like red then tan. I have a little bit of Cherokee.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's like I'm like a freaking little. I'm like a variety pack of popsicle colors or something like.
more of
Sure,
the bronzish side, you know.
I get tan. Yeah, I do have a red beard and like blonde, dirt brown hair, whatever. Kind of blondish.
fair enough. I mean, I wasn't. I genuinely wasn't trying to take the mic. It was just the most
Oh,
obvious.
I know, bro. I 100% know. I'm just saying, like.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
But you understand, like, Gio, you understand what I'm saying there, right? So you've got this, like, you've got different genetics, but it's not a genetic, like, tanning and burning isn't a genetic effect. It's an environmental effect that varies with genetic. And that's a very important distinction.
Yeah, I should definitely.
I think I'm grokking that, but what was the? I don't know. Maybe say it in another way, other words, if you want to. So, because I don't know that I fully got what you were saying.
Okay, well, how about this, right? So you sit me down in front of a book on calculus, and you sit a dog down in front of a book on calculus, right? The environment is exactly the same because it's like both myself and the dog are in front of a book on calculus. But my genetics enable me to interact with that environment in a way that I can learn that calculus. And that's not going to happen for the dog. So it's
like a code. It's like an operating system. It gives you the tools to process the information. Because earlier we were talking about information versus data. So like linking it back to that, it's sort of like you have the same data, but the way that one is informed by the book changes. Like the dog is not going to be informed by the book in the same way you will be.
Yeah, I suppose so. But what I'm really getting at is that people will put that down to a genetic effect, right? They will say, well, you're genetically different from the dog, therefore you can learn it. And that is true. But the problem is, of course, is that some things are, well, everything is both, right? So I wouldn't be able to learn calculus if the book on calculus wasn't in front of me as well. So it's just being appreciative of both, but also being appreciative of the fact that some things are Oh, sorry, is someone talking?
Yeah, I wanted to ask, what if you had a twin exactly the same genetic, everything, but I mean, how what's slightly different, I guess, because it's never the same, right? Like, what would the comparison be like in that case?
Does data have a median?
same environment, but almost the same, like twins. You know, almost the same. Like, is that what you mean by?
Well, what's the question?
Almost identical genetic information and environment. What would the differences be
I
in,
don't.
you know, as far as how much calculus you can learn versus your twin? You know what I mean?
It depends on the twins, doesn't it? I don't know. I mean,
That's what
let's
I'm
just
saying.
say that.
If all things were equal, right? Like, what would be the thing that caused the difference? You know what I mean?
Well, theoretically, if they're exactly the same and they have exactly the same environment, then they would learn exactly the same calculus.
See, where my
Okay.
mind goes with that is going more to the soul or the spirit and thinking about how the uniqueness of the soul. Like the way that, let's say, two children born from the same parents, let's even say they're twins. One of them could be like an incredible piano player, just from age 5, just very musical and has that skill. Whereas the other one doesn't even, can't even play a chord, like doesn't even know how to play piano at all. And that just dramatic difference. So to me, it makes me start to think of something beyond just a physical genetic level and into some level of intelligence. In my mind, I would say between like ether and spirit and soul and how those all come together.
Yeah, I mean, of course, there's like I would just put that down to personality, right? So, I mean, personality isn't really measurable in an IQ test. So, your intelligence doesn't really define what you're interested in. Although, if you are intelligent in an area, you tend to like to do it more. But that's really ego-driven because you're already good at it, right? So, again, I don't really know what the question is. I can just talk about the subject and hope I answer. But I would say that, yeah, spirits exist, personalities exist, we all have a soul. But when I talk about this stuff, sometimes I feel like people say, well, people have got a uniqueness and a spirit and a soul, therefore you can't measure differences between people, right? And that doesn't make logical sense to me.
A liger is not genetically disposed to exist in the environment we call the Earth, right? Like a hybrid, when
Yeah,
does that work?
so a liger is the mother is a tiger and the father's a lion, isn't it?
Yeah.
But you would say that. I mean, I don't know what the question is. So a liger is descended.
It would
from
have no chance of surviving in this on this Earth because of its genetics. It's not, it's too big to hunt and too, you know what I mean? It's all the wrong things of what a cat should be. Certain cats should be.
As far as I know, ligers, they live normal lives. I mean, obviously they're not going to be accepted by lion or tiger.
A natural habitat.
But I mean, as far as I know, they can have viable offspring with either lions or tigers. But I don't think they can have. I don't think that a liger can breed with a tigon. I think that's an issue. But I think they can. You get like ligers and Thai ligers and all sorts of other shit. But then I don't know. I'm not an expert in animals really. I don't know. I feel like we've got massive subject.
I know that if you try to, I may have this wrong, but if you try to mate, if you have a donkey and you mate it with a horse, you get a mule, right?
Yeah.
But then a mule can't even mate with anything.
And again, that's wrong. Mules, I think mule males are infertile, but mule females, I'd have to double check this, but mule females are about 10% of the time able to have children.
So they can breed. Yeah, all right.
Rare, but it's not. Yeah, so I mean, it's not ideal, but
yeah.
You say a donkey can give birth to children?
Not
Is that where
humans.
Kosho came from?
That's what I heard.
It's Tosho here.
Damn jackass.
Yeah. You're probably not wrong.
was
But I wanted to get back on topic. Like, so we were talking about religiosity and genetics and how that's affected. Like for me, a lot of these, okay, so we're created by a creator. The creator obviously had to code us somehow. You want to call that information. I can call that genetics. I don't see how. Like, so we've got a genetic coding, and let's call that hardware, and then we've got like a spirit, a soul, and a personality. Let's call that software. I don't see the issue with seeing it like that. I don't know if you've got any problems or any questions with that at all, Gio.
Well,
Yeah, no, I hear
what
where you're
is-
coming from on that. Yeah.
Okay.
But what in this case, what is the software without the hardware, vice versa, right? I'm starting to think that they're both part of the same thing. Like one can't exist without the other.
Yeah, the same as computers. Like, if you don't have hardware to run the software on, it doesn't run. And if you don't have software to run the hardware, it's useless.
Right.
So what? Like, how crazy is it that there's this genetic expression that becomes active during like spiritual experiences, and then basically the counter argument is more like higher levels of thought, which often happen to cross over into religious thinking.
Yeah, like higher frequency. Like
Yeah.
higher, like tuning into a higher power even.
It's one of the interesting part about the arguments I've seen so far. So like when someone's in like a life or death situation, this becomes active. Isn't that funny that almost everyone seems to innately know there's some type of God whenever like something real happens?
Yeah. Well, I remember seeing this in a comedian's sketch once. He said there were no atheists in a near-death situation or something like this. I can't remember exactly how he worded it, but it's like so true. Everyone's praying to their God if they're
Totally
about to
true.
die.
Totally true. You can find the most atheist person, dude. Put them in a hard situation where it's like their kid or their mother's like, days are numbered. Yeah, you're gonna see that person fucking praying real quick.
Yeah, of course. Well, I mean, the way I see it is that these kind of atheistic nihilists, it's just and probably feminized men and a bunch of other kind of shoot offs of this. It's all just a consequence of being too comfortable and bored.
Guys, I got a question. And I don't know if this is a bad analogy and how you would take it, but is the outlet I plug my television into, is it useless if the television is not plugged into it? Or can I still get use out of it?
It is useful.
If you're an electrician, you can.
It is full of usability.
Yeah, I can still use it, right? It's still active, right? As long as the circuit's closed, it still can be active, right? So, I mean, I don't understand.
Just say it has potential. The easiest way to. It's like so if a guy's really talented weightlifter but he never lifts weights, and then one day he does, well then he can utilize that potential, right? But you can't utilize the potential until you're actually doing it.
Right, but then you get into the idea of potential energy, and we need to like really get into the definition of energy at that point.
Yeah,
I was gonna say. Oh, before I forget, I was gonna say as well that it reminds me, like you guys were talking about near-death experiences. There's actually a lot of research that's been done within the whole fields of psychology and spiritual experiences and all kinds of different experiential research of people who have spontaneous near-death experiences, either in hospitals or during an accident. and how many of them were atheist before the experience, and then after they're no longer atheist. That by facing that state and coming to that state, they instantly were able to see their atheism was not the case.
Yeah, isn't
Yeah,
that
the
crazy,
mind.
bro? That's such a trip, dude. If there's like some type of activation, I would never limit like our spirituality to some like genetic sequence.
No, the
But
mind is not the brain. That's not where your thoughts come from.
it makes sense that there's something built into our genetic structure, where we just know. It wouldn't really be
Yeah,
fair otherwise, I guess, could be argued. And to
yeah,
be honest,
I
it's
think
just obvious.
that ability is suppressed, and because of, I think, the information being bad. Like if we're lied to, I think that becomes suppressed, because you guys notice when you realize the truth about anything, especially flat Earth, like there's this empowerment that comes with it, especially like you're full of vigor and life now. You're doing all this research. You're like, your brain is like transformed somehow, because the lie was removed. So you know what I mean. Like I think these lies are what stifles the potential the, of all people.
For sure. I think
So
the psychological barriers being removed like that, that's got to have a measurable effect in your brain, I would think.
I hear a lot of people. I hear a lot of people use the soul and the spirit interchangeably, and I'm kind of a different opinion, and maybe I am, maybe I'm not. I don't know. I don't know the full thoughts everyone has on it, but the spirit is the immaterial. It's non-material, right? So if we have, even when you talk about Christians and people who read Bible, whatever, in the beginning you had the man formed from the dust, and the breath of life blown into his nostrils, and he became a living soul. A soul is, the spirit and the vessel together working in harmony. Now, when one of these is without the other, does it make either of those things useless? Or, I mean, we're kind of reaching when we say both of them are useless at that point. I mean, useless for how long? For the instant that they are separated, or um, it could
the
be a lot
body,
more to say about it, yeah.
Yeah, a
the body.
disembodied being is just a conscious individual without a body. And then you could have a body without consciousness, kind of like somebody in a coma. So yeah, they're connected. The psychophysical and the transcendent self being the body and the spirit.
The only person I've really ever, man, I've ever really heard that was disembodied from by your spirit and then came back to tell us. It's a guy named Jesus. I didn't mean. I mean, it's just interesting.
My dad had a out of body experience. I know plenty of people that have had out of body experiences, that talk about them, and
Well, I
they
didn't
explain
actually
things
die.
that
I've had an out of body experience.
Yeah, but the experience of actually dying, like where your spirit actually leaves the body for
yeah
3 days.
yeah
And comes.
my dad said that he was looking at his body from about 20 feet above being resuscitated by the ambulance drivers and shit, and then he
Wow,
came back and he said he could
wow.
hear them talking and shit. He said he saw what they were doing. So I mean, there's a lot of these stories. I don't know, man. Hard to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the useless thing. Like, I think it's important to actually really define this term, because I mean, useless just means without use, right? So, I mean, is a body without a soul, does it have a use without that like spirit or soul?
Yeah, that's
Um,
why.
like I
That's why I
don't
was
think
asking.
I don't think it doesn't feel like that. Doesn't mean that it's without potential,
I think
right?
it depends on how much wisdom you've acquired within your lifetime.
But the
Well, the
wisdom,
body.
go on.
There's a difference between like bodies made of material that's inanimate, inorganic, versus the organic, body that's created with this animating life force, and it grows. It has like information in the DNA to build the body. I mean, I think that's what we're missing from the is what is that thing? That thing they call life. We call life, or that grows and then dies. Or it reaches a certain age, like of maturity, and then it's like it stops. You know what I mean?
Right.
And it starts dying, decaying.
Well, I've always heard Ken say that water is a dipole antenna, and it's literally the thing that animates all life. It's what combines the spirit and the body, and yeah, I thought that was kind of interesting.
Yeah, there's like some kind of source of energy, or because like the seed. You know what I mean? When you see like a seed grow into a big tree, it's like where did that come from? It, or the womb. The embryo in the womb. Like mom is eating. And it's building itself. It's like a
Yeah,
code.
I exactly. I always think about the fact that women have X amount of eggs in their ovaries, and those each individual eggs um, are going to have X amount of eggs in their ovaries. Like, it's just a trippy thought to think about. I don't know.
Yeah, and when does the conscious, this thing that we are calling ourselves today, that we're, like when does that enter the body? You know what I mean? From what I understand and read in my religion, or book, it's when we're conceived. That's when we're known by the Creator. Like what? That's when I had human rights.
Yo, they got BMAT2 inhibitors.
Is that what's
Yeah, but could they ever really inhibit that at the end of the day? Could they really accomplish that? Now, maybe they want to, but because that would be, I mean, to remove, like, could you even remove spirituality from the human? Is it even possible?
Well, the
Or
first argument is this genetic expression tied to or partially responsible for that? And then it would be. Yeah, I don't think, like I said, no, I don't think you could fully. But dude, it's interesting. It's definitely interesting if they're like, I don't know. It's such form. I think that's why it's called pharmakia, though, right? I mean, just conveniently,
They can call
like my worldview it kind of makes sense, but it seems like it's out of left field.
they can cause pain, and just because you see, the brain light up under some image,
Yeah.
there's a lot of things that are said, other reactions that you have when you're speaking of, spiritual things, or you're relying on a creator. I mean, they could probably, see some of those things and try to attack those things and make the body feel pain at those points. Now, is it possible to do away with this connection you have? Most certainly not, right? Especially according to the text. So,
I mean, okay, but right, I put this in my song too, right? Like I was like 18:23, Revelation read, nations get deceived, generate disease, blah blah blah. It's like 18:23 says, and the light of a candle shall shine no more at all in thee, and the voice of the bridegroom and of the bride shall be heard no more at all in thee. Thy merchants were the great men of the earth, for by thy sorceries were all nations deceived.
yeah, and the blood of all the prophets, they have that on their hands too, and that's also in the Old Testament among the prophets. Speaking of that same place, there's so many things to take into consideration. Now, when it comes to pharmakia, those who believe, right, and they live by the standard of the text and what they call the Word of God, they're not going to be entertaining pharmakia. And even if it was given to them into a glass, the text says it's not going to affect them. So Yeah, there's so many things to think about. People going along with the pharmakia and just loving the lie, and that's really what it boils down to. Is when you love the lie so much, man, you just get handed over to it. So that's the way I look at it, anyway.
Well, that's pretty interesting to think of, like believing in deceptions that you're almost like in a trance or in some kind of well, you said love it, like meaning, but I wanted to use that same kind of idea, but the only thing is that like would be almost be like the opposite of love, but it would be like a fixation on the opposite of love or the opposite of purity or the opposite of truth.
Yeah, when you define love, it's we kind of we have to define love, but yeah, they're
more like an
they
intoxication. That's what I was thinking, like being like intoxicated by the deception and then either repeating it or continuing to believe it, almost like as like an intoxication state.
and that's exactly what it is, and the whole reason they do that is because they hate the truth. And when we talk about things like truth or natural affection, taking care of others and children and animals and all these things, and we see these things going by the way, just being tossed out the window. I mean, you got to understand that's what it is. They hate the truth, and they would rather have the lie. I'll say that rather than the word love, because love is defined many different ways. But yeah,
I think the people that maybe designed it could be defined as hating the truth or, possessing the truth and for themselves in some kind of, selfish way. I mean, the design of the whole thing, like Gio, when you were saying earlier, your brother, it seems like he's almost possessed. I think it's almost like a survival instinct because it's built that way. So like he won't entertain any possibility because it's like the house of cards. He sees that what you're saying means that a card might be pulled and the whole thing falls. So as a mere survival instinct, he can't let that card be pulled, even if he knows that it may be, not necessarily valid. But he's built his life around it. Everyone, they've got it so completely intricately structured that anybody that's got any kind of investment emotionally or financially or some kind of patriotism involved. I mean, all these things are so connected.
Yeah, but it is interesting. But in the case with my brother, because my other brother is pretty chill about it. Like when I bring it up to him, he kind of laughs a little bit. He's like, "Oh yeah, Earth could be flat." I mean, he doesn't quite say Earth could be flat, but he is pretty much like open to at least hearing it, and he doesn't instantly defend it and be like, "No, the Earth's a globe and space is real." That's what I mean. He kind of is more just cool with like whatever I want to say doesn't really matter, and maybe he even does think about it a little bit, and he'll listen to me and he'll kind of be like, "Oh, interesting." So why the difference between one person that will instantly defend it as if they have to for some reason? It's almost like they're like commanded to do so in their mind in some way, whereas other people are just totally pretty like neutral.
Well, one brother compared to the other, is one more invested in the system?
Yeah, one's more concerned with the thoughts and the mind and the deeper things in life, and one is more concerned with the flesh. And that's what it boils down to, what you guys were speaking of earlier, the difference in the the spirit and the body, or the mind and the brain. And the mind, we have all these receptors and all these nerve endings that we feel feeling, right? And a lot of things feel good, but they're not good to do, right? They're not good to other people, and they're not good for yourself, and they're just not good for society. So yeah, there's a big struggle going within yourself between this mind, this spirit, and this physical body that you have, and you shouldn't get carried away with it.
Hey, Gio, would you say one brother's like more dependent on the system or more invested in the system than the other?
I mean, not necessarily, because they both have similar sort of types of professions. Like, no, they're different technical professions, but they're both like similar in that, I guess. So yeah, no, I would say they're both pretty. Yeah, they're both pretty invested in it. And I mean, the one is like is pretty into all the political stuff, and the other is a computer engineer. So yeah, they're pretty kind of in the system. But it does seem like my younger brother is more willing to just consider other ideas. And
he's the computer engineer, right?
No, he's the one. He's the more political.
More political.
Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting.
But, yeah, he does. Yeah. Well, he's within those realms.
It just seems like like some people. I think that it's a trigger, and it's designed that way, obviously, because that everything that you love and it's not like that you hate the truth or that you love the lie. It's that they're attached to all of the things that make them secure, and it's designed to all your security is dependent upon the lie continuing, and you don't see the lie because you think, oh, the house of cards falls, the security's gone.
I agree with that 100%, dude. It's a security feature for people to feel comfortable. That's the whole separation here is people not being able to.
Oh, you're cutting out for me.
Yeah, you cut out, Tesla.
Yeah, sorry. I was just saying, it just has to do with people not being willing to man up and deal with the logic at hand, versus what they've come to accept as truth out of comfortability. And when you give up that comfort zone and you have to start reanalyzing how you're living life and perceiving it, then you have to really account for all the things that you could have potentially done wrong or something along those lines. So it's hard for people to want to accept the fact that
it's so deeply set in that they don't even realize that they're not manning up. They just can't even face it because it's like they unconsciously see the house of cards falling, if that is even a consideration. So they don't consider it. They don't even think about it. It's like, I'm not manning up or any of that. So they don't even get to that point because they don't even think that that's a possibility. They don't consider it.
When they envelop themselves with the lie for so many years, and it's this security you guys talk about, and it's all these things you're describing are selfishness, and it is not the truth. So it's kind of going toward the lie instead of the truth, right? Going towards the wrong road instead of going towards the right road. And so when you envelop yourself with this and you put it all around you and it's all you have, eventually you're going to be handed over to it. So no, you're not going to see the truth. You're not going to see it. If you study counterfeit all day long, if you study counterfeit money all day long, what makes you think you can tell me what a real note looks like? You know what I mean? There's no way you're going to be able to tell me.
Yeah, I think we all have this.
Deciphering.
I think we all have this internal voice, and some people suppress it, and other people kind of listen to it. And ones that have suppressed it are the ones that have denied the truth. Their internal conscious being, like they're at struggle with, to where they've completely suppressed it to where they don't even hear it anymore. They've like seared it to the point where it's merely non-existent.
Yeah, so it's pretty crazy the idea that the military would be talking about like a way to attack that with an inoculation. I mean, that's kind of crazy. To combat religious terrorism in the Middle East or whatever.
That could be a crazy agenda.
There's like a high definition video of the DoD presentation, and then the fact check on it is like, this isn't Bill Gates. It's like, okay, cool. What about what's being said?
I was just going to say one thing because we were talking about my two brothers before. The one thing, my older brother, like because he's a computer engineer, I think part of the reason he defends the Glober so much more and is because he has so much engineering knowledge. Like he knows he knows how, like, you could just ask him, like, how does a refrigerator work? Down to the details. How does microwaves? He's very, very engineering oriented and technical oriented. So I think because he knows that there's a lot of, like facts when, like in electricity as well, right. He's done a lot with that. Right. When he knows that all of that is mechanical and material, and that stuff it works, and there's all the logic and the mathematics behind that, then the globe Earth and the space, which is linked in with that because of the the space and the engineering, that has to all be with it. So
yeah.
yeah.
Does not compute. Does not compute. Like, the
It's
doubting
like his
of that
more
would make
technical
the whole.
side. Yeah, his more technical side like leans him to defend the globe more so, it seems.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Well, that falls under pride, Gio. And pride is a big deal. Most people are drunken with pride, don't even realize it.
Yeah, and
But the thing is, he does have something to be proud of. He understands the things that actually do work. It's not like there's false pride there. It's because it's so, again, intricately designed so that the things that do make sense actually make sense. But it's tied in superficially to these things that they can't even see. But they just know unconsciously that if one thing is, if they doubt one part of it, then they have to doubt all of it. And it's so well designed. It's amazing.
Yeah, this comment sums it up pretty well. Someone says this isn't the Bill Gates but a real presentation. Someone says, and the purpose for the blurry version of the video, because I guess there was like a blurry version of the video going around where people were claiming it's Bill Gates. And it's like it's controlled op. They take a real video with a real problem and then falsely say that Bill Gates is speaking. They know that people who despise Bill Gates will grab it and run with it. They want anti-Gates people to look like crazies. The fact is, the video is extremely concerning no matter who is saying it. Sadly, once they have pointed out that it is not Bill Gates speaking, then no one will even consider the seriousness of that video. Of the video, it's actually what the video is actually telling us, and that's exactly what they do, right? I mean, we just live in the age of them doing that nonstop about everything.
Yeah. Put up
Yeah,
a false
what's
story.
interesting about some of these Snopes articles as well is like they'll say, "Oh, the original claim is false," but then it'll be like some weird technicality that's got nothing to do with the important part of the claim, right? So they'll be like, "Oh, it's false because I don't know, like she's wearing purple socks instead of red socks," and you're like, "That's not relevant at all." And the amount of times I've read a Snopes like debunk that doesn't actually debunk anything relevant is like loads of times.
Yeah, I think the reason that it works is it just feeds into this like longing the reader has to be able to just dismiss and put it into this little like conspiracy theory bucket. You know, so it's like you find something. It's like the stupidest thing ever. Just like find something wrong, discredit source, ignore argument.
Yeah, exactly. It's like like they're begging to just nut and the first excuse they get, they will.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, I noticed today I posted the FE Core doc over on Cosmology Tartaria Discord, and someone posted the debunk video to the FE Core experiments, and I asked them to please articulate what their position was, and they said just watch the video, and I kept telling them to articulate the position, and it was like I quickly realized they didn't even know the position. They just saw a debunk, and that was all they needed to attach to it.
Yeah,
it's a spell.
Sorry. On the 24/7 server, they then earned the Google Earther role. Maybe there should be a similar role on Geo server, but I'm not going to tell him how to run his server.
My favorite example of what you were talking about, Wit, kind of like discredit the information, find one little fault. My favorite example of that is atrazine being sprayed on plants, and a gentleman who was a biologist who studied amphibians. He actually went on TED Talk, I think he did a TED Talk regarding his findings within amphibians, particularly frogs, and the effects that atrazine, which they're spraying on all of our crops, what it was doing to the amphibians, turning them into basically changing their sexuality, having the frogs exhibit homosexual behavior and things like that. And then you have Alex Jones, who is basically, a known conspiracy theory character, right? And that's the big trope is they're turning the frogs gay, right? So anytime you want to mention anything like that, it immediately gets dismissed.
That's not truth.
Excuse me? Do you want to elaborate?
Presentation is insane, dude.
He might have been hot micing.
Bro, this is
Are they not turning the frogs gay?
Well, see, that's the thing, right? So then it turns into a meme, right? So nobody really cares about what it was actually talking about. 99% of people that say they're turning the frogs gay have no idea what that even relates to, right? So it's a way to put out the information, basically saying, hey, we're spraying this chemical on all your food that is obviously controlling the hormones within natural species, and we have this study based on amphibians. But we'll put that right out there in the open, but then we'll have somebody like Alex Jones come in to completely discredit it all by making it a freaking meme.
Yeah, just the fact that Alex Jones says it makes it automatically discredited in most people's minds.
Yeah.
Like Flat Earth Society.
Yeah. Yo, this is talking about like using pseudoscience. I mean viruses to help to facilitate this plan of combating religious terrorism in the Middle East by attacking the genetic sequence linked with the brain activity of believing in a god.
Yeah.
So,
Are you talking about like religious radical shit?
well, they say that they just tested religious people in general, and they say because this leads to radicalism.
It's like the part of eugenics where they're trying to alter spirituality and religion. It's like
poison.
Yeah, like if they've already corrupted various components of what one might define as religion, certain parts of it,
Whether or not they
that would
can,
then be like a biological attack version of it.
whether or not they can actually do it or whatever, like the fact that this is a plan, that was ever even conceived is insane.
That's what they would want. Like that, I think that's their agenda. Ultimately, part of it is like the smart cities where everyone's just plugged into, their screens all day, their contact lenses that have screens on them, or their virtual reality headsets, and you're just delivered food like to you. Like you don't even like practically leave your apartment, because if you're in like a compact city like that, your food just like comes like. There's even the idea of like a medical device that would be like strapped on, let's say, your arm, and it would then have an instant needle into your bloodstream. And then that little device would then distribute a lot of things in and out of your body. Like that would be your little connector system that you're
already they're already getting
seems
people used to that. Actually, a lot of large corporations now are pushing their healthcare plans and rewarding through rewards programs people that purchase wearable devices like a smartwatch that monitors their heart rate and all of that. So by doing that and showing that you're quote unquote healthy, you're earning points through your employer that can be redeemed for gift cards to purchase things like smart water bottles and all the fun stuff.
Yeah, because they need participation for it to work.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and there's the whole conversation about that. I was about to say a second ago, where it's like, do they do that because of this belief in natural law and stuff like that? I think more it's just like a byproduct, because that's the most efficient way to do it, right? Like you would have people do it for you. They make the conscious decision in some fashion, no matter how misguided.
Yep.
It really gives you this big like bubble of protection because they're doing it.
They're like promoting the agenda, but you are willfully participating in it at every step. Is that kind of what you're talking about? Like everybody makes the conscious decision to either go along with it or not, right?
Yes. Yep.
I mean, they definitely misguided people, but they put it right there. Like if you didn't put it right there, you run the risk of people finding out what's there. So it's better to just put it there. And when people see right then and put it together, then they know quickly and then don't participate. And, how effective their propaganda is depending on that number, pretty much.
They test the waters all the time to see what the public will accept, to see what they can do. And, sometimes when we see things, such as this thing we're talking about, the religious people, if you'll feel comfortable doing that, you might feel comfortable just poisoning people, right? So just gas them. I mean, and if we're going to go as far as to, speak about the spirit and the body and how it's connected, and we're going to attack that part that has the connection with the spirit. Well, that's just poison, bro. I mean, just say what it is, right? It's just poison.
Yeah, they've gotten everyone away with. They've gotten everyone to like basically be complicit with evil under the guise of military protection and defense, and so like that's where they're able to really blur the morality lines, and people the spell is for people to just think it's somehow an exception to morality. So then it fosters like this crazy thirst to like formulate evil.
Yeah, like compartmentalization and isolation of consciousness in order to achieve that. I was gonna say too, like in terms of the poisoning thing, and even in psychiatry, which is all kind of it comes from some of the darker military branches through MK Ultra and the testing and all that kind of stuff. But even in psychiatry, of course, all the actual psychiatric drugs are, many of them have all kinds of effects that end up like numbing you out, basically just turning you into a potato at some point in a way. And even to the point where they were doing electroshock as well, like especially that's not as common these days, but just literally electroshocking you to where your brain is fried and other things like that. Also lithium is the one that they use, which it causes all kinds of long-term memory loss, all kinds of other issues if you keep taking it. So it's like that idea of squashing out spirituality. I mean, yeah, if you just poison the body that severely, then you're kind of just disconnecting the whole person from their whole being. So perhaps that would then just disconnect them spiritually through proxy, and perhaps even like the GMO foods and the toxins, a lot of the stuff that's even going on in today's world is kind of part of that, kind of slowly doing it or trying to, that they're doing.
Yeah, Gio, did you hear that I found, how the whole story is that so they have this like kinematic geometric model of the Earth going around the sun and the solar system. And then you have Newton introducing like this alleged dynamic explanation of like, the dynamic relationship between the bodies and gravitation, blah, blah, blah. And for movement. So explaining movement, like relative movement of bodies. So you get the dynamic claim. And then you come all the way up to where they're like, oh, it doesn't work even in the solar system. And the reason it doesn't work in the solar system is because of the perihelion of Mercury. So one of the major things, so they flip everything, they tout that it's actually, it has verified general relativity because general relativity predicts it, right? Like that's how they spin it. Come to find out that actually the way that they allegedly solve for that is they use a massless path. A massless path. They just do away with the mass of Mercury. How is that fixing it? Much less like showing how real it is and verifying it.
You're saying they have to remove the mass for that particular calculation, even though they're claiming it has mass at the same time?
Yes. Also, they have to use like imaginary numbers, but they're claiming physical reality, huh? So
yeah, for a tangible physical orbit, like a rock that they're claiming it is.
Yeah,
because
so
those things actually fit more into like an electrostatic, electromagnetic effect. Like those put the ratios. I'm saying like the way Mercury is actually moving, it's almost like they have to like all ad hoc their model because it's not actually the physical rock orbiting that they're claiming. From the way that it moves,
Well,
like
it goes.
it's like an aberration in their model.
Well, none of it even works, regardless of Mercury. Like I just posted again one of the burner comps that I made up, and in the beginning of that, like I was saying to you last night, Austin, that it's like the biggest problem is that they are using geometry and kinematics as if they're including the dynamics, but they don't. Not for any of it. Not for any of the orbital stuff. They need a tether for actually it to work the way that they say it would work. It just doesn't work. None of it. No orbit of satellites, no orbit of moon. None of it works technically because they're not even including dynamics in the math. They're just using kinematics and geometry, which are purely mathematics. Dynamics are not included or any of it. It's over right there if you really understand that.
So they're claiming that they're calculating the precession of the perihelion of Mercury. I just found this article on it. So they're saying that based upon Earth's precession, they measure 5,600 seconds of arc per century. And 1 second of an arc is 1/3600th of a degree. And that the discrepancy can't be accounted for using Newton. So that's why they've had to come up. That's what you're referring to, Austin? Like why they had to come up with that ad hoc that doesn't fit into, and then that's why they brought in relativity to try to explain it, but even that doesn't do it either. Yeah, they basically say it's because of curvature of space-time.
Yeah, so I think that's the thing, right? So Mercury's aphelion, perihelion is something that they couldn't explain within their model. Certainly not with Newtonian mechanics, right? Just the standard gravitational model. And then allegedly relativity predicts in some way, shape, or form how that does fit into their model. But he found some information that within the mathematics, basically, in order for it to fit, they're treating Mercury as if it's massless in order for the mathematics to work, which if you can just treat something as massless and now our math works, but in reality we know it has mass, I wouldn't consider that working within your model. That's disingenuous, in my opinion. But I still have to look further into it.
Yeah. No, wow, that's intense. Yeah, so they're obviously, so like in the sky, when we look at the sun and we look at Mercury, they're always fairly close to each other. Like Mercury never gets further than about 21 degrees from the sun. So it'll go like 21 degrees on one side of it, and then so like, okay, if we're just looking up at the sky and we see the sun and we see Mercury could either be behind the sun or in front of the sun in its circuit. And it could only be 21 degrees on each extent of that. And so that's why they need to put it on the interior of the solar system as like an inner planet thing. They need to do that in the heliocentric model because of that, because Mercury is in like a phasing process with the sun. But then you're saying the perihelion and ephelion component of that orbit doesn't actually fit the mass that they claim it to be in their model because of the way that it's actually moving. So then they have to claim that Mercury is massless for that explanation in order to account for that, and then use bending and warping of space-time.
Yeah. And according to Kosho, like since we're dealing with the sun, the larger mass of the sun, and the relatively small mass of Mercury, that we for all intents and purposes, all of the other things we can just consider massless because we're just dealing with the mass of the sun, allegedly. I guess that's the whole relativity aspect of it, maybe. Like it's relative to the sun, so anything else you can consider massless, but to me, you would have to have mass involved in that equation. Otherwise, you wouldn't have anything being tugged on? Like what is the gravitational effect of space-time on something that's massless?
Right. How could it be in an orbit, in a gravitational orbit that is so strong to keep Mercury in that orbit, but then also Mercury not have the mass to go into that calculation to even make it work in the first place?
Right. I don't know. Ask
None of it works anyway. None of it works. The orbits don't work. None of it. None of it works from the very start. They're not including the dynamics. They're just using kinematics and geometry, which don't include forces. Like all of the ones I just posted by Rick Brenner goes over that in detail many, many times, that none of it actually works.
Hang on.
Like one particular
Dark matter to the rescue.
Yeah, that might patch something up. Just tell them it's dark matter.
Yeah, just throw in dark matter to make up for the massless
enough
planets.
Dark matter and Mercury, it's all good, bro. It's all math.
Well, Napalm, that's why I said originally when Witz had brought this up, the first thing that popped in my mind when he was saying it was how if Mercury is an electrostatic effect, that perihelion wouldn't be an issue because it's actually just in like a phasing process, like a frequency band, and it doesn't have to be linked to mass the way that they've linked it to. That's why that was the first thing I thought of, how that is not out of like the geometrical possibilities of how electrostatic fields work is not in conflict with the observation of how Mercury moves. But Mercury being a mass object, around the sun with those calculations has those inconsistencies, which seems like they have had to make up these like ad hoc damage control for.
Yeah, I mean, could you imagine if the flat Earth side had some sort of model that we've been able to figure out, and some claims as to the causal nature of everything around us, and we had gaping holes in the way that their model does? Could you imagine the ridicule and the at least the critical analysis that would come from the scientific community that seems to be lacking in the standard model and what we've all been taught, right? There seems to be a lack of people willing to look at it extremely critically.
It's not the house of cards.
But why do people like vehemently defend it regardless? Like we'll come on Discord and completely double speak and have double think within their mind to prop up this system that obviously isn't working as well oiled as they would claim, right? Or have 100% of the predictive qualities or capabilities that they claim.
I think they think they're protecting the house of cards. They may realize that we're right, that certain things don't work and whatever else, but they have to convince themselves that for the better of the whole, it's better not to pull that card, because if the whole thing comes tumbling down, then all security is lost and faith and everything is tied into it. So, and it's so like we're talking about some of these things, like explaining to a normie or a family what's going on, and with the subterfuge with Alex Jones and all these things that are put in people's minds, unconsciously and directly. It's like when you try to explain 9/11 to somebody or something, then you have to like go and like explain. I mean, think of how many hours we've put into like the research of figuring out the difference between like what is partly true and what's totally false. And just with like even fluoride, you can't convince somebody to stop drinking fluoride when the research and the evidence is so blatantly out there, and there's not even that much subterfuge. There's not even that many like false claims about fluoride put out there that by some crazy, it's like it's there, and then everyone can see it, and it's undeniable, but you still can't get people to look at it.
Yeah, let me give you
They'll
like
mock it.
a standard response should you bring up something even like fluoride or whatever to your buddy at the bar who's like straight normie blue pill. So say you just told me about fluoride and how it, might be a neurotoxin and it's probably bad, probably shouldn't be consuming it, but we've been kind of duped into taking this waste product and consuming it over time. If you told me that, I'm Mr. Blue Pill Normie at the bar. Here's one of the responses. Yeah, and what is it? The lizard people that are doing that? Is it the lizard people?
Yeah.
Are the lizard people the lizard people are putting the fluoride in our water, right?
Yeah.
Trying to poison us
and turning the frogs gay.
And turning the frogs gay. Are the lizard people turning the frogs gay?
Yeah. Controlled opposition is the thing. That's why I think, like, you know, I wish there was like a quick and easy guide to like show the controlled opposition to somebody that's just like wanting to know, but really, you know, can't get these memes out of their head. You know, you have to just lay it out for them in some quick way that kind of like catches them up to where, like, you know, all the different things that we've deciphered over the years.
Oh, sorry.
For the hours and hours, it'd be really hard to do, but some kind of diagram that shows this is how this works. You see the reaction to this, and then this is why they could do this, and this is why it's a fake story, but partly true, and all these things. And it's just so mangled. I mean, it's the information age, and they spend so much time, I'm sure, intricately designing it.
Yeah, the best part about that new perspective is like they already think Alex Jones is like the craziest of the crazy. So you trying to inform them of Alex Jones being controlled opposition just makes you look even more crazy than Alex Jones looks, right? Like, oh, you're on a different level.
Yeah. Oh, so you think he's actually controlled and saying it on purpose, even though he's sometimes telling the truth? That's crazy. Yeah, I had that exact reaction from my mom. I'm like, don't listen to what they're saying about Alex Jones because he's there as a stooge on purpose.
But
and then they look at you like,
Kanye West, because Kanye West is the craziest now.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's designed that way. They know that we're going to do that. The people that actually see that are going to make that claim, and it's going to sound even crazier than ever. Because then it's like, wait, so now I don't even know what. It's kind of like with 9/11. There's a lot of friends I have that eventually called me and, you know, apologized for doubting what I was saying about it at one point. And then, you know, by that time, I'm on the next level where I'm like, yeah, and the 9/11 truth movement itself was controlled opposition from the very start. They made mistakes on purpose just to create the conflict that they've been using as a way of controlling information and controlling truth movement from the very start. That's the level that those people that realized 9/11 wasn't what they told us can't go to. They're like, now you're really crazy. You're saying the people that were trying to tell us the truth are telling us the truth, but not all the truth on purpose. You know, that's like, it's like, wait, this is just too much. I can't even engage. So even the people that see the truth then disengage because it's just too complicated and too weird to think that the people that are trying to get the truth out there are also telling you lies.
Which would make them the people that are telling you lies and not people that are trying to tell you the truth. Yep.
Right. But they are telling you some of the big truths, and that's what they always use the truth to sell you more lies. That's why that's how 9/11 worked. That was the big truth. So you're like, at the time you realize the obvious, if you looked at it, then you're like, oh, okay, great. Well, if this person's telling me 9/11 is an inside job, they must be telling me the truth about everything else.
The incoming.
Well, what about people? Because people are also not telling the truth or telling half truths or lying about, say, the creator. You know what I mean? Like the Pope, Christianity, and all these religions.
Oh yeah, totally. That's a prime example of it. Yeah, using the book with different interpretations and different, you know, complete translations that are not necessarily accurate. And, you know, I mean, if someone says the Bible, what do you even talk? Like which version, and, you know, has it been grabbled and all that?
I think, you know, as we grow up learning, we learn from mom and dad. We trust mom and dad. Mom and dad sends us to school. Therefore, mom and dad must trust the school, and therefore we trust the school, right? And on and on. The government, is after school. It's the government now that that trust. And then from what we've been educated on, it feels like there's just some things that you really can't lie about, right? Like for example, like the shape of the Earth. Think about it. Like, I mean, you can't really lie about something like getting like that. We've got I'm educated. I've got all these explanations. You know what I mean? Because there's also that trust. I'm like, and why would they lie about something like that? There's this trust, in your reality, the reality that's been.
But you can
That's
see the
been
curvature with your own eyes, though. It's not that hard.
Yeah, so it's hard for people to believe that they've been lied to, especially by the people that they trust the most, or that they're a part of. If you're in America, you know what I mean, or if you're in Russia, or if you're Russian, or if you're Chinese, why would my government? We're the good guys. America's the bad guys. You know what I mean?
Don't you
Like,
mean
or
it's easy to believe that you've been lied to if you're already predisposed to distrusting government?
yeah, but when it comes to something like the shape of the Earth, right? That's like the next another like. Fair enough, we've been lied to. People, get that. But then when it comes to something like the shape of the Earth, right? It's like, why would that would mean everybody would have to be in on it? It's like a deeper uh layer of it's a psychological thing, where because it has to do with trust, and the information that we think we know about the world, and pride, in the knowledge that we think we know. We think we're smarter than people who lived 2,000 years ago. We think we're more civilized or more technologically advanced, as if we know things that they didn't know. No, they thought the Earth was flat. That's because they didn't have spaceships like we do today. Well, we don't have spaceships. NASA has spaceships. And who's NASA?
The controlled opposition, even like within like the subject of flat Earth, is like you could see it not as sometimes the way it's laid out by even people that aren't controlled opposition, just because it's like the whole conversation has been trying to get you to make the positive claim that you believe in a conspiracy rather than you don't believe what they're telling you. So they try to trap you into saying you believe the Earth is flat, when really you don't. It's not about believing what the whole thing is, because you have no idea what the whole thing is. You just
Yeah.
don't have any reason to believe it's anything other than what it seems, which isn't a belief. It's just your base axiom, and that's where they just love to like jump on you and say you believe it's flat. You're making a claim.
I
And
mean,
it's like
like
you're making a
default,
claim that they're lying.
yeah, like default telling, like asserting that someone's denying something that was just asserted without evidence in the first place, or without sufficient
Right.
validation in the first place. That sort of like if I said, "Oh yeah, I've got purple elephants in my garage," and then you come to me and you're like, "No, man, I don't believe you have purple elephants in your garage," and I'm like, "Are you a purple elephant denier?"
Yeah,
Like I just
exactly.
instantly say
Right.
that
Yeah,
you're
exactly.
denying it.
Well, that's just Hitchens' razor, isn't it? Like, what can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence, but they don't realize that they're the first half of that.
And the extraordinary claim is the problem. Like they start throwing all these straw man out. Well, I don't know. I haven't been to Australia, so how do I know Australia exists? When that's like totally not on the same. It's total non sequitur. But they have to equate it because it's just a stupid tactic that they think works.
Yeah, it's not under discussion anyway. Everyone knows that Australia exists, and I guess what they're trying to do is find some kind of common logic, but it's not really relevant because it's not in contention. Like it would become
Well, it's not
relevant
an
if someone
extraordinary claim either.
genuinely. Yeah. Well, because we know countries exist, so the idea that a
Yeah.
country exists isn't like we literally all live in a country. So, like the idea that countries exist isn't in contention at all.
So you guys don't all just exist on the internet? You're actually in a real place?
Yeah, well, I'm not a solipsist, so no.
I'll tell you what, though, that Australia thing, whoever put that out there, wherever that came from, however many years ago, it's a good. I still have people say it to me. Of course, I don't.
That was Flat Earth Society. That's where it was posted. Yeah.
Yeah.
I still have people say that to me, like, of course I don't think the Earth is flat. I know Australia exists. I'm like,
Right.
what the fuck?
They've gotten it that far in the programming that that's the first thing people say.
Dude,
Oh,
I've heard it a
God.
lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
People say that shit in the wild. I call it the wild, but you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they got it
Yeah.
out there. The Flat Earth Society, there was like a post on one of their message boards, and then they got it out there enough, and they even put it in certain like mainstream news and stuff, so where it's like it's like in there with the rhetoric. Maybe not like mainstream, but I do think that it's been kind of put out in the social media and whatever else to have people make that link in their mind, like, oh, flat earthers don't think Australia exists, and then now in their minds they somehow think that that's a thing.
Yeah. Just like from the very start, if you think the Earth is flat, you must be stupid, and it's ingrained in us. When it's the most obvious thing ever, so they make the most obvious the thing that people think is the most stupid. It's hilarious from the very start.
So speaking of like people, if you want to talk about like truth community or people that are trying to put truth out there, right? So you've got what most people see as obvious controlled opposition, and people like Alex Jones. Do any of you have anybody that you would say is somewhat popular, that seems reputable, that you really haven't been able to punch holes in a lot of what they put forth when it comes to like somebody who's journalistic, if not a journalist, or pseudo journalistic, that is somewhat of a truther, that you really haven't been able to poke holes in what they're putting out there?
Somewhat mainstream,
like maybe that people would know. I mean, just off the top of my head, right? And I'm bringing this up because I don't hear this gentleman talked about that often, and I stumbled onto him years and years and years and years ago, when I was looking into studying a lot of economics and political thought and stuff, which is a guy by the name of James Corbett.
Yeah, great. I would say it's really hard to find anything controlled opposition about him.
Yeah, does anybody have opinions on James, or even know about James Corbett, or do you guys know of anybody that would be like similar to that, where you see like he's obviously anti-establishment, putting forth some truth and trying to like dig down into what most people now call the deep state would be doing?
The only thing I could think is that he does talk about the mainstream narratives, even though he is pretty well breaking each of them down. A lot of the people here don't even know who he is, I bet, which tells you something, right? He lives in Japan, so he's not like an American. He's not put on the regular news. You're never going to hear him on mainstream news. Jimmy Dore is kind of in that classification almost. He's talking the truth about the vaccines and stuff, but he's a little bit more mainstream, well known.
Yeah, so the only thing I can see, like, so what are your thoughts on like Whitney Webb? Because she did eventually get onto like mainstream platforms. I think she was on Glenn Beck, and she was kind of I don't want to say a staple, but she's been on James Corbett's show quite a bit. Like he's brought her in as like a legit journalist. Do you know Whitney Webb?
I don't know Whitney Webb. That's one of the ones I don't know.
Okay.
She True Stream Media?
No. That's
okay.
Those guys used to be on InfoWars. That's Melissa and Alex, maybe Dykes.
Yeah, they're pretty good too.
Yeah. And I don't know if they've been putting out much lately. I don't know. But Whitney Webb does a lot with kind of like transhumanism and like where is this agenda going when it comes to like implantables and wearables, and she really digs into the meat of the companies, where they're getting their funding, where a lot of that is taking place. That's kind of her forte for the most part. And I was asking about her because I think she was recently on what's his name, Glenn Beck's program, which when I see somebody from like the truth community that's obviously in the alternative media space coming to something that's a little bit more mainstream, I my spidey senses come up, but I don't know. I don't know if anybody knows of her.
Nope. I'm gonna look her up. Yeah, the journalism is just, very rare to find real journalism by anybody that's, got a platform of any notable size.
Yeah, and if you guys don't, if random people listening right now, if you don't know about James Corbett and CorbettReport.com or wherever he puts his information out now, a lot of it's no longer on YouTube. I think he's on like Rockfin or not Rockfin, but some of the alternative video sites. If you don't know about James Corbett, definitely look into his information. He's put out good documentaries. One really good one regarding the oil companies, right? Like how oil kind of took over the world. Really good documentaries on 9/11 and a few other things. He's very diligent in his work, and he also cites all of his sources, provides everything to you to be able to double check everything that he says.
Anybody else besides Napalm and I that know who James Corbett is? Interesting. How about Jimmy Dore?
I definitely know Jimmy Dore. He was part of my gate to the red pill.
Yeah. He was like vax injured. Oh, we live. Sorry, shouldn't have said that.
Wasn't he on Young Turks a long time ago? I thought that was weird. But he's
Let me ask you this, in your perspective, since you know who James Corbett is. Like, were you at any point researching politics or like economics or anything like that, and finding yourself on like the more libertarian side of things, kind of Ron Paul type stuff? Is that how you discovered James Corbett?
And I don't really remember exactly how I discovered him. He's just somebody that I've definitely recommended and sent links from. Actually, there's a guy I know that Hitchhiker's Guide to Earth. He just goes by Hitch now. He just did a stream last week where he did all James Corbett episodes, like one after the other. He streamed out. I'm looking for it right now. But yeah, he's definitely. I mean, I wouldn't put him in the classification of like some of these other people where it kind of just feels like they're telling you how bad things are, but not giving you solutions. But that's one of the things that a lot of if they are mainstream telling you what's going on, they're just basically saying this is what's going on. Oh, wait, here we go. Corbett, Century of Enslavement, the History of the Federal Reserve.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, and one of the segments he used to do on a regular basis, so like on a weekly or monthly basis, is Solutions Watch, where I think Whitney Webb was involved in some of those, where it's like, hey, we understand that this is taking place. It's pretty much inevitable that this is what's happening and this is the road we're going down. And instead of focusing on like the negative of that, like what can we do? What is the solution to try to rectify this situation? Or what can you do personally to try to avoid the consequences of this thing that we know we're going down?
Yeah. They're just telling you who your daddy is sometimes. What's crazy is a lot of these, even like the Dollar Vigilante and some of these other people that are, maybe crypto advisors or, that or even silver, the silver market. Like I've talked to a guy that is into coins and knows all about coins, and he's like, we can't even predict the price of silver. It's so manipulated. There's no way to know. There's no prediction anymore.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Dollar Vigil, he's been around for a while too. You're talking about what is his name?
Yeah, I forget his name too.
Anyways, yeah, he's been around for a while. Like I've watched him from way back in the day. He used to do a thing called Anarchast, where it was like a podcast, sitting in his
Anarchapulco.
Yeah. Sitting in his house in Mexico.
Michael Tellinger is another good one. You know who he is?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. He was one of the ones that, like, there was a point back in the day where flat Earth was like so obvious that we were all kind of looking for the gurus that we used to, rely on for information, and then checking to see if they're able to admit that the Earth is not a spinning ball. Max Egan was one of them, that came out for like a day saying that the Earth is flat, and then had to like backtrack on it the next day with some stupid story. Michael Tellinger, I think he handled it pretty well. He's like, as soon as I started talking about it, I lost a lot of my, support, and I was trying to do. He just came out and said, "Look, this is something that I acknowledge is the case, but I'm not going to talk about it because I'm losing all of my appearances. There's other things that I like to focus on," and he does a great job of uncovering some things and showing us some ancient tech and some real research. I miss Wakey Wakey. Wakey Wakey is another good one that hasn't been around on YouTube or very many.
Yep.
Easily findable streams.
I think, did he change his YouTube channel? Maybe not. I don't know.
Does he have one still?
I don't know. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. And to be honest with you, I know there's mixed feelings about this with him.
Okay.
Wakey Wakey, he continued on Odysee, which I think is the best platform thus far. But he also puts his takes on Facebook sometimes. I'm a friend of his. So.
Ah, cool.
He's still around.
Yeah, Mark Knight. Ain't that his name? Mark Knight?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Mark. Funny videos that he would put.
I like them.
Yeah, his little color commentary on some things is just hilarious.
Yeah. His memes and his little puppets he was using. Made a bundle on crypto.
Hey, just so you guys know, Truth Cat got taken down after, I don't know, it's been like a decade. Her account hadn't had any strikes or anything on YouTube. They took her down all at once, instantly.
I don't even know who she is. Never heard of her.
Never heard of
Cat.
her.
You don't know Truth Cat?
No.
Yeah, it's weird.
Oh, man. No, she's got good stuff, good takes. And she's now on Rumble, so just go find it.
Huh.
That's the thing that amazes me, like a lot of us will take in very similar information, or we have very similar trains of thought, and then you can spend years talking with people, here and there, and then somebody that you thought everybody was taking in their information, right? Because you would just assume that based on certain conversations, and you're like, "Oh, do you know this person?" And they're like, "Never heard of them." It's like, what? How have you not stumbled upon their information in the last decade? Yeah.
Right.
She did one of the greatest hit pieces on like the Podestas, just after Pizzagate kind of died off a little bit, and I think that was 2017. And she basically linked the Podestas to like all this weird kind of stuff that had to do with agriculture, like the sprays they use in agriculture. That
like
can mix the frogs gay and stuff like that.
Oh, you missed that part of the conversation.
Yeah, I just woke up from a nap, so.
Oh. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, or at least I brought it up. Because Witsit was kind of talking about like, here's some truthful information that's put out there with just a little bit of some problems with it, so everybody's going to focus on the problems with the information and say it's all debunked, right? Not based on the information itself, but based on, I think it was talking about, yeah. And I was like, my favorite example of that is Turning the Frogs Gay with Alex Jones, to where most people don't even know what that's referring to, which is like mission accomplished, right?
Yep.
Which is referring to atrazine, which is probably linked to the Podestas, probably exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think most of that information came out distinctly on her channel because right before that, Alex Jones got taken off YouTube, etc. So there was nowhere else to really find it. So it was still on her channel all this time, and she just got taken down. Still got the video downloaded somewhere. It might even be on Rumble now. I reached out to her on Twitter, and I tried to get her on Odysee, but I don't know. You know, Shane had at least 3 accounts on Rumble taken down. So as much as they want to promote themselves as like the truth platform, Odyssee's been my number one go-to thus far, and I tried to get her to go on there, but she took Rumble anyway. So
Yeah.
God damn.
Yeah, Rumble's like a step in the right direction, but then she could just have it happen all over again where she just gets taken down again.
I start talking, 10 people disconnect.
Did that just happen?
I guess something like that. Yeah, I like Odysee
The
best.
shift change? Is it shift change time? I don't know.
Yeah,
It might be shift change.
Night shift.
Could be me, man. I kill chats from time to time. It happens.
Yeah. By the way, it's not Truth Cats, the Truth Factory. Truth Factory. So maybe you know what that is.
No, not familiar with that either. It's weird.
Nope. Does not ring a bell. You said it was a she. Is she a
Yeah, I'm dropping the videos right now in BC live stream. Boom. Yeah, I'm just dropping her channel.
So, huge confession. If I'm talking, I'm very rarely looking at the chat. And if I'm looking at the chat, I'm very rarely talking.
Well, everyone will get it but you. No problem.
I see it now. I'm assuming that cat is always there. That's probably why you said Truth Cat.
I mean, that's what she goes by, Truth Factory. And then her account on Twitter is called Truth Cat. So that was a recent change. I think she changed that. I just don't know of any other Truth Cats. So another one that's really good that did a lot of Pizzagate stuff. She just had a child not long ago, so her uploads have been kind of slow. Is Grace. Grace has been great. Lots of good information. She does all of her own research. And
is she the
redhead?
Grace.
Yeah,
What's her
she has
full title? Grace.
Really great.
She just
really
did something on
Really Graceful. Is that
Bill
the channel?
Gates. She tends to do a lot of Bill Gates stuff.
Yeah. She's got a very captivating voice.
Yeah.
She's a nice girl.
Yeah.
I think I talked to her on Twitter too, trying to give her some information. Another channel that's underappreciated that I never hear people talk about, which fucking sucks, actually. I don't know if maybe Witsit doesn't know about him, or like a bunch of people just don't know about this guy or something. It's Space Busters.
Yep.
He used to do some Tartaria stuff, which I was kind of iffy about. But his research on Jabby Jab and, viruses and stuff like that are top notch. Like, he literally dissects everything like a watch and then stabs it in the heart. It's just really amazing work he
Seen
does.
the most recent one everyone's talking about. I've sent it to 100 people.
Yeah, but they never watch it, or they
one.
never talk about it, and they never share it. And this guy has such amazing work, and he's done interviews that are tremendous. like stuff you can never find anywhere else. Got like at least 4 or 5 videos that are top notch that need to be out there in the world, and it's just not happening for some reason.
Have you watched the one that's biochemistry debunks Freemasonry, chickenpox, and
I
something
think I
else? Have you
watched
watched
half
that
of
one?
it. I need to go back and watch the rest. Like his
You
stuff
gotta
is
watch
very,
it.
very
And
long form.
he talks about cell salts and how Geo, are you still here? I sent that to you, Geo, as well. I really wanted you to get your take on that because it ties in astrology to biochemistry, and how that one of the major things that they've been covering up is that the astrological sign that you're born under has a lot to do with the way that you should live your life, as far as like the cell salts you may be lacking at a certain time of year and all these things. Your health in general, and like there's a whole graph that looks like it's just like so well laid out the way he puts it. Yeah, you get the halfway through he starts getting into that, so I definitely recommend going back and watching.
And he's not afraid to go into a little bit of woo woo at all. But he's also got one of the best takes on you know, like who is Bill Gates like related to? That video goes extremely deep and just rips up the whole bloodline, like of all the presidents and Bill Gates, and they're all like cousins of cousins and shit. And he explains the bloodline. I was like, whoa. I'd had no idea it was this complex, but he actually nailed it.
Have you watched that one yet? I think I sent that to you, Napalm. Have you watched it? The biochemistry debunks chickenpox one by Spacebuster. You're still here. Can't post the link to that because it's anti-chat.
Oh yeah, Really Graceful.
Yeah.
That's the name of her channel. Not just Grace, but Really Graceful.
Yep.
Have you watched it yet, Napalm? The biochemistry one?
I have, yeah. Yep. I need to revisit
Great.
it though. It was a couple months ago, I think.
Drop in that channel too. There's that channel. Yeah, we need to crowdsource this
I
info.
posted it right before you did.
Riggs,
Get
were
it
you
out
in here
there.
earlier when we were talking about James Corbett? Do you know who James Corbett is?
Yeah, James Corbett was big into the 9/11 and like he's more of like an actual journalist.
Yeah.
But
That's
he's
how we
done
got kind of talking
Pizzagate
about.
and 9/11 and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, it's kind of how we got talking about channels, because I was asking, and New Perspective was the only other person that had heard of James Corbett. And I was like, this is a MFer that
Strange.
like.
That's strange.
Yeah.
Because he's one of the originals. Like he's been out there for a while.
Yeah. I mean, I've been following his stuff for years, like 15 plus probably.
There's my new favorite channel. I'll post one by here. It's called Motivation Manifested, and it's some of the stuff that Spacebusters gets into, and sometimes it'll just be like a Manly P. Hall lecture with really great editing, really great visuals. This one I just posted is on. It's actually narrated by Michael Tellinger, and it's about sacred vibrations. This is incredible. It's the toroidal manifestation of everything.
Would you recommend that channel or just that video?
Oh, that channel and because there's so many great ones on there. That
I'm on it.
Definitely, so many good ones.
Cool.
Kind of like that. There's another one called Video Advice. It does a good job. It's kind of a generic name for it. Have you ever heard of that?
Not myself. Nope.
Yeah, it's just called Video Advice. I'll post that one too.
Let's see here.
By the way, this video from Spacebusters is already deleted on Odysee.
On Odysee?
Yeah. I can't find it on Odysee.
It may feel like that sometimes. Are you by chance using an Apple device?
Never mind. Okay, if I go through the channel, I found it again. It's just a link that for some reason doesn't get me
Okay.
to there.
Well,
Yeah,
you
then
make a
never
good.
mind.
You make a good. Okay, so just so you guys know, Odysee doesn't censor at all, and they don't delete anything because it's on a blockchain. It's actually the perfect platform. But if you have an Apple device, part of their ability to sign the agreement with Apple in order to be on their App Store, if you have an Apple device, some things are not searchable. You literally can't type them in and get a result. Like I think Hitler and a couple other things, but that's only if you're
That's
using an
funny.
Apple device from the Apple Store. Everything
No, I
else
don't have
works.
any Apple devices.
Okay, I'm just kind of telling the room though. It's not something they wanted to do. It's just one way to keep their app on the store.
Did
So
you use the example of Hitler because you're talking to a German guy? Come on, Riggs, that's fucked up. I'm just playing.
well, I just bought some shocks for my car from Bilstein, and they make great gas chambers and their little, car shocks.
I'm just fucking with you.
I'm also just fucking with you, but it's true.
I'm fucking with you.
Now we just need someone to speak German in really loud voice.
Well, Clay could do that. I know a
Was hast
little
du
bit.
gesagt?
Just start screaming.
Was ist das?
Schwein!
Die Amerikaner wollen, dass ich anfange, Deutsch zu sprechen.
Justin Spence like a Krieger!
Das ist doch wahnsinnig.
I just know
The
really
way of
bad.
screaming when
I just know really bad things in German. Like if I started saying the things that I know in German, Clay would be like, excuse me.
I can teach you good things in German.
Gut.
For example, you're all great.
Oh.
Ihr seid alle toll. Can you say that? Ihr seid alle toll?
Say it
Or
again.
ihr seid alle. I think it's even better if you say, ihr seid alle wunderbar. You're all wonderful. Ihr seid alle
Ist das
wunderbar.
wunderbar?
Yeah.
Wunderbar?
I love it when Americans speak German. It's just so
How do you say wonderful again?
Ihr
Wunderbar?
seid wunderbar.
Wunderbar?
Wunderbar.
Yeah.
Wunderbar? Bal? Is it B at the end? Bal?
No, wunderbar.
Wunderbar.
Bal. Okay.
Ihr seid alle wunderbar.
Yeah, we have.
I think Hitler would say, ihr seid alle wunderbar.
Ihr seid
Ihr seid alle wunderbar. I think more like this. But because he's Austrian, the Austrians always use this R thingy. Germans really do not tend to do that.
Do you guys know about Ben Swan?
Yeah.
The old he used to be a reporter in my city for a local news station, and he started reporting on Pizzagate, and they fucking took his ass out. He had to get another job.
Yeah, that's where I remember first seeing his stuff. Even before then, he was putting out great reports at this local news channel for a while until he got kicked off. He had some decent segments.
He's out of El Paso. That's local here, but he left that place and he started his own company now. It's called Sovereign, SOVREN. So he's still putting stuff out. It's just he's very small now.
It's a difficult space, I think.
No shit. No shit.
And the problem is this younger generation just thinks, well, I don't need to get a job. I'm just going to be an influencer, or I'm going to have a YouTube channel, or I'm just going to play video games on Twitch and make millions of dollars and blah, blah, blah. And I don't think they realize how difficult the space is just in general, like trying to get out on YouTube or anything like that and create like a brand and be successful with it. I don't think it's that easy.
See this video, proof vibration manifests reality. This is kind of what I believe, man. Just out of like a philosophical deduction. It's interesting to see a video that says that.
Kind of hear that.
It's kind of my take on matter, how matter matters.
Yeah, same.
I think it's all vibration, right? And we just call the different octave different fields, right? The Higgs field is just a different octave down a little bit lower, but it's all played by the same thing. It all requires the same, like if you're playing an instrument, the only way for people to take in that information is via sound vibration through the airwaves, right? And just because you're moving up and down an octave and you're still playing various chords within that octave doesn't mean that you're no longer still utilizing perturbations of air. And that's the way I look at it. And like, to me, the perturbations of air is the ether and everything else is just octave related and vibrations. It's a beautiful song. It's one verse in a beautiful song.
Oh, another mention, the outer light. You guys remember the outer light? He used to have the inner, or like the inner light, or like the inner dark, and that got taken down, and now he does the outer light.
Truth is stranger than fiction is a good one too, if anybody. Especially if you're a Christian, truth is stranger than fiction.
Yeah, especially if you're Christian.
Truth is stranger than fiction. YouTube channel. I'll post his channel, I guess.
The outer light is also he's a Kiwi. He's down there in the south.
May have dropped them before, but if we're sharing stuff, there's one random guy that has done some really, really fantastic documentaries on kind of the history of the globalist movement through like Huxley and the Rockefellers. Highly recommend it because he's pretty thorough with like he references a lot of actual footage. And
what's his name?
Everybody Shook.
Haven't heard of it.
I'll drop it in the chat here.
Yeah, I dropped the Outer Lights channel. Let's see who else. Mind Shock is also a great channel. If anybody likes logical deductions, like basically he does like a commentary. He'll like listen to something and do a commentary. It's kind of his shtick. Mind Shock, good channel. Quantum of Conscience used to do a lot of really like post understanding kind of stuff. I don't really watch him anymore. I think he's kind of like lost his mind a little bit.
Yeah, same. I disconnected from watching too much simulation theory.
Yeah, he's like
truth
madness.
I mean, yeah, you don't always have to endorse all the views of people's content.
But I also want to promote these guys, but I don't want to like waste people's time. I want to tell them what they're good for,
Yeah, that thing I posted, that content I just specifically like because of the depth of like his research, but like, yeah, I definitely don't agree with all that guy's views.
Yeah, if he's talking about Huxley and stuff like that, I mean, back in the day, what was it, Jan Irvin and those guys really diving deep into, what was the name of that? Something Logos. Can't remember. You guys know who Jan Irvin is?
No.
Anyways, he put together like this whole basically database of connections of people, and if you brought up somebody, he could easily click on their name and show you connected relationships either through like bloodline or also through like business relationships and all kinds of stuff. Like he had this thing he called the brain or something. Can't remember. Gosh, what was the name of this? I think he changed his channel because he was like anyways.
I just posted this Master Key Society. I don't know if this is some kind of like Freemasonic Illuminati channel or something, but it has a ton of it reads a bunch of old books about self-improvement from like the early 1800s, 1900s or something. And it even talks about the ether in some of these books. It's really profound. If anybody can like spend time listening to this, it is pretty long form. Most of the videos are pretty long because he's actually reading books. So it's just like a treasure trove. I mean, I'd download the whole channel if I could, honestly. It's really good stuff.
I wonder if it's based on the Master Key system, which is what the that movie, The Secret.
Looks very Masonic to me.
It's kind of like The Secret, except it's not bullshit.
Yeah, I know
It's
exactly.
like actually really good stuff.
That's what I was gonna say is that because this dude, well, who coincidentally was a Mason, but he gave me that book, the Master Key System, and it is actually really good. It just talks about the law of attraction. And you're right, the Secret basically probably saw the same book or probably saw the same idea, and then just puts a bunch of bullshit around it.
Coincidentally was a Mason, right? But Jan Irvin, he was a Gnostic guy, so I think his old thing was Gnostic Media or something like that. Anyways.
You know, upon retrospect, that Master Key Society is almost like if you're trying to fall asleep and you're in that dream state, it's almost like some kind of hypnotism that walks you down a path of understanding, and you come out of the listening like a different person. But it's highly effective. It's really good.
Well, if it's anything like the Master Key System, I think was written by Chris Hannell, then it's probably pretty good. I'm gonna check it out. Oh yeah, it's actually one of his first videos. So one of his first videos is the Master Key System by Charles Hannell, actually.
Does anyone remember Ryan Zim? He did one of the interviews saying that I'm a flat earther, and they interviewed him and he looked like he didn't get any sleep. He had black bags under his eyes.
It's not from the 80s, is it? There's an interview from the 80s. The dude was
No, he Ryan Zem, Zehm, and he claims to have like tried to go to the North Pole, and he's raised money, and he's a computer programmer. I'll post the channel, but the guy has never really made a lot of sense to me. I'm not really sure what he's all about. I was hoping somebody could explain.
Yo, what's up, Briggs?
What's up, my nigga?
What's good?
Bonks, now you were looking for me earlier?
Hey, Kosho, how's it going, man?
What's up, man?
Just saying hi to the gang. Yo, what's up, man?
Yeah, it's good to see you around, Bong. There's a lot of people who have been kind of like getting taken away into real life, and then just, good to catch up with people.
Yes. But I think the Master Key Society. He's got some manly P Hall there. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
that's pretty. It's the mystery religion is what they call it. Kabbalah-ish. Kabbalah.
right.
Yeah.
Well, you can't sell fiction without a little bit of truth, So I did find it really interesting. Got to be honest. I was intrigued.
I think whoever or whatever they're in communion with, these where I think that's where these revelations come from. How when a scientist is inspired, like Eureka, it just came to me like like a bird. It just came to me. These inspirations. I think that's where the might be the source of some of this knowledge about who we are, where we came from. I've been looking into DMT trips a lot lately, and I'm
It's
not
getting
looking to
around a
try.
lot, man. I've never done DMT. I don't know why it's getting so popular, but like regular people are just taking it now. It's like, what the fuck?
I know, right? Yeah, but it's interesting. I think it's the experience of death or the ego death that experience of. It's interesting what they say. It feels more real than this world, than the actual waking world. So I found that very interesting. Like, what do you mean more real? Like, how can any experience be more real than the actual experience? Say so.
Yeah, that's funny. My experience would be the exact opposite of that. I would say that it felt very synthetic.
Did you go all the way, like they say?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you're 100% back to completely sober in 10 minutes, but it feels like you're gone for maybe 3, 4, 5 hours, something like that.
Time dilation.
Yeah, I compare that experience to this experience. Like reading these books or listening to some of these teachings. It does feel like you've had an experience. But you ask yourself, what am I taking away from it that's useful? What is it brought back? It's kind of empty. It's kind of vague, kind of like ambiguous. All that. You know what I mean? Like what are we seeking? When they say the seekers, right? Like what are we seeking? What is the secret? What is the mystery?
Yeah,
The
I guess that's
truth.
true. Yeah, I was just being observant. I wasn't actually trying to interact. Yeah, they say like the gnomes, the space gnomes. I guess I kind of saw something like that, but I wasn't exactly trying to get up and close and personal. I was just taking a peek around, basically.
It also seems to be because I don't no mean to bring up the Bible, but that's where this experience also seems like Ezekiel. Like when these prophets have these visions, they seem to be in the same kind of state where of fear of some kind of greater reality that they've experienced, that they're actually really really small compared to what's actually out there. It's the same way. Did you experience that there's you feel small compared to what's really out here, like out there?
No, the main thing I remember is I don't know if anybody remembers I don't know if it's the very last scene in The Matrix where the grand architect or whatever, the guy sitting at the computer the screen with all the small televisions in front of him, like the old analog televisions, and that's what I saw. There was like 50 or 70 different screens in front of me, and each one of the screens had like different, basically cymatic patterns going on, all these different frequencies and colors and feelings and shit. That's basically the only thing I remember.
Anything changed after? Like something unlocked?
No, it was nothing profound for me. It was just weird. It was just, like I said, synthetic. It didn't feel like more than life to me. It felt just synthetic. Like, I don't know how to explain it.
So it wasn't really like a life changing experience, like
No.
like flat Earth. Flat Earth for me, flat Earth was a life changing experience. Yeah.
No, I did it twice actually. Yeah. This was a long time ago, like more than 10 years ago, probably.
Because the question is, what is truth, right? Because that's what it seems to be. You know, all this seeking is about, and it seems like the actual truths, like when you come to realize them, are more life changing than these empty experiences, or these so-called these experiences that people have, whether it's through drugs or through meditation or communion with other entities. It seems that truth is always an actual life-changing experience, that has an effect on your behavior and the way your outlook on life, versus somebody's telling you, if you don't do these things, you're going to go to hell. Like, that doesn't really, you know what I mean? Like, that's not really the kind of truth that changes somebody's life, versus flat earth type of, realizations, truths that we've been lied to, You still there? Hello? I'm still on.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I think both types of truths are super important. Like, there's an objective truth in all aspects of it. So, whatever that is.
Can truth exist without lies? If there were no such thing as lies, would the truth be a thing?
Yes. Yeah, of course.
I'm
Yeah,
trying to
because
think,
there's still fear. A fear is people will just choose to. They won't lie, but they'll just still misdirect themselves from the truth for fear, out of fear.
I think fear is more on the side of lies. Like, if lies exist, then fear exists. But if lies didn't exist, then fear, wouldn't exist.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. It's like I don't know. It's like you can almost think of truth as like the Boolean of existence. Truth and deception.
I think of it as what is, or the actual, default configuration or something like that. Vanilla. Uh, and when somebody manipulates that, or the perception of it, then you can say, well, the truth is, it's not that, it's this, but The Manly P. Hall had a book. The Wisdom of All Ages or something like that. Anybody read or listened to that one? Maybe I'm getting off topic. Sorry, guys.
What's the topic?
What is truth? I was trying to go there.
The truth is I mean, it's exactly. I don't know. I don't know. I can't really define it without using the word truth, but it's what's real. It's reality.
Is there an objective truth, Kosho?
I mean, there would have to be. Otherwise, science would be useless.
Does science prove things, though? Is there an objective truth in science?
No, but that's what I think. The purpose of investigation, especially in the form of science, is to approach as best you can the objective truth. But you can't prove anything. Like I said, you can only approach it.
Truth has to be logical, right?
I think that's something different. Because logic has axioms that we've come up with and stuff like that. So I think that's
subjective.
Say again?
Can logic be subjective or just systems, right?
Well, not subjective, but just based on the axioms. We create the axioms. Then
Yeah, based on that logic. Yeah, like that. Yeah.
But I don't know.
Can 180 degrees or level be curving?
180 degrees or level be curving?
AKA also known as level, right? A straight line.
I wouldn't call 180 degrees. I don't think it's synonymous with level.
Okay, then. Is like when we use water to level things, right? To make sure things are flat and straight. Would you consider that 180 degrees?
No, I don't think we do that very often.
Okay, perpendicular to the
Vertical?
plane beneath us, right? Is that better? 180 degrees perpendicular to the to up and down.
Right.
Can that be curving like around a sphere?
Like horizontal, like a established horizontal plane that was perpendicular to the vertical? I'd say no.
It reminds me of a Wu-Tang lyric, or maybe it's Method Man. I don't know. Perpendicular to the square. Anybody know that song?
Which one was that?
Capadonna.
But level is not 180 degrees.
No, I would say no, it's not.
Why are you saying 180 degrees?
Or a straight line, because 180 degrees is a straight line. And because we use like water to level things, I'm talking about level as in a straight line, flat, perpendicular to up and down. I mean, yeah, up and down. That line, can it curve according to the globe Earth logic or model?
Yeah, but we don't really often do that, do we? Say water is used for a straight line.
Well, to level things.
Oh yeah, this is used to level things. That's true.
Usually that thing that's leveled usually is 180 degrees. That's what we're aiming for. And we use water to make sure it's tilted, just the right, what we call level. Because when I say level, I'm talking about like the same way a top table is level, same way a basketball court is level, or the salt flats is level.
Yeah, but the last two, the basketball court and especially the salt flats, they're level. I don't know about basketball court, but the salt flats are level more or less, like the abyssal plains is level. But does that mean they're flat?
Like a pool table is level. That's pretty level, I mean, we got to make sure pool tables are dead on, right? Or else it's useless.
Sure.
Can that line curve like around a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles?
I'd say so. I'd say you'd want level to curve, especially on a pool table.
And
Because
that's what I mean. That's not logical, right? That's not even logical. Right?
it'd be a very subtle curve, but
That's actually a contradiction in logic.
What is?
To say that a straight line is the same thing as a curved line. It's just really, really a big. And it's saying there's no difference between straight lines and curved lines.
I wouldn't say a level line is a straight line, though.
Okay, that's what I mean. There are no such thing. See, you know what I was like kind of horrified the other day. I realized this is like, there's no such thing as straight lines. There's no such thing as 180 degrees. That doesn't exist.
I believe
Everything ever known, it's just a curved line. That's just too big for me to see it.
No, there's straight lines.
90 degrees. What is even perpendicular? What is even 90 degrees? What is what's a plumb line? Like, what even are these things? Why do they exist? You know what I mean? I was like, what is a straight line? I was losing my mind.
Plumb lines are relatively straight. I'd say there's real straight lines. Horizontals are generally perpendicular to any vertical, almost exactly. So I think they're straight lines. I just don't think level lines are straight.
No, like when you draw a 90-degree angle, right?
You don't think level lines are straight, man? Oh, Kosho, man, you're fucking retarded, dude. Oh, Kosho, man, come on, dude. Why you just suck the cock and ass like that so openly, dude? Come on.
I guess that makes sense. But yeah, I mean, level lines. I don't think they're straight.
And men can get pregnant, right?
I don't think so. Maybe.
Yeah, no, you can't have one without the other, Kosho, dude.
Oh, sure you can.
Same logic, right?
No, you can't, dude, Kosho. You're fucking retarded, dude. Sorry, man. Look, come on, man. You asked too much of us to accept that bullshit.
That is illogical. Like Spock says, right? That is illogical, Captain.
I just found some old slang from 1846 for a sophist. Contemptuous logic chopper. Kosho is a contemptuous logic chopper.
Yo, is that like an Ambrose Bierce definition?
I don't know.
Do you know who that is?
No.
Ambrose Bierce, he wrote a book called The Devil's Dictionary, and he's like, just like has like redefinitions that are really witty and hilarious. Ambrose Bierce, man, The Devil's Dictionary. Look it up. It's fucking great.
No, I just I looked up logic in the etymology of the word logic, and that was at the very bottom of it.
As like an antonym?
As like a throw-in, for the opposite of logic.
Contentious logic chopper, right?
Contemptuous, yeah.
Like, yo, even like to the ballers, like, dude, if you guys would just stop saying stupid shit like level lines or curved and shit like that, like, you would have, I think, so much more substance somehow.
What is the first word? What?
Contemptuous.
Contemptualist. What?
Should be a row.
Logic chopper. No, but yeah,
I just
not
reposted it.
Yo, what about a
level
logic
lines.
logger? A logic logger.
Level lines are not always curved, but there's no restriction from them being curved. They can be curved or straight.
All right, thanks.
I mean, theoretically, right? Though theoretically, maybe, but the issue is like, it's not in practical use anywhere, Kosho. It's only, and this is what gets me, is it's like only in the theoretics of like astrophysics can you get level lines curving.
You could build a 28-mile bridge.
Hello,
Right,
That would have
and they
to
don't,
curve.
and they build it section by section, and they make it level the whole
Right.
way,
And
no one
that
can even observe the curvature that anyone you guys talking about. And if you're gonna bring up Soundly, again, you guys sound retarded.
How's everyone doing?
What about Soundly's image? It's
Oh man, are you really
obviously
bringing up
curving.
Sound? Is that? Hold on, wait, no. Let me left lane. Do you have anyone else?
Yeah, there are other images. I've got
Okay,
images
where?
of the saw
Bring one.
flats
Which
that are
one?
curved.
Which
I
one?
don't
Which
know,
bridge?
the
Which
saw
bridge?
flats of.
Okay, no. Which bridge? I want to see a picture of a bridge that's 28 miles long with any curvature that's not Soundly's.
Oh, well, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, what's wrong with Soundly's?
Well, no, I'm just asking for somebody else in the fucking world. Just somebody else. Do you have? It's kind of like this, like gravitation. Your only proof is Cavendish. Okay, what else do you have other than Cavendish? And what else do you have other than Soundly? And if you can't provide any other fucking source, your idea is a theoretical piece of shit.
Oh, if you can't provide a conclusive experiment, like, except this one, your idea is a piece of shit. But not this one. Why are you excluding Cavendish?
Well, I'm just saying on this, here's my problem, right? On a microcosm, the only like an hour level of existence, right? Like, I mean, macrocosm being space and the microcosm being molecular fucking whatever, right? What on this level plane of existence do you have other than Cavendish that shows gravitation?
Why are you excluding Cavendish?
I'm including how about this? I'm including Cavendish by excluding Cavendish, okay? So
That makes
who do
no
you
sense
have?
whatsoever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who else? Regardless, answer
That's
my question.
logical.
Okay, great, sure. Who else do you have other than Cavendish? And who else do you have other than Soundly for pictures of bridges that curve? You don't have shit.
Are you going to answer my question?
Well, I asked the first question, right? So how about you answer my question first, and then I'll entertain your bullshit, okay? So
Okay, what's your question again?
first.
What's your
Who
question
else
again?
do you have? Well, no, don't turn it into a shit show. Who else do you have other than Cavendish and Soundly?
That demonstrates what? That gravity is real?
I want I want gravitation, not gravity. Stop using my word. Gravitation. I want you to prove it, not using Cavendish, and I want a picture of a 28-mile bridge that's not curving or that's curving, other than Soundly. Go.
Can you explain to me what the difference is between gravitation and gravity? Because to me, there's no.
How about this?
There's no real
I'd
difference.
love to. How about this? I'd love to after you show me another source of either a picture of a bridge from somebody other than Soundly.
Okay, well,
and I want you to
answer
explain
your original question, right? But in order for me to do that, I need you to clarify what you mean with your question, right? I need you to clearly delineate the difference between gravity and gravitation, because to me, they mean the same thing. Now, I want to give you an example of gravitation, right? But then you're going to say that's just gravity. So I need you to tell me what the difference is.
I'll lay out my terms for as far as that issue is concerned, just for conversation's sake. Like, gravity means weight. It just means that things have the property of weight. It's not the phenomena. It's not the explanation of the phenomena. You propose potentially, right? I don't know you, but like, you're going to propose gravitation is what keeps everything in order in the grander scheme of things, right? And so I'm proposing that gravity and gravitation are two different things.
Okay, so if you're defining gravity to be that things have weight, right? That's your definition of gravity, right?
No, that's the etymological fucking root of the term.
Well, it could be both, but my point is that that's the definition that you're
How about
using.
this? Let me before we go any further.
So-
Can men get pregnant?
No,
That's
not by my
weird, man.
definition
That's
of
a
men.
weird. That's
Okay,
a weird
just checking
question.
because I never know with you guys. Okay, carry on.
No, I mean, okay. So now you asked like 3 questions before you let me ask my question.
I know it's difficult to
So-
entertain multiple thoughts for you guys, but carry on.
Okay, excellent. So then I'm gonna ask you then. Same question I asked you earlier.
Still haven't
What
answered
is
my
wrong
fucking
with it?
original
Well,
question.
why
which
can't
is
you entertain
where-
more than
who
one
else do you
thought?
have other than
I know it's
Soundly?
very
How
difficult for
about
you to
that?
entertain more than
Because
one
you're
thought.
fucking retarded. Let's go one by one. Who else do you have of a picture of a 28-mile bridge?
It's very
curving
difficult for you to entertain more than one thought,
other
right?
than Soundly. I asked the first question. You're coming into my conversation. How you
Why
doing,
is it
bud?
so difficult for you to entertain more than one thought?
I'm just asking you one by one. Where's a picture of a
I hear
28-mile bridge?
the gears grinding so hard right there. Come on, I know you can do it.
Talking about the curve.
You're so witty. Wow, what a witty retort to my question. You look like
No,
whatever.
he's
My
asking
point is,
you-
show me a 28-mile bridge. It's not actually left lane because I
Oh,
don't know why
fourth
this guy's coming
question.
in.
Now we're
white
asking
knight.
4 questions.
Hold
Okay.
on.
So
Look, bro,
first of
I don't know what
first
your
of all,
white
it's
knight
like
name is. Listen. I
show
don't
me
know what your
show
white
me
knight
another
name
source.
is.
The other one was like, can men
Left
get
lane.
pregnant? Now
Left
this
lane.
one's like, can you show me a bridge?
Yeah, you're coming in the. I was talking to left lane. Left lane. Who do you have with a 28-mile bridge other than Soundly showing curvature?
The plain truth.
The plain truth. Okay.
Same bridge, but just a different photographer.
Oh, and is it okay? Let me see it then.
I don't have it. I'm driving. I can't grab it.
Is it
Well,
apparent
I would
curvature or
think
measured
that
curvature?
to plain truth's credit, he would say that what you're proposing is strictly just like refraction on some other.
Oh yeah,
bridge.
he called it swamp gases, making it look that way.
Well,
I
that's
don't-
whatever
or
he wants.
something.
Well, Soundly calls it fucking Earth curvature, and you guys are fucking retarded.
Yeah, that's what I go with. I go with Earth curve.
Well, you would, wouldn't you? You would.
Well, I mean, why not?
Right? Why
fits.
not? Why not left lane? Right? Why not? Everybody else is jumping off the bridge. I mean, why wouldn't you? Right?
No,
Yeah,
I
but-
don't
and
jump
that's
off the
not
bridge.
logical.
I've got many other reasons why I think we're on a planet, a rotating planet.
It's not
That's just one
logical
of them.
to think that a flat table is curving. You know what I mean? That's what we're that's how the conversation started. That
Yeah, a flat table's not the surface of the Earth either, is it?
but it's the same. It's a plane. You know what I mean? We're talking about planes, and we're talking about level and 180 degrees versus constantly changing. Curves. So yeah, no photos, no experiences, no evidence, only TV and Hollywood. You know what I mean?
No,
Imagination
we got plenty of experiences.
and faith.
No faith, just observation.
Right, but it's not a
curvature?
logical conclusion. Right? You're not coming to a logical conclusion. So
Yeah,
that's why we're
I could
saying
look at many observations
does
that
truth have
are
to have meaning?
that are indicative of a certain thing, and then I can lean on that certain thing with all these other observations that correspond and are congruent, and come to a conclusion.
If you were never told the explanations in the story of a globe Earth model, you would arrive at a different conclusion.
Oh no. I can't explain the motion of the sun across the sky on a flat Earth. Cannot,
No,
in my
I mean,
mind, not whatsoever.
If we were never told, if we never knew about a globe Earth, okay, like if we were just people who were going out to explore, like we don't logically conclude that the Earth could be a ball when we look around, from our
Sure,
experience.
I do.
Well,
I watch
well, I
mountains
mean-
grow out of the horizon as I get closer to them.
But
They're
that's only
5,000
because-
feet taller than I am, but
that's
somehow
only-
they're at eye level on the horizon when I'm like
only
100
because
miles away
we've been
from them.
told the story. That's only because we have been told the story since we were little, the explanation of
No.
how the ball Earth works. Which is why I
No.
said, like, if we were an empty slate and we didn't know about a globe Earth model, right?
Hey,
the
yo, you know about
logical
the pygmies? the pygmies in the jungle, when they came out of the hills, they saw a giraffe in the distance, and they thought the giraffes were literally like an inch tall. That's how stupid Left Lane is.
I mean,
Damn, boy! I tell you what, Ace, you're like cruising, aren't you, man? You're on
Fucking for a
cruise control
bruising,
tonight, ain't you?
bro. Hey, for the fucking
Yeah,
bruising.
you're showing it. You're showing your ignorance is what you're
Yeah.
doing.
No. You're like a pygmy who thinks that a giraffe is an inch tall because it's not standing right in front of you. That's what you sound like
Yeah.
to me. Seriously.
So you think a 5,000 foot tall mountain should be hidden at 100 miles, right?
Well, due to the laws of perspective and the way the eye works, like it's just how it
Yeah,
works.
but well, draw that out. Draw that out on
Okay, yeah.
orthographic
How
view.
about you
Show me
draw
how
me a
that
picture of
works.
a giraffe that's really an inch tall? How about that?
You just keep on rolling, but that's it.
How
Do you
tall?
believe? Do you
How
believe
tall
in
did you say the mountain
altimeters?
was, Left Lane?
Do you believe
You
in
know,
Sorry.
the problem with that logic is an explanation is that it's how we explain things, how it works on a flat, motionless plane since the beginning of time. But the difference is there's no evidence for a curved surface, ball Earth. That's the
Does
difference.
anyone believe in altimeters? Does anyone know how an altimeter works?
You're using pressure, using barometers. Hey, but real quick, Left Lane. How tall did you say the mountain was? At what distance?
The mountain was like 8,900 feet, and I was at like 4,500 feet, and it was, I think, like 78 miles was my measured distance to the mountain, or
Fair
60, yeah, something like that, 60 or 70 miles.
Thank you.
Does everyone believe that Kansas is flat?
In the geodetic sense of the word, or?
So if you drove around all over Kansas, like everywhere, with an altimeter, you would probably find that it doesn't deviate much from its level above sea level anywhere.
That's right.
Very, very, very slightly. And if that was the case, it would have on the outside of Kansas, where it stops being flat, it would have huge discrepancy in sea level.
Why do you say that?
Wouldn't that be the case?
Why do you say that?
It would be more like a plateau. It would be more like a tree stump, wouldn't it?
Oh, no, I don't think so. Like if you take a look at the Great Lakes, their level height above sea level on both sides, all sides are relatively the same, but that doesn't make them flat. That just means that they conform to the curve of the surface of the ball. So if Kansas is flat, as they say, it's not actually flat in the way you're thinking of it. It just conforms to the surface of the sphere.
Well, sphere though, like we haven't even established that there's any evidence for a sphere. Like you can't just jump there. You have to first say, here's the evidence for sphere, and that explain this is the explanation works, but it's flat. We all agree it's flat. You agree it's flat.
There's a lot of evidence, man. Have you ever seen the atlas and that they use longitude and latitude for angles? That's the coordinates that they use. They use two angles. Don't you find that odd?
Well, what would we consider evidence, right? I mean, I think that's a better question. Like, what can we accept as evidence? That's logical. What that works, right? How would we verify that an object is a sphere or is spherical or is curving?
I mean, like I was alluding to, you can use the coordinates that we use in the maps that we create and the way that we put points on the map, coordinates. We use spherical coordinates to pinpoint any position on the Earth.
But we don't think that is evidence of anything being a sphere.
Wake up.
Well, we have to agree on something. You know what I mean? All right, this is acceptable as evidence of a sphere, of a curved surface, Earth. I think actual like a photograph, right? Because it's a small radius. I think a photograph is the simplest form of evidence that most people would accept. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think images, good shots, high resolution, you can really see the curve
of the concave Earth.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that seems to be easy enough. Kosho, what do you think about that? Is that a good idea or no?
I think using pictures is cheating, kind of, in this game, because obviously if we use pictures, you can see the Earth is clearly a sphere. But like I said, that ruins the whole game. So
Great. We need a challenge. We need to make it challenging.
Hello, King Kosho.
Make them work for the truth. Eh?
I mean, if we're going to use pictures, we've got pictures from the ISS. We've got a picture from outer space showing the whole globe. We've got pictures.
Whistleblowers from Moderna, yeah, they exist.
But we should also have pictures from airplanes, from mountains, helicopters. 10-story buildings.
Wait,
Right? Because of the
Leflane, you got pictures from the ISS that show the whole Earth? Can you post them?
No, I
Do you
didn't say
got
that.
any picture of half the Earth being flat? Do you got any of those pictures? I would love to see one flat earther provide any picture of even half of the flat Earth. I would love that. I've been asking for that for years.
Why do you think you'd be able to see half of the Earth at one point in time?
Well, all our pictures of the Earth are about half of the Earth's sphere, because we're not going to be able to see the entire sphere of the Earth, because one side is going to be blocked off from being seen.
How far do you have to go to see half of the Earth, right? So you're saying half
The
of the
moon.
Earth, that would be the
Half
full.
of the sphere of the Earth is demonstrated in every picture taken from the ISS, from the moon, from outer space.
Cool. Leo,
showing
can you-
the sphere of the Earth.
Can you
Show
post
me
me a
one
picture from
picture.
the ISS
Show me
that
one
shows
picture.
half of the Earth?
Show me one picture of.
I'll
just
give you
one
$5.
picture. Show me just one
I'll
picture.
Apple pay you $5
half per
right
perfect.
There's a
now.
picture.
Bambo.
There's a
The
picture.
blue,
There's a picture
the
of
blue
the space.
marble and all those other pictures of the Earth being a sphere show half the sphere. Now show me a picture of just half of the flat
I'll
Earth.
give you $100 for an ISS picture of
I would
half
give
of the
you.
Earth.
I would give you $1 million if you could show me one picture
Yeah,
of
but
half of
Leo,
the flat Earth.
but Leo,
How high
you
the
have
Red Bull
Coriolis
jump?
insurance.
The Red Bull
I'm
jump
waiting.
was
I'm waiting.
128,000 feet, and we were only able to see one state. Was it Nevada or
New Mexico.
New Mexico? Right.
Okay,
I mean, that's
give
pretty
me a
high.
picture of half of the flat Earth.
I don't even know how much higher we can go. Like that's 128,000 feet. Like
It's like
gonna be tough. That's a challenge, eh?
that's like a centimeter, dude, on a globe. That's not shit.
Perfect. So
God
give me a picture of half the flat Earth. We can
Give me
show you.
your
You may
ISS.
reject.
Give me
You
that
may
ISS
reject it.
pic.
You may reject it, but we can show you pictures
You don't want
of
$100
half of the globe.
The
$100 wouldn't
globe
help
is
you
so
out, Leo.
small, though. The globe is so small though that at any height, even going up to your roof, I think you should be able to see some kind of shape conforming to the
Why are you
radius.
running away from showing me a picture of half of the flat Earth?
You're missing the point.
No, I'm not. I'm staying on point. You guys are dodging the point.
Okay, so
but
you have a
not.
picture
Show
of
me one
half the
picture.
Earth from the ISS,
Okay,
then,
you
right?
want me to show you a picture of the globe
Half
out of
the
many
Earth.
thousands of them.
Half
The
the
point
Earth
is
from the
ignoring
ISS.
the radius of the globe Earth. The
Dude,
point
there's
is
not-
that at 128,000 feet, the horizon is at eye level with the camera inside the pod. That's the point. It's flat.
I got a
No,
question.
the point is we can show you millions of pictures of the sphere of the half of the sphere of the Earth. Show me one
Millions?
picture, just one.
Millions?
Hey, yo,
Yeah,
show us
show
an
me just
ISS
one
image that's
picture
not
of the flat
that
Earth,
we can't
half of the
destroy
flat
in
Earth.
Photoshop. Hey, yo, do you have a picture from the ISS that we can't destroy in Photoshop for you, real quick?
Ethan, it's not
Just
even that.
show me
Just
one
show us
is
your
not high
favorite.
enough to
half
see
the
half
flat
of
Earth.
the Earth. So
Oh,
I'm
get your
curious.
panties in a bunch, bro. We want a picture that we can't rip apart in Photoshop. Go.
I want just a picture
We
of
don't
half
care
the
what you
flat
want,
Earth.
bro. You have to give us a picture.
I don't
first.
care. I came
How about
to
this?
the
You have to give us a
Earth.
picture,
millions.
or
You
else
image
it's
me
agreed. How
just
about this?
one picture of
You
half
have
the
to give
flat
us a
Earth.
picture. You
We
have to
have
give us a
millions.
picture, or else
Keep
it's
running.
agreed. You're
Keep
fucking
running.
retarded, dude.
Keep
How about
running.
this? You have to provide a picture,
Keep
or else you
running.
have to agree that you're fucking retarded, dude. Provide the picture, or
Keep
it's
running.
generally accepted that you're a fucking idiot. How about that?
Keep running. Keep running.
Ready, go. Ready, go. Oh, look.
Keep
Yo, it's
running.
not looking good for you, bud. You're looking more stupid every second. Where's your
Keep
picture, bro?
running.
Where's your picture? Or else it's
Where's your
agreed
picture of
you're a
half the flat
fucking
Earth?
idiot and don't belong in the conversation. Ready? Where's
I'm
your
sorry.
picture?
5 years
Where
I've
is
been
it, bud?
asking for
Where
this
is it,
picture,
bud?
and not one
So
picture has
you
been
agree?
produced.
Yeah, yo. So you agree you're a fucking idiot, right?
No, I don't agree with that.
Yeah, you have, because you didn't give us the picture, so therefore you agree that you're a fucking
and
idiot.
no flat earther has
Thank
ever
you.
produced a picture of
Thank
half
you,
the flat
bro.
Earth.
Thank you so much.
Hold on,
Give
calm
us a
down, people.
picture.
Calm down.
Proving you're
He's claiming
fucking
that.
wrong.
He's claiming.
Carlos, calm down.
Yeah, he's claiming that his video evidence or photo evidence of the half of the globe is obviously coming from either a satellite or the ISS. Well, I'd like to say that's not there. Can you give me evidence of a continuous footage of a rocket, continuous footage from Earth, and then docking with the ISS?
Can you
If
give
you
me
can't
one
do that, there's no
image of
evidence
half
that
of the
the
flat
rocket
Earth?
actually went to where you say it is.
So,
how
hold
come
on.
flat earthers run
You
away
want
from the
us to
question?
give you an image of the flat Earth?
Yeah, one image of even half of the
All
flat
right.
Earth.
Have you ever taken an image of the
Wait,
globe?
I got an image.
Hold on, now, Paul. Hold on.
I want to post it.
Hold on.
You guys are claiming this as
Hold
fact.
on, I asked you a question. I asked you
Yeah, and I've never been to the Great Wall of China, so I cannot verify it for myself. There you go.
But you're asking us for an image that you haven't even taken yourself.
Yo, that's Jem's
Hold
argument,
on.
you fucking
Hold on.
lame. Use somebody
Hold
else's
on.
argument.
Holy
you
shit.
fucking-
Isa, I don't want to mute you, Isa.
Pardon me.
All right. Leo, have you ever taken an image of half of the Earth?
I've never been to the Great Wall of China either.
No, that's not my question. Did I ask you about the Great Wall of China?
It's the same thing. I've never been there.
Okay. So we
Therefore, I
haven't
can't
so we
verify it.
haven't been up that high. So how are we gonna give you what you're asking? And especially we have no funding from the government.
Checkmate,
care.
atheist.
Checkmate, because there is no image of the Earth being flat, even half the Earth.
What would you consider an image of the
Hold on,
Earth being flat?
there is no picture of the Earth being a globe either.
Yeah, there
The
is.
only one picture that is supposed to be the only picture that the real picture is the one with the when people that were going to the moon, and that's the
72.
question.
That's not correct.
That is correct.
There's probably 1,000 pictures of the Earth.
There is pictures.
Yes.
I'll give you
$1
for
images
images
from
you
a
think
picture.
that are
Taken
out
from
there.
a camera.
From
Yes.
Where?
Yeah, we want one that you can't rip apart in Photoshop, or else you're retarded.
Kosho, do you think we have a
consider-
half of the Earth from the ISS? Do you think that's possible?
No, I don't.
All
do,
right.
you consider CCD sensors, like the ones in your cell phone or the one in a P900, to be a camera? These would be pictures, right? I consider
What do you mean?
CCD sensors, the sensors that are in your cell phone or in a P900 camera.
We want one without
those give you
layering
pictures,
that,
right?
that we can observe in Photoshop.
It's a
So give us
digital
one
image.
that you can't find the layering.
But it's not even the right scale. The Earth is way too small from the ISS. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson says, compared to the
I don't
beach
care about
balls.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
But
This
Leo has
was
millions of
my
pictures of
question
half
is,
of the Earth from the ISS, though. He has millions of them.
Neil deGrasse Tyson,
I said there are billions. I didn't say I
in
have them and I didn't take them. Just like
the
I've never
debate.
been to New York City, but that still exists.
Nobody said it didn't exist. Can you provide one image from the ISS of half of the Earth? Go.
Or else you're retarded.
Yeah.
How
how
about
much
you
do you pay for
provide
rent?
what I asked for first, and I'll look
How much
for
do
what
you pay
you
for
asked
rent,
for.
Leo? I'll pay
If
your
I'm
rent.
wrong, I'm wrong. So what?
I'll
I
pay
can
your rent
stand
next
by
month.
Kosho correcting me. So
Yeah,
what?
but Chris,
It has to be of a globe that has a radius of 3,959 miles, and not a super tiny one like you
How
see
can you
from the
tell that
ISS.
from a? How can you tell that from an image?
Because the distance to the ISS and the size of the Earth, the radius of the Earth, it should be a lot
How
bigger.
can I tell? Look, let's take, for example, the image of the Earth from the moon, or supposed image, okay? How can I tell the radius of the Earth by looking at that image?
Well, you take the distance and the radius of both objects, and you scale it. So you'll see that it should look like
If I
this.
don't know the
This is
radius, how
where
can I
you
take
are,
the radius?
how far. If you know the size and the distance of objects from where you're standing or where the objects are, then you know exactly how big they are in relation to each
Okay,
other.
Yeah,
Scale
if you know the size of the objects, you know the size of the object. I agree.
Yeah.
perfect.
That's
So
tautology.
if I don't know the size, if I don't know the size of the Earth, and I don't know the size of the moon, and I'm standing on the moon looking at the Earth, and I see it as a sphere, how do I get the radius by looking at the Earth from the moon?
You can't. That's the thing. You can't. Like if you don't know the distance to the object, to the moon,
I do
then
know
you
the
can't know the
distance that I
size of the
travel.
moon.
It's 250,000 miles.
Well, you don't know that. How was that distance even? Who measured it? You know what
I'm
I
just
mean?
saying,
So
if I travel to, this is a
any
hypothetical, if I travel to the moon and it's 250,000 miles away, and I look at the Earth from the moon, and all I know is that I traveled 250,000 miles, how do I determine the radius of the Earth by that number?
well, it should have been given. We are
That's a big
given the
if.
radius of the
That's a
moon.
big if. Just point out that
That,
big if right there. If you went to the
right,
moon business.
the radius of the Earth, and we are given a radius that's way too small for what we
But you
observe.
said you can know the radius of the Earth by looking at the Earth, and I'm giving you an example. I traveled to
I
the
didn't
moon.
say
I
that.
don't know the size of the moon, and I don't know the size of the Earth. I don't know
I'm
that
saying if
circumference,
you are
but I do
standing
know
on the
that I
moon,
traveled in this hypothetical. I know that I traveled to the moon, and it was
you cannot be standing on
250,000
the moon,
miles.
right? If
When
you're
I'm
on the
standing
moon,
on the moon,
you
looking at the
know
Earth, how
the
do I
size of the Earth.
determine the radius of the Earth just by that number?
Let me finish what I'm saying. Like, if you know the size of the moon, if you're on the moon, then you know the size of the moon and the size of the Earth and the distance between
No,
them
you don't.
because you're moving, right? If you're
You
on the
don't know the
ISS,
size of
then
the
you
moon
know
if you're just on the
the
moon.
ISS.
If I'm standing on the moon, I don't know the size of it because I haven't gone and done
The
measurements.
ability to fly to the moon, okay, means you've calculated the size of the moon because you know its mass and all these things that only God knows. I don't know how they did it, but that's the assumption. If you're on the moon, if you're on the ISS, then you know how far you are from the Earth and how big the Earth is and how big you are. So, but it's not matching up. And
That's
from
not
you look at
necessarily
photos
true.
on the ISS, it's way too small of an Earth.
I
If
can
it's supposed to be.
travel thousands of miles across the United States to a building I have no idea how tall it is and still reach that building and not know how tall it is. I don't need to know the size of the moon while I'm staying on the moon to look at the Earth.
Well, you'd have to know the size of the Earth and the distance
No,
from
I
where
wouldn't.
you.
You just
Yes, you
travel
did.
from the Earth to the moon and you get that distance.
Okay, fine, right? But we're told that the Earth is a certain size, but when we check the photos, it doesn't match up. That's the problem. They can show us anything they want, but if they don't match up with what we are being taught, the dimensions and the distance of things, then it's not real. Or either they're lying to us in school, right? And what they're showing us is real, or what they're showing us is false, and what they're teaching us in school, it doesn't match the real world. So we're being
Or you're
lied to.
doing it wrong. Did you ever consider you're doing it wrong?
Or yeah, which
Okay. How do you demonstrate that you've done it correctly? Why don't you start off by answering Lael's question? If you're 250,000 miles from Earth on the surface of the moon, how would you measure the diameter? I'll make it easy. How would you measure the diameter of the Earth from that distance?
That wasn't my question, though. If I just know the distance, I don't know the size of the Earth or the size of the moon, and I look at the Earth from the moon, how can I determine the radius of the moon or the Earth just from looking at the Earth?
you can't.
Exactly. So you can't tell me to go do that because I
But
can't do
that's a
that.
poor example
And it
because you're
doesn't
saying
matter whether the moon. It doesn't matter whether the moon's 5,000 miles away or 250,000 miles. It's the same thing.
so. So the question is, how do we know the size of the moon and how far away it is?
Well, because people have traveled to the moon.
Well,
I can tell you that we can
how in-
bounce radio waves off the moon, and I believe Dr. Bob has done that. I could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, Bob.
And didn't Kim Jong Un invent that haircut he's got going?
What does that have to do with him?
Well, like, you
The
know,
Earth's
I always think to
focus
myself, like,
determined it 2,300 years ago.
could you ever like consider that maybe you're like an uneducated North Korean? Have you ever considered that you might be an uneducated
North
North
Korean.
Korean potentially?
No.
Right. It shows. It really shows.
How does it show? Because you think I am? Great.
Well, no, you're just convinced about you're convinced about some hearsay from a third party political.
I do not say
right.
I was
And now here
convinced.
comes your right. And Kim Jong Un
And you're
invented that
convinced from a
haircut.
YouTube video that the Earth is flat.
And
So what's
Kim
your
Jong
point?
Un, hold on, just real. Kim Jong Un invented that haircut he's got, right?
Awesome. Perfect.
Right.
What
You
does that
might be
have
an
to do?
uneducated. You might be as smart as an uneducated North Korean did. Just let me know.
Sweet. Awesome. And you're
I'm glad you're
educated
proud.
enough
No,
to
I
look
get
at
it.
a
You're
YouTube
proud.
video
You're proud of your
convinced the Earth is flat.
proud of you. Well, no, I'm just saying you might be an uneducated.
The sad thing about it is he's still a lot smarter than you are.
Oh, that's a witty comeback. Very clever, and I loved your timing. That was really good.
And quite
And
true.
you're educated from
Yeah.
YouTube
No, it was
videos
really
and
witty
now
and clever.
the
You
Earth
guys,
is
I'll
flat.
tell you
So
what.
what's your point?
The originality is just brewing, like really
Hey,
over.
wait a minute. I'm less educated than. I'll admit
point
I'm
is
less
that the
educated
the
than some of
evidence that you're
most
presenting
Tell me
North
again about
Koreans.
how men can get pregnant. Yeah.
is not real. It's faked. It's all faked by
Ethan,
the government.
Ethan,
But I need to
if
present
I
you
agree to you that I'm less educated than the North Korean, what does that
There's no
say about
evidence
someone
you
who
went to the
watches a
moon.
Wow.
YouTube
What
video?
I love you guys' witty comebacks. Like,
Lisa, can I finish my statement? If I agree to you that I'm less educated than a North Korean, how stupid does someone have to be to watch a YouTube video and all of a sudden being convinced the Earth is flat?
You got him.
that's a good one. Again,
Got him.
clever. Did you write that one down? Were you like ready for that one? Did you have that written down?
No, I
that's
didn't
not
write
how
it
it
down. I
works.
thought of it off the top of my head. See,
You don't.
I can
I
deduce
doubt-
logical
I
arguments
doubt
like
it.
that all the time.
You want to know how easy it is to convince somebody the Earth's flat? All you have to do is show them Michelle Thaller videos as proofs of a ball Earth. And one of her examples is standing at the shore, take a
I
pair of
never once watched a
binoculars.
video to believe the Earth was
Take a pair of
sphere.
binoculars, and what do you see? You see boats going over the horizon because the Earth is curved. Okay? If that is true, then it would be impossible to falsify that in the sense that you would have physical feet and inches boundaries that would maintain true to the actual dimensions. But we have actually falsified the curvature calculation by changing optics and seeing way past the dimensions of the feet and inches values. So you can come up with whatever you want. The point is that's a really
And
easy way
how
to make
hard
somebody a
is
flat earther is if somebody understands math and you told that the observer's height is 1 foot above the surface of the Earth, and the horizon to your ball Earth, including refraction, is only 1.32 miles away, you'd have to be living on a cylinder. So you'd either have to be dumb and retarded, not to understand. You'd have to be dumb and retarded to. You'd have to be retarded and dumb to not understand that it's extremely. You'd have to be retarded and dumb to understand that that's extremely a short distance for what's called the horizon. But primarily, if you're going to lead a movement or a debate or grow it, I mean, obviously, if somebody's asked you what causes the apparent junction of the sky and ground, and you're going to say physical Earth curve, but then at the same breath say that you never actually see the actual geometrical curve of the Earth due to refraction, which actually is an apparent position due to optics and atmospheric conditions, you can really easily make a flat earther if you tell them the truth about what they see and just how tiny they actually are in reference to what the horizon is. If you do that to the average person and they actually get a perspective of their reality instead of a local sphere in their mind, yeah, you can make a lot of flat earthers for sure.
All the rhetoric for nothing.
Well, yeah, it's just based on two premises of what the horizon is, right? And if you introduce something like Bill Nye, the curvature model guy, he makes a curvature model.
Ask you a question.
Yeah, Bill Nye makes a curvature model.
If
I'm
I
just
am,
telling you, dude. If you
well,
present
quit
a
talking,
claim,
and I'm going to present a claim right now. If
so
I'm
do
in
you
a
understand? Bill
passage,
Nye made a curvature model of the Earth
I don't
and used
care.
the same
I don't care. That's
used
not
the
my
same
claim.
example
That's
as
not my
Michelle
claim.
Fowler of boats going over the horizon as proof
I
of
don't
Earth
care. It's
curvature.
not my claim.
Right? I'm not
My
saying it is
claim.
your claim. The
Okay, I'm
fact is
giving
that
you my claim now.
those claims were already set up. And if you have an observation that basically
Can I
shatters
say
that
something,
claim,
please?
which means that you see much farther than the apparent horizon position based on the mathematics, then there's something wrong here. Either the mathematics doesn't represent the model properly, which means the model's wrong because it doesn't match reality, or
Can
we're
you please
actually
stop
seeing
talking and
something
let
that
me
is
finish
we're
my
seeing
Why is he
something
claim?
still
that is
talking?
Data,
we're seeing
can you hear Lael?
yeah, I'm
Can you
almost
quit
finished, man. He
talking?
just keeps
No, I started
interrupting me, and
talking
then
and then you started talking over me,
Yeah, it
and
sounds
I'm
like
interrupting you because you're talking over me.
dude, you just keep whining and complaining. I'm
No,
not interested. You're
I don't
trying to
care.
project what my scenario was based on what
No,
I'm correcting
no,
you
I'm
and telling
sorry.
you.
No,
I'm telling you that this is
I'm
how, not whether you're interested in not making a flat earth. I'm just saying how you do so. And it's because you have people
I
like
don't
Bill Nye
care.
lying about optics to kids, saying this is proof for curvature, like 3 miles out. That's curvature of the earth. That's bullshit, dude.
I never
It's
said
been
that. Can,
doesn't
can,
matter.
can
It's
I
bullshit. So
can I
if
claim
you present
something
that,
here?
can I finish,
I want
please?
to present data. I
Yeah.
was in the
If
middle of presenting.
let me
I'm
finish,
going
dude.
to
I'm almost
present
done,
data,
and you
and
can
you
have the
interrupted
floor.
me.
You can have the floor
No,
when I'm done.
every time I start,
You
you
can
start
have the
interrupting.
floor when I'm done. Just let me finish, man. The point is that particular information's out there. If you have countering that claim, and you can use a mathematical situation, and you can do tests based on the dimensions mathematically, yeah, you can definitely turn people into flat earthers by debunking the present model's mathematic radius of 3,959 miles. That seems to be evidently true right now as we speak. So if you have a claim that is going to back up your model, then this is what you have to admit, that it's a geometric boundary and not an optical illusion.
A claim I'm going to make without being interrupted is this. If I'm flying in a passenger jet at 35,000 feet above the surface of the earth, at all times, the surface of the ground or water will be below that plane. Therefore, the horizon is also below the plane because by definition, the horizon is the junction between the ground or water and the sky.
Yeah, it's called an optical illusion, as I just stated.
Ground
The
is not an
horizon
optical
is,
illusion. It is actually there.
yeah, it's there, but the joining, the convergence is not. The appearance of positions of two objects coming together is only apparent. It's not really
But the
happening.
ground, yet the ground
So
is
when you
still
see
below the
that,
airplane.
and Matt, take that away, and you'll notice that it's actually just traveling straight away from you in parallel lines. But because your optics converges things, lights get converged into a point in a distance, vanishing line, refraction point, diffraction point, whatever you want to call it. There is a position of convergence there that is always present in optics. That means that it's traveling parallel. You add in 3D Euclidean space, and then you add in optics, 3D spatial
Yet the
optics
ground
into
and the
it.
water will always stay below the airplane. If not,
Yeah.
you have crashed.
Yeah, of course, it's an apparent position, right? But that's the point of the relationship to
But
light and
no,
the
the
angle of the
actual
eye,
position of the
is
airplane is
because,
always above the surface of the water or the ground.
yeah, and this is what you would
Always.
expect, and this is what you would expect on an extended planar surface
Or
with
the
optics,
surface of a globe.
which means the land would be below you, as you described, always and forever. Now,
It
the
would
only
also be that on a
Can I
globe.
just finish, dude? You keep interrupting me. So the land below you would always be in that position as described, always below the aircraft, except for optics and the angular relationship to the human eye and
When you
the
say except,
surrounding
you just
areas.
discounted everything you just said before
The
that.
ground appears to rise up into the neutral point, and what you would expect on a planar surface, being that you're really small and only can detect planar surfaces, is that when you elevated or change your elevation, the horizon would extend outward further based on, of course, the conditions of the weather. That's what you would expect on a planar surface with mountains, water, all below the plane. And due to optics and the convergence of light, you would see the ground apparently rise. That's what you would expect on a massive planar surface.
But the ground is not as.
Exactly, on why I call it an optical illusion, dude. And this is in your own model. The horizon is also considered an optical illusion, right? The problem is that you think your optical illusion is due to a physical ball. I'm saying it's due to the.
I'm saying it's physical. The water.
I do it's due to a small angular relationship to the person over a planar surface. That's in 3D Euclidean space with optics.
The water and the land are physical objects. So the surface of the sphere is a physical object.
Yeah, the apparent position, the optical position where the horizon is. There's no actual edge there, right? It's just an apparent position due to optics, right? For the land rising up into the neutral point.
Water and the physical land are physical things on the surface of a sphere.
Sure, yeah,
on the
of course,
of the
yeah.
Earth.
Yeah, you're a tiny little person, right? So that apparent position of what you claim to be a surface of a sphere is a presupposition. You understand? You call it a tangent to the plane because you're presupposing it's a sphere, with in reality it's an optical limitation and your relationship to your height above the surface of this planar body. It's planar everywhere, just like a map, for a reason. Two-dimensional because that's what's around you. You live in 3D space with depth and breadth, but in between that point is two-dimensional distance and elevation information. And so you want to operate in that system, then you add in optics, you get the apparent convergence of parallel lines converging. That's what is in present reality due to your small local position.
Blah, 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 rhetoric. And the ground.
That is what reality is due to your local small
surface of the sphere.
Yeah, due to your local small position, that is what reality is.
Hey, yo, we still want to see the bridge that's 28 miles long that looks flat, or that looks like a curvature, but isn't Soundly's, or else it's agreed that you guys are retarded, because you're looking pretty retarded right now.
Speaking from someone who was convinced the Earth was flat from a YouTube video.
Oh, it's so witty and
So
clever.
it wasn't a YouTube video, just so you know.
Yeah.
It was actually the argument. It was the argument of light, not through a YouTube video, but actually a physics paper that I downloaded from Library of Congress, and how they talked about the duality of light, wave, particle. And I was blown away with diffraction and convergence of light. It wasn't no YouTube video. It was actually studying optics, the Rayleigh criterion, diffraction, all of that stuff. And there's nobody teaching that stuff on YouTube. In regards to the apparent, if you analyze a hallway picture where the ground appears to rise up and the ceiling appears to come in, there's nobody discussing that optical illusion and the function of mathematics. It was only because when Flat Earth came out that argument came, or eventually the mathematics was attempted through that process. But prior to that, nobody was talking about that stuff, man.
Wait. I have to ask you a question. Are you a flat earther, bending light?
It doesn't matter what I'm at. What do you care what I think?
I'm just curious.
Why do you use that term?
Flat earther?
Oh, I thought you said flurf.
No.
Oh. Carry on.
I mean, it's fine if he doesn't want to engage. I'm just curious.
Oh, well. Did he leave? What does it matter? At the end of the day, are you hung up on a globe or a flat Earth? Does it have to be either one?
It doesn't have to be either one at all.
Okay.
Let me ask you, Charlie. How were you convinced?
How was I convinced? I was convinced on many different layers, and I can go over each layer if you want. I have before in the past, so that might be a little boring for some of the people here.
You mean like the Photoshop layers that we find in all the pictures from space? Carry on.
Real quick, Charlie.
That's hilarious.
I got a serious.
That was quick and witty. I know. I just thought of it. So good.
I got a serious question for you, Charlie.
Hold on, Jeremy. Let me just finish with this with Charlie. I mean, because he just said that, because you're watching in some YouTube video. So, did you watch it in a video? Read it in a book?
That wasn't me, you moron.
I know I wasn't you, Charlie, but I was referring to, but he left. So I wanted to continue the conversation. I didn't say any names, man.
He called moron. He said
So it wasn't a for you. I almost want to ask you because they're saying that because you saw it in a YouTube video, therefore you were convinced. Where did you see the globe at? In books, in
several
video,
places, right?
book and video.
Several more. Those two are definitely there, but more than that, yeah.
So because you read it in a book, saw it in a video, what was the other? Just quick. You don't have to go through in depth.
So other people whose trust I have verified on separate topics. There's also there's also other factors, right? Like I'm sure you know, or at least other people here know.
You used to say, because there's
first
you said there's a video.
I'm an engineer. I actually work on satellite.
I was recanting what you're saying. So you said one was videos, the other one was on a book, the other one was hearsay, and then
he's like, yo, I gave an astronaut a hand job once, so I know.
Now the next one is what now?
I'm a software engineer. I work for a satellites communications company. I've actually probed RF communications with satellites directly.
Made him finish.
Right. So
made the astronaut finish, bro.
So then you program something into some computer.
When you get your signal.
So you program. Hold on.
Sounds a little too close to home, doesn't it?
Jeremy's after me. Isaac, come down. I know you like the hand jobs, but. So the next one was that you created a software. He created a software, which after you create the software, you have nothing else to do with the thing.
What?
Meaning you didn't.
What did you just say?
In other words, after you created the software.
What did you just say?
You just heard what I said. I'm repeating it. After you create the software.
After I create the software.
Right. You say you were a programmer, so you.
No, I said no. You're clearly not listening. I said I'm a software engineer.
Okay, so you created a program. You wrote some code.
Hold on, sir. Do you know the difference?
I am a software engineer, bud. Calm down.
I very much doubt that.
Yes, I am. You engineer software. You're not the coder. You're not the developer.
I very.
You're not a developer.
He definitely jerked off an astronaut.
What do you think? What
really, Elbow TV? What kind of systems do you work on? If you're a software engineer,
I'm a C# developer. I'm a software engineer, and I also do mobile devices.
You're a C# developer. Okay, can you explain to me what polymorphism is?
Yes, polymorphism.
What? Google it quickly. Go. Google it.
I don't have to.
Google it. I'm making time for you. You got like 5 more seconds.
Okay, will you shut up?
Definitely jerked off an astronaut.
Well, this is
the probing that happens in space stays in space.
Oh, Jesus
right,
Christ.
so he wants to continue talking because he doesn't want me to speak about it. So object-oriented programming has polymorphism, which a software is like.
Yeah. You got enough time to Google it. Congratulations.
No, I don't, bud.
Yeah, bro, you waited like fucking 20 seconds.
Dude, I've been doing this for 16 years, bro.
Bro, C# even exists for 16 years?
Don't prove yourself to this ass clown.
Actually,
don't prove yourself to this.
I got something real, guys.
Hold on.
When was C# invented?
Date? I don't have to fucking give you the date, dude.
It has existed for 16 years. It has.
What's going on here?
All right. He's trying to test me, so fine. I'll give him a little thing. I am a software engineer, bro. So chill out, bro. Calm down.
You're great. You're a software engineer. Excellent.
Right. So
what do you do with C#? I'm curious.
Gosh, I'm not going to be going into details, dude.
Why not? I mean, do you write games for Unity? That's what a lot of people do.
You're not giving him a job interview.
That's useless. Okay. So you wrote a software, bro, or you help engineer software. You got a developer to write the code, whatever. Now, after that, you did not send that satellite to space.
Hold on. Tell me.
I am going to mute you, buddy.
Yeah, Charlie, I'm just going to temporarily mute you if you interrupt, man. You can't run game like that right now. You can't just do that to the room. It's a tactic, and also trying to quiz him on questions, like it's trying to avoid the actual topic. Just stick to the information, dude. Just go ahead, Elbow.
So, in other words, first you did the video, then you did the books, or either books then video. Then it was hearsay. And then you work for a company that you wrote or engineer some software, right? So you engineer the program so somebody could write it or whatever. But after that, you didn't send that thing to space, right? That was hands off. You could probably get data, and that could be simulated data. You wouldn't know the difference. So again, where in this is the actual validation for you? How did you get convinced?
All right, am I going to get muted if I respond to that question, Gio?
You can respond. I'm gonna be quiet all the way.
Do I have to do the whole dialogue tree or just the question he's asking me?
Dude, just
Gio.
asking not to.
Come on, man, because I got something big after this.
Excellent. All right. So
So you're not
here's-
going to be. You're the only time we mute is if you're interrupting. So if you're not interrupting, you're good, man. Go ahead. It's your time. You got the floor.
Excellent. So what I have done is I've written software that manages the physical layer of ground networks. Okay. So like I have personally been on site, programmed these pieces of software, or excuse me, these pieces of hardware that have big ass radio antennas pointing up in the sky, where the alignment has to be extremely specific, not just the antenna alignment, but also what frequencies these things are tuned to listen to. Like everything has to be fucking exact, right? And I have done this from multiple ground stations.
All right, so you don't even do the things for the.
So you're pointing at a satellite that ain't moving?
Hold on. So you don't
Dude,
even.
I'm
so
next,
you're not even.
bro.
So you're not even programming the satellite stuff. You're doing this stuff for just the things that are pointing to something in the sky. So you have no idea what's up there.
So we actually do have components that run on the actual payload. Call
Yeah,
it a
but
payload.
you're not the one doing the software for that, are you?
No, I do. I contribute to it. I've written tools which go on it.
Oh, well, please.
All right. Anyways, that's enough. So your conviction, your the way you got it is still just secondhand, right? Okay.
We've all been indoctrinated for Earth from birth about the globe. He had the same shit we did. You know how it happened.
Elbow TV.
No. All right, go ahead.
Elbow TV.
Please.
Can you tell me within the next 15 seconds what the difference in time complexity is between merge sort and insertion sort?
Don't answer his questions, Elbow.
Yeah, dude, it's not pop quiz time. It's random just to be pop quizzing. It's like a tactic.
Yeah.
Like instead of avoiding the conversation, you're trying to like do some kind of test of what you think someone else knows or what you know.
That's called impeaching, Gio.
Did you want to respond to the actual thing? Like, do you have any way to actually validate the signals? Because you're claiming that the satellites are real, and then you were claiming some method. Originally, this thing started, I remember you saying that there was a way that you think that you've confirmed that the satellites are what you think they are, and then now you're just going off and asking random questions. So do you want to
Gio,
actually...
Can I address your accusation that I'm just asking random irrelevant questions? Do I have your permission, oh great Gio, with the muzzle?
Yes, please. I don't have a long time.
Okay.
The why you being a dick?
So Elbow TV has made
it's that you're obfuscating from the discussion to try to go into a pop quiz to do a gotcha and then do some ridicule.
I'm more than happy to go back to the discussion, but for you to accuse me that it's totally unrelated, I think is either disingenuous or you don't understand what I'm doing here. Let me try to explain to you what I'm doing.
Offer the information rather than doing pop quizzes. Just go ahead.
No, because I need you to understand what it is that I'm doing. Okay, I'm impeaching Elbow TV. He has made a claim that he has expertise in areas that are sort of relevant to what it is that we're talking about. Okay, so when I ask questions like the ones that I have, then I demonstrate to the rest of the room that he actually doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, and that is absolutely relevant to the discussion.
Hey, when you pointed up to the sky, would you point?
But anyway,
would you point?
now that I've said that, hold on. Now that I've said that, now that I've said that, I will continue to.
That's not the topic of this
the original
live stream, right? But the topic of this live stream is not you're going to expose what you think someone knows. That's not what this is, and try to make someone look stupid. It's a panel show, so you can about an actual topic, something actually being exchanged. If we were all here to hear you quiz someone and then laugh that you think they don't know something, I guess that would be what we do. That's not what this is.
Question real quick.
Yo,
Charlie, what's the circumference of the Earth?
So Gio, do you think that's a relevant question?
Hold on. Yeah, it is. What's the circumference of the Earth, real quick?
Gio, do you think that's a relevant question?
It's a fucking flat Earth server, dude.
Oh, okay. So questions about.
All right. Do you know the answer?
I do have to answer.
How about this? Let's just hold on. Let's just say I'm just.
So what is it?
So hold on. So if you don't
So
know
it's
the
like
circumference,
2 times pi times what, like
circumference of the Earth, and you have to Google
6,000 kilometers.
Right?
Is that
Did
right?
you have to Google it? Does that mean you're a fraud?
No, now I'm googling it.
Yeah, now you are
I'm
because
curious
you
to
have
see if
to.
I got it right. What's the
Right. So,
radius of
are
the
you a
Earth?
fraud?
Radius,
Why would you question people smarter than you about the shape of the Earth?
radius of Earth.
Why
No,
would
I
you
got it right.
question people?
I got it right.
Why would you question people smarter than you? I already know that.
They're
So
not
why
smarter
would
than me.
you
I gave you the
question-
right answer.
Right. I'm just saying. Like, right. So like you're trying to. I'm just trying to pull what you did to Elbow, even though Elbow is probably well aware of the answer. Like you're well aware of the answer of the fucking shape of the Earth, or you know what I mean? The
Well,
circumference.
you know that I'm well aware of the
Show the
answer
same-
because I gave it to you.
Well,
right?
that's what I'm trying to lend you some credibility, bro. What I'm saying you is that, like, in the same sense, like, because you had to go Google it, right, and didn't maybe know it.
I did not Google it. I gave you the answer right away. I said 2 times pi times 6,000
This shit is
kilometers.
remedial. This guy knows Einstein
All
and
right,
shit. We're wasting time.
Fair enough, but yeah, I think
Charlie.
carry to the point.
Personally, I agree with you. Personally, I think these questions. I think that quizzing
Okay,
somebody who
I got
claims to
something
have
good
knowledge
for
in an
you.
area is extremely relevant, right? But apparently,
Okay, I got
big
something
old
good,
Lord
Charlie.
Geo here with the muzzle in hand doesn't think so.
Bro, you only get interrupted if you only get muted if you're interrupting people crazy and you were. So it wasn't. Listen to me. Listen.
Yeah, and you got muted for
When they
10
u-
seconds for interrupting someone. There's no muzzles
Yeah.
going.
When you're
When they
you're
use-
actively trying to steer the direction in a direction that you don't like me steering it.
No, we're
I
keeping
consider
it
that-
on
yes,
top-
I consider
no,
that
I'm
to be a form of censorship.
No, it's just keeping it on topic and not derailed by.
Hey, yo, you know what though? I will say to your credit, Charlie, I like your line of thought.
Dude,
I like your
I saw, man. He's Gio was speaking. You just stumble all over him, bro. Calm down, man.
Yeah, I got a question for
We got
Charlie.
like 2 minutes, guys.
It's
No,
all right.
not
Well,
your
just
time.
let
I
Issa.
was-
It's all right. Just let Issa. Go ahead, Issa.
No, it's just not Issa. Jeremy was next.
Hold on.
No,
Pass
Jeremy was
the mic
next.
over to me, bro. Don't be mad about it. What do you call it? What I'm saying is, like, you know, that I agree with Charlie's perspective and the idea of, like, hey, if you're gonna, like, you know, it's like anyone coming in and questioning these stuff. Like, we have the right to ask some cursory questions, but if you're gonna try to, like, delve into it and change the topic, that's what Gio's doing, and that's what we don't like. To the credit of Charlie, like, I think you're right. Like, you should, like, well, wait a minute, consider the source. What are you talking about? Like, I respect that line of questioning. It's just going too far with it, bro. That's all.
I
no,
promise
I mean
you
that was
that whenever I
objectively
do that-
not relevant, though. That was like from another technical person's perspective. Like specific questions about C# coding is irrelevant to your how you're algorithmically receiving data and sending data.
I
Right, it's
promise
too
you,
technical.
Isa, I promise you that whenever I do that, I will always go back to the question that was asked just before that. I am not trying to
But
avoid it.
regardless, that's still like a red herring. And
So let's just go.
beside the
No,
point,
let's.
bro.
I was accused that I'm
Issa.
subverting. So let's go back to it, right? Let's go back to the original question. Because Isa accused me that I'm just dodging, and I'm full will to talk about it right now.
But
I think
we moved on
Jeremy had
already.
Jeremy had a
Jeremy
question.
had another question that was more in depth. I just
Okay.
wanted to know. My question was was for the other guy, but what you were on, I wanted to see how you got convinced that the Earth was a globe. That was it. It had nothing to do with your skill level or what you do. It was just to see how did you get convinced. Like they were trying to make fun of Issa, saying, "Oh, yo, because you watched a couple of YouTube videos, yada yada yada." But that was not the only case of reason why they turned into a flat earther. But anyways, Jeremy had a bigger question. Jeremy,
And Einstein's field equations. When they used Einsteinian math, the math for Einstein gave us for how the orbits work, did they have to have Mercury as a massless object for Einstein's math to work for the perihelion part of the orbit of Mercury?
I wouldn't think so, but I don't know. I know that GR was confirmed. One of the things that confirmed GR being correct is exactly the orbit of Mercury, right? Because Newtonian mechanics actually predicts its orbit to be slightly different than what it actually is.
Would mass be relevant to the perihelion orbit of Mercury?
Would mass be relevant?
Does anyone have the post that Witsit was posting earlier about Mercury?
I don't know. I think it might not be. Just like how all objects, for example, fall at the same rate because they, regardless of their mass on Earth, right?
What if it had
I don't know
zero
that for a
mass?
fact. I don't know. I wouldn't be
Okay.
surprised if I'm wrong.
If it had zero mass, it would definitely have an effect on orbit, right? Because there wouldn't be an orbit. Does anyone have the paper that Witz had earlier?
So the orbit of objects, okay, isn't a result of their own mass. It's a result of their path in space-time as a like from other masses around them.
Or if you have an object with zero mass, is it going to orbit anything?
Yes, it could. Absolutely.
With zero mass?
Yes.
How's an orbit work with zero mass?
For example, a photon, which has zero rest mass, right? Or it can orbit, for example, a black hole. Absolutely. Because it's not the mass of the photon that's has it being attracted to the black hole. It's its path through space-time, which forms a geodesic.
So you're telling me you can have an orbit? Well, photons have mass.
They have zero rest mass. If you mean relativistic mass, then I agree with you. But
I know they have
typically,
no rest mass, but if they didn't have
typically
any
when
mass,
people, Jeremy, I was talking, okay?
Yeah, my bad.
Typically when physicists talk about mass and they say mass, they mean rest mass, right? If you're using a different definition for mass, I'm glad to use your definition, but that's not the mainstream definition for mass.
Oh, what is the mainstream definition for mass?
Rest mass.
Dude, if a photon didn't have mass, you would just say it has no mass. You wouldn't say it has no rest mass. Obviously, that's something different than mass.
I agree. People say it has no mass because what they mean is rest mass.
I understand that.
Relativistic mass, right? Mass.
So
I'm sorry, but if you Google, do photons have mass? Almost all answers will say no, right? But again, this is a semantic difference. It's okay for somebody to define mass as relativistic mass. All the math works out. In fact, in Feynman's lectures, right, whenever he says mass, he actually means relativistic mass, not rest mass. In modern physics, when they say mass, they mean rest mass, which is not relativistic mass. But they're not. Nobody's wrong here. They're just using a different definition.
When you say relativistic mass, do you mean invariant mass?
No, invariant mass is the same thing as rest mass.
So photons have mass then, right?
They have relativistic mass. They don't have rest mass.
And do they have regular mass?
Again, Jeremy, you did this yesterday as well. Like, you keep getting hung up on semantic arguments. Like,
I'm not getting hung up on semantic
can have
arguments.
different definitions for words, dude. Like, usually when I talk about mass, I mean rest mass, invariant mass. Clearly, when you're talking about mass, you mean relativistic mass. I'm telling you, photons have no rest mass.
Okay, but do they have regular mass?
Jeremy, it depends on what you mean by regular mass. If you mean relativistic mass, they do have relativistic mass. If you mean rest mass or invariant mass, no, they don't have mass.
Dude, so you're telling me you can have an orbit with something that doesn't have mass?
Absolutely.
Well, what causes orbits?
It is
He told you it was the bending and warping of space time.
Yeah, I already answered it.
Which creates a geodesic, blah blah blah, which is a nice story, but
so from the point of view of the object, it's moving in a quote unquote straight line, right? Or at least in a path that's as straight as possible. That's what a geodesic is. When you have curved spacetime, for example, around a black hole, and you draw a line, that line will create a circle. That's what an orbit is.
Yeah, but what would cause something to follow a geodesic or a path in space time?
Conservation of momentum.
Okay, is that relative to mass or related to mass at all whatsoever?
I don't think so. No, I mean, I guess in some ways, but it's not affected.
So let's say we have like
mass there.
Yeah, like a massless thing, right?
Uh-huh.
So, well, I guess we couldn't use a photon for my example because it would have to be traveling, and thus it would actually have a mass when it's moving.
Well, photons travel, and they don't have mass.
They don't have mass when they're in motion?
Photons don't have mass.
I thought they had mass when it came to motion.
So if you're thinking about relativistic mass, then they do have mass, right? But if we're talking about the usual definition for mass, which is invariant mass, then no, they don't have mass.
I understand that. So can you explain relativistic mass?
Sure. So
because I think that's pertinent.
Sure. So you know E equals mc squared, right?
Yep.
Okay. Photons clearly have energy.
Mm-hmm.
So in the m of E equals mc squared, photons clearly have m.
Correct.
Yeah, that's relativistic mass. It's mass that depends on, for example, the kinetic energy of an object. So in relativistic mass, if you have a baseball and you throw it, that baseball actually has more mass than when it was at rest.
Right.
All right, real quick.
Okay.
Does a photon have momentum?
Yes.
What's the formula for momentum?
There are two. There's the classical one, which is the one that involves mass, and there is another one that involves it involves something else, but it's not. It does not involve mass.
Okay, listen. Can you just find out for me? Do me a favor. Find out if they had to use Mercury's mass as 0 for the perihelion part of its orbit.
I
or
already
whatever.
answered this, Jeremy. I said I don't know. I'm not familiar with it.
I know. I'm asking you to just, if you can, like, find out and get back to me.
No, I don't. I won't.
Yeah, that's your
You're
homework.
now
What do you
you're
mean?
now Jeremy's favorite Glober, so you got a lot of work
That's your
ahead.
homework.
Okay, I found the formula for momentum of a photon. Right? It's
P equals mv.
Planck's
We know
constant.
the formula for momentum.
It's Planck's constant times its wavelength. Well, you're clearly
it's
wrong
P-
about that.
P equals mv is the formula for momentum.
That's the
That's
Newtonian.
the classical formula for momentum.
So that formula is wrong.
No.
Shit with momentum doesn't.
Oh God.
Planck's constant Planck's constant divided by the wavelength gives the momentum.
No, you're wrong. It's Planck's constant times the wavelength.
No, you're thinking about the energy. The energy of the
No,
photon is
you're
Planck's
thinking about
constant
the
times
energy.
frequency. The energy is Planck's constant times frequency. The momentum is Planck's constant divided by wavelength.
Oh yeah, you're.
The use of imaginary numbers in Einstein's paper to explain the motion of Mercury is a violation of the mathematical rule that states that physical solutions must be real numbers, and they assumed a massless path in addition to that.
The energy of a photon. Yes, you're right. You're correct, Flatcats. You're correct. It is Planck's constant divided by the wavelength. Yes.
You're welcome.
Imagine having to make up like the fact that Mercury was like took a massless path, and then actually turning around and touting it as proof of relativity.
There's if you want to ask me like is there a problem with massless things orbiting other
Is
things?
Mercury massless?
No, there's not. As far as I'm aware, no.
So then it's just your math doesn't work.
Okay.
That sucks. Why would you tout it as proof of GR?
I don't know what it is you're talking about. Like
It's because it was a
I already
propaganda
told you that I don't
script.
know about this particular
What's the
example
pay-
of Mercury
what's it-
having no mass.
I already
What's
dropped
it
both the
post-
papers.
And it's in a live stream text, my guy.
Yeah.
Hold on, Witsit. What is the problem with massless objects orbiting massive objects?
Is Mercury massless?
Okay, I'm not talking about Mercury.
But
Listen
that's
to my
that's what I'm talking about.
Listen to my question.
No, your question's a diversion.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't know what it is you guys are talking about, right? I'm not interested in like
All right, listen
spending
carefully,
5
man.
minutes, researching something such that I can debate it with people that have known about it for far longer than I have.
No,
okay?
you just you do you care about making yourself like intellectually embarrassing yourself and repeating propaganda narratives such as that's what helped validate general relativity was its ability to explain the motion of Mercury compared to Newtonian dynamics. You
Yes.
just keep saying that, but then in reality, you wouldn't want to know that what you're saying is actually objectively and provably demonstrably wrong. And you should
I
probably
don't think you
stop
know
saying
enough
it.
GR to know what you're talking about.
Okay, so you just admitted you didn't know if they had to treat Mercury as a massless path.
I would imagine that if what you're saying is true, then it's probably a simplification that does not affect the result anyway.
No, it's the only way you could get it to work. My guy.
Why don't you crunch the numbers with the actual mass of Mercury and see what you come up with, Charlie?
Hold on. So I have a question, and maybe somebody who's smarter than me here can answer this question. So if you have a supermassive black hole, and you have a photon, and then you have like a brick, and the brick and the photon start with the same position and same velocity. Okay.
What if Superman has two
The
girlfriends?
photon and the brick follow the same path.
A priest, a leprechaun, and a unicorn walk into a bar.
I think the answer is yes, which is why I'm telling you that I don't think it matters whether or not they consider Mercury to have mass in their calculations.
Forget about that.
It literally doesn't change the path of Mercury.
All right. That was something I was
Yo,
going
you
to
don't
a
even
coach earlier.
understand it.
Focus on this. Focus on Witzett's argument here. This is something else.
This is, I don't know why you think it's not related. It's exactly the answer to Witzett's argument, right?
No, it's not.
If it's an application to the math, then I don't see a problem with them assuming in their calculations Mercury has no mass.
So you agree you can't actually treat Mercury as having mass and can't come up with the proper dynamical mathematical formula?
It depends on what it is that you're trying to calculate. If you're trying to calculate the orbit of other objects around Mercury, then it probably matters that Mercury has mass. If you're trying to calculate the orbit of Mercury itself, I don't see how it's needed to have Mercury's mass.
Wow. You didn't know that when one mass orbits another mass, it's based on the relationship of mass.
Witsit.
You disagree?
You're missing the point. You're missing the point.
If I'm on Earth, right? If I'm on Earth and I have a 10-ton piece of concrete next to me, and they both get raised like 10 feet up in the air, which one accelerates faster?
What does that have to do with Mercury allegedly having mass?
I'm trying to show you that the amount of mass of an object does not influence its acceleration in the presence of another more massive, orders of magnitude more massive body.
Really, is the force act on it proportionate to its mass?
Correct. But what happens when you bring out?
Thank you for catching up. Okay.
What happens when you What happens when you divide by the mass on both sides? Witsit.
What happens when you make the mass zero?
The acceleration is the same, which is why a feather and a brick fall at the same acceleration here on Earth.
Wow. What happens when the mass is zero?
Witsit, are you not listening to what I said?
Are you not listening?
It's gang.
Are you claiming Mercury is a massless particle?
I'm obviously not claiming that. I'm saying
that would be stupid, huh?
I'm saying that the calculation for orbits or for Mercury's orbit is the same regardless of the value of mass that you put into Mercury.
Are you saying that, okay, so if I have a way bigger mass, is it going to orbit around the sun the same?
That's exactly what what I've been trying to tell you.
So all masses orbit the sun the same?
If they start with the same velocity, yes.
That's how you get the velocity, dude. It moves through the geodesic of space-time based on the mass relationship and has said velocity relative to distance.
Oh, no, you're incorrect about that.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. You're absolutely incorrect about that.
So space-time doesn't cause the direction of motion.
It absolutely causes the direction of motion, but it doesn't cause the direction of motion for the object itself.
What's going in the direction of motion?
Like a point particle isn't going to self-warp space-time around it to influence its own path.
Why are you talking about pseudoscientific fairy tales again? Why do you always divert away to point particle or some other type of pseudoscience? A point particle, you mean like has no volume or shape? You mean pseudoscience? You mean made up just pseudoscience? So can we talk about the actual claim on the table, which is that GR allegedly is verified by its ability to quote unquote predict the Mercury stellar?
I'm not familiar with the math as to how that was verified. I'm not going to lie and say that I know it, but I do.
I'm letting you know.
I am aware of the claim that it does because I haven't done the calculation myself.
Will you look at the 2-page paper I dropped?
Will I look at the?
I dropped 2 of them, and it explains your belief to you. So you should stop saying that.
Where did you?
It doesn't work. Actually, I just read it to you, right? The use of imaginary numbers in Einstein's paper to explain the motion of Mercury is a violation of the mathematical rule that states that physical solutions must be real numbers. In physics, it is typically expected that the solutions to equations that describe physical...
You link me the paper. I need to read it.
No, this is a screenshot from what's it called? Chat GPT. It just makes it even more hilarious because we ran it by that AI, Chat GPT. And this is what it said. which it was obvious anyway, obviously. You can't have imaginary numbers and then bases that share those imaginary numbers and then claim that it explains and details actual physical phenomena. That's ridiculous. You need real numbers for that.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Anyway, then in addition to that, they had to treat it as a massless path.
Okay, can you give me this is not a peer-reviewed paper.
Oh, so you can't address the actual argument?
Well, I haven't had enough time to read it.
Okay,
This sort of research requires time that I don't have right now.
See, like it doesn't matter if it's peer-reviewed or not. If Einstein used a massless path, it doesn't matter who tells you about it.
No, I've explained to you many a time that it actually doesn't matter what the specific value of the mass is for its path in space-time. It just doesn't.
Wow, really?
Yeah, because
Okay,
gravity
what equation do we use for that?
because gravity is not a force, dude.
Oh, you're telling me, man.
Yeah, I'm telling you because you made the statement earlier that doesn't the force formula for gravity depend on mass?
Does space-time bend and warp relative to mass?
Yes, it does.
So then the mass is directly relative to, or directly relevant when it comes to
mass
orbit.
of the other objects around the object that you're trying to track its position.
What?
You have ball A and you have ball B. The trajectory of ball A is set by, if ball B is much more massive than ball A, by ball B.
Yeah,
Ball B
based
is
on the
much-
relationship of mass.
No, dude, that's not that's not Jesus Christ. That's not true. That's just
Really?
not how
So
it
if I
works.
move
Yes.
the Earth to the same distance as Mercury, it'd have the exact same orbit?
If they have the exact same velocity and yeah.
Well, what sets the velocity?
What sets the velocity? I don't know. Like,
So stupid, dude. You gotta have mass to get the motion, the direction of motion, which then gives you velocity relative to distance.
sure thing, dude.
It's a sure thing, dude. So if you want to actually address that you used imaginary numbers to supposedly describe real phenomena.
Where did I use imaginary
Again, the use of imaginary numbers in Einstein's paper to explain the motion of Mercury is a violation of the mathematical rule that states that physical solutions must be real numbers.
First of all, I didn't use imaginary numbers. I didn't do the derivation. All right. Second
But
of all,
you just
absolutely not.
touted about it. Like you touted it as
I wasn't done talking.
You just
There's-
bragged about it though. Just
Witsit,
take it back.
Witsit, I wasn't done talking. Okay, you're gonna have to be a big boy now.
Yeah, and you need to admit you're
So,
wrong and be a big boy.
Witsit, you're gonna have to stop talking and let me talk. Okay. There is nothing wrong with using imaginary numbers to do calculations. They have been
Oh,
shown
man.
many a time to produce accurate descriptions of reality.
Why you got to straw man me? I said you can't use imaginary numbers for calculations. Oh, I didn't say that. So I'll just say it again. So the use of imaginary numbers in Einstein's paper to explain the motion of Mercury is a violation of the mathematical rule that states that physical solutions must be real numbers. You disagree with the mathematical rule? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I do.
Yikes. Okay.
There are plenty of physical systems which have observables, which are represented by complex quantities.
Wow, you mean distribution probabilities?
Not just that.
Well, that's pretty much the main thing you could possibly be talking about.
No. Classical
When you say not just that,
were you not aware that classical electromagnetism has complex numbers in it?
you can't say just that because it's not just that because it doesn't work like that. Like whenever we talk about distribution, we're not talking about a specific physical location. We're talking about probability. It's going to be in a certain area or volume. It's completely irrelevant.
Witsit, are you familiar that classical electrodynamics uses complex numbers just fine?
What,
Everybody's freaking out about it.
what does that have to do with complex numbers? Does it use imaginary numbers and for what specifically?
Okay, what do you think complex numbers are?
Hey, what specifically do you use imaginary numbers for? That was the question.
What do you think complex numbers are?
What do I think they are?
Yes.
They're your fairy tale numbers that you use to fix stuff.
Okay, so you understand that complex numbers include imaginary numbers, right? It's just
Okay.
a version of them. Okay.
Yeah, there's
So
a
you're
good
asking-
example. Can I talk real quick?
Are you saying that they're identical? Because you would be wrong.
No, that I didn't say they're identical, right?
Okay, so I asked a
said-
specific question. Then
I-
instead of you
I'm
talking about
trying-
complex numbers,
I'm
how about you
trying-
actually?
I'm trying to tell you an example in real physics where complex numbers represent real quantities that we observe, right? For example, anything that oscillates, any sort of AC circuits when we're trying to calculate impedance, Okay.
We don't
What
use imaginary numbers.
What?
We use imaginary numbers for circuits. Is that your claim?
Yes, we do for AC
Oh.
currents. Absolutely.
Imaginary numbers.
Yes.
Okay.
Complex numbers.
Why? Explain. No, stop conflating the two.
If we use complex numbers, we by necessity use imaginary numbers because imaginary numbers are included in complex numbers. Are you not aware of this?
Can I
Are you
jump in
saying
here
it
real quick?
backwards?
Can I
What?
jump in here real quick? So
Yeah.
a
You're
very
saying
good
it backwards.
example where both real and imaginary components of for numbers apply in the real physical world is when you're dealing with refraction, refractive index, complex refractive index. The real term represents it's analogous to the speed of light in the medium. The imaginary component, however, is representative of the decay factor, the decay coefficient.
Yep. Any sort of resonant circuit, for example, that
cares?
has a decay has that as an imaginary component.
Do you not
Can you give me an
understand
example?
that it's not real? Do you understand that it's that means it's not real? It's not like accurately defining a physical phenomena.
It absolutely is. You know what you're
How
talking
so?
about with it.
There's no negative.
How so?
Are you not okay? Are you denying that complex numbers are used in AC circuits to calculate?
No, I'm asking you, how is that a specific denotation of a physical reality? That's what I'm asking.
Because the impedance of an AC circuit is a physical, real thing.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
sorry you don't understand this.
So there's negative impedance, bro.
What?
So is there negative impedance?
Is there negative impedance?
Yeah, you're saying that, dude. You're lost.
What's it? The impedance of, for example, an inductor, for anybody here that doesn't know, is I, the imaginary number, times the angular frequency, times L, the farads of the inductor, right? If you have multiple in series, then you just add them up. But that number includes the imaginary number, dude. Like, I don't know how you, like, it's fine if you didn't know this, but to say it with such arrogance that it's not...
You know what an imaginary number is, bro?
Yeah, dude.
Complex number has some real in it, though. This is what he doesn't understand. Like the base of your relativity is imaginary numbers, though.
No, that's not the base. It's a component of it. No, it's
Okay.
not. You could have impedances that are purely imaginary, dude. You could have you could have the real part set to 0, and you have an impedance that's purely imaginary.
So what's real in the Mercury perihelion math then? What's real?
Okay, well, you're diverted. You're changing the subject, right? I need you to agree, right, that imaginary quantities represent real observable effects in real life.
Well, not like directly physical and verifiable. Like when you talk about like probability distributions, I don't care about that. Like, oh, you can take about 377.
I'm not talking. Stop.
You can say there's 377 ohms impedance.
I'm gonna bring you back.
Stop interrupting me, bro.
I'm
You're
gonna bring you
afraid to
back.
hear me say what I'm gonna say.
Why are you running away from the example of AC
You're the
circuits?
one that keeps interrupting. How could I be
Clearly-
running away?
Which clearly use imaginary numbers as like a basis of real observable effects. Why are you running away from that?
Observable effects of what exactly?
Of, for example, impedance in AC circuits.
Okay,
I've
impedance
already
of what?
told it. So, okay, are you familiar with resistance?
Yes.
Okay, resistance is a concept that only really, strictly speaking, applies to DC circuits. When you have an AC
Is there
current,
negative resistance now,
when
bro?
you have an AC current, which is like a current whose voltage goes up and down sinusoidally, right? Then the generalization of that concept is called impedance, and it includes not only the real ohms of resistors, but it also includes capacitors and inductors, and those have imaginary components in them.
That's just in the wave equation, though, bro. That's not having nothing to do with the physicality of the resistance or the freaking impedance, dude.
It absolutely does. If you have a
Oh.
circuit that only has, for example, inductors in series, then the impedance of the circuit is purely imaginary.
Impedance is a generalized idea of resistance, but
Yes.
a little different.
For
Yeah, I know. Like you think there's 377 ohms
and it can be purely imaginary.
Yeah, cool. So
That
our
doesn't mean it's not
conceptual.
real.
How's that have to do? What have to do with you can't
It's not
use
conceptual.
real
That's a real observable effect.
that we can physically verify?
Yes.
Yeah, that's my point.
That
You
we
can
can,
based on the
can
fucking-
physically verify, right?
That's just based on position, nothing else, bro. The imaginary number in that is based on the position of the fucking and where it is in the wave. That's all theoretical anyway. The wave shit. Not that I don't agree with it, but
what's it? Can you Google what the impedance of an inductor is, please?
No.
Of course.
Well, of course, you're distracting away from the fact that you
Why are
have to
you
make
why are you
imaginary
running away
numbers
from
and
this?
massless path to make your bullshit religion work. And
Why
that
are you running away? Why are you running away? No, no, no.
stupid.
You made a claim that
Are you
all
interrupting every
imaginary
time?
numbers, like imaginary numbers, do not represent like real observable effects, right? I'm giving you
Yeah,
an
probably.
clear example of what they
Physical
do.
effect.
Yes, physical. The impedance of like circuits is a real physically measurable effect. So I ask you again, Witsit, and I will let you Google it. Give me the formula for the impedance of an inductor.
No.
Bro, you once again, Austin, he's just using the placement and the wave as the imaginary number, bro. That has nothing to do with the physicality of it.
What do you mean by the placement of the wave?
The position of the wave. The fucking above
mean
or
the
below.
position?
Above or below, whatever you want to call it, bro.
That's not what that is. You're talking about the amplitude, but that has nothing to do.
Bro, you're just trying to act all tricky, and dude, you know what I'm talking about.
No, dude, I got a degree in this shit, dude. I said already that I work in RF.
And you should absolutely know what I'm talking about. Okay, then where is the imaginary aspect? Where's the imaginary number? it's in the wave, right?
I want
In
to
the
know
wave,
what's
right?
the negative aspect of impedance.
It's difficult to know what you're talking about if you're talking gibberish, right? Regardless of my credentials.
What's like the negative aspect of impedance of a circuit?
I don't know what you mean by that. What do you mean by the negative aspect of it?
Like specifically, what is the imaginary number representing?
See, he won't answer because it's in the wave function. It's in the wave function, and that's it.
It's a concept called reactance. So, right.
Okay.
So circuits have this property, real physically measurable property called reactance, right?
Okay.
Which so based on this number of impedance, right? You have a certain amount of energy that's radiated away as heat, and that's the real part of impedance. And you have a certain amount which is sort of oscillated back and forth within the circuit. You can think of it as like if you're on an exercise
Up or down, like I said, up or down. He says back or forth.
If you're like on an exercise bike, right, and you're like working out on it, and it's attached to a flywheel, and you stop spinning it, the wheel will continue going because you put energy into it, right? And
So it's
even though
not
you're
physically
powering
back or forth, though, right?
It's not. Shut the fuck up, Jesus Christ,
bro! You just said you told me I was stupid for saying up and down, and you just said back and forth. Same shit, dude.
Gio, why are you enforcing the rules only against me, but not against other people who
You're
are?
the one that's interrupted me like 7 times, dude. Why would you cry about moderation right now? You interrupt me every time.
Yeah, if it gets out of line, I'll step in, but don't worry about it.
Why are you enforcing the rules only against me, but not when other people interrupt me?
Stop whining, dude. Make your point.
Why are you telling me to stop whining? Like you can't. Why are you asymmetrically applying the rules? That's fucked up.
Oh,
Yeah,
why
it's
are you
not
interrupting you right now.
It's not the case, and like we shouldn't have to defend that anyways on the live stream because Brian was just muted a minute ago for 5 seconds as well for interrupting. So what you're saying is just patently false. Yeah, I mean, we prefer not to have to like constantly mute people, and obviously, I mean, Charlie, you've been interrupting nonstop. If everyone could just try to, let people finish, and I know it gets heated, but I think we could all probably try to just do that. Be good.
What was your question, Witsit?
Oh, yeah. So that violates a rule, right? Like a mathematical rule that states physical solutions must be real numbers.
I accept no rule.
And you just claim that there's like these imaginary numbers representing this fairy tale idea.
Yeah, he's like, do as thou wilt. I'll make up what I
Mercury
want.
takes a massless path. It's just funny.
Okay, you're running away from the case that I've clearly showed you a physical system that has as an answer imaginary numbers that represent real verifiable things. So again, Witsit, I'm going to ask you, what is the formula for the impedance of an inductor?
I don't know.
Okay, well it's on the chat right now. See that J times omega times L? That J is I, the imaginary number. The only reason they call it J in the case of circuits is because I is typically reserved for current.
He said you could do it for calculations. He was talking about other things, bro.
Well, that's a cool story, right? But so like to pretend that general relativity is explaining Mercury is incorrect because you had to make up imaginary numbers and a massless path just to make the math like somehow jive together.
What's it? But I've already demonstrated to you that the presence of imaginary numbers in a real physical system is not a problem. Why do you keep running away from that point?
Well, you say that, but this idea of resistance, like, so we have, like, for example, we have free space impedance, 377 ohms. Right? So what are we actually measuring there?
Sure. So you're measuring an impedance, which only has a real component. It
How
has
do you do
no
that? How do you
imaginary
measure an impedance?
You run an AC current through it. Well, I mean, I know how to do it in like an electrical circuit. I'm not sure how you would do it on like air, right? But in the context of an electrical circuit, right? You get like, I believe that there are some ohm meters that can even do this, where you could just probe it on both sides, and it'll give you an impedance. It'll give you like a real resistance, which is in ohms, and the imaginary part, which I actually think is also in ohms, but that's called the reactance. And the sum of both of them is called the impedance.
It's the idea of like this. It's like storage of energy.
No. It's like how difficult it is. It represents how difficult it is for an AC current to pass through the circuit.
Why?
Right, but the electricity
what makes
is
it
still
difficult?
real, though. The electricity is still real.
Yeah, I get it. But what makes it? What gets in its way?
I don't know. I mean,
okay, so that's why it's imaginary, because it's made up fill in the gap bullshit.
What? No, that's so. Hold on. Are you telling me because I don't know the details off the top of my head of the underlying mechanism for impedance that therefore it's not real?
No, you don't know it. Period. Your paradigm doesn't know it. Period. Objectively.
No, the paradigm does know it. I just don't know it off the top of my head. It absolutely.
How do you know it knows it then?
Because I remember learning it. I've just forgotten it since.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I do.
Okay, you can't. So
give me
you're
a few
bringing this
minutes.
up.
I'll look it up. Like this isn't the problem.
I already have.
Okay, then why are you asking me?
Because you don't know about it.
Right, but
You're
what is it that you are trying to demonstrate by showing that I don't know it off the top of my head?
It's just an idea. It's just an idea of basically like.
It's just an idea because I can't think of it off the top of my head.
No, because of what it actually represents, which is like the idea that there's something else.
He's explaining what it is, dipshit. Listen.
Yeah. Say you're flying a kite into the wind. The wind's a real thing. Okay. Now take away the wind, you still have this impedance concept. So it's just a fill-in number. This is objective.
What's it? The fact that I can't remember ideas.
I just told you what it was.
Doesn't mean that the idea is
He
not.
just told you what it was, bro. He's just telling you it's like whatever it is, it's gonna have natural like potential drop over distance or something like that. So they calculate what the potential impedance is gonna be because of distance or because of wherever the fucking thing's going, right?
Yeah, they don't actually like.
Right.
The whole idea.
It's like, you know what it's like? It's like accounting. You're gonna have like you can't have -2 apples, right? But you can from an accounting point. And that's real world stuff, but -2 doesn't really exist, right? Kind of a thing. I mean, I don't know if that makes it. I don't know if that makes it easier, but
What's it? Is reactance in an electrical circuit a real thing?
Yeah, is there a reaction? Yeah.
No. That's you didn't hear my question. Is reactance in electrical circuits a real thing?
You mean the concept of reaction?
No. Reactance, not reaction.
That's what that is. It's about resistivity.
No, it's not the same thing.
Yes,
Reactance means
yes,
a very specific thing.
Yeah, it's about resistivity in a circuit.
I mean, it's not really resistivity in a circuit. It's in
a
a
lack
very
of resistivity. Yes, it is.
It's in a
That's what
very
it is.
specific concept. Reactance in an electrical circuit is the opposition presented to AC current by inductance and capacitances.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the effect of inductance
they are
and capacitance. Exactly.
And they are measured in imaginary units, dude.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because it's just a concept of a reaction, effectively, which is based on the inductance or capacitance. So
Right,
the
and
effect,
that's a real thing.
Like the effect of capacitance. You know what capacitance is? It's like ability to store electricity. You have like a threshold of capacitance, okay? And then you have a discharge, right? Yeah, because it's based on the resistivity of it.
Nope, you don't store electricity. You're wrong about that. You store charge.
See, just because you want to play some semantical bullshit.
yeah, dude,
They're very different
dude.
concepts.
You haven't even proven that you Well, you're just dancing around everything right now, and it's annoying, dude.
Yeah, so it's just like it's a concept. The problem is that this math is being used to supposedly explain the concept, and you factored in like just random other concepts like mathematical fixes in there. That's what happened. And then you guys claim that it's actually verified.
All I'm trying to show is that your claim that if a mathematical answer has an imaginary unit in it to describe a real physical thing, then that violates some sort of law in math, which some random guy from a random university in Thailand made
Hey, bro, look at it like this. I was just thinking of it like this. Look, you can't really have -2 apples, right? That's not really what happens to apples, right? But you could, but what you could have is like an accounting process for apples. And therefore, when you sold those 2 apples, therefore, in your accounting, in your calculations, there's going to be a -2 apples.
Right, and that's what I was saying earlier.
We're saying that totally makes sense, and we accept that. The problem is that there's really no such thing as like -2 apples. It's a useful.
But they're using the
concept.
negative, bro, just for the position of the wave and in the wave, basically the sinusoidal wave, like he's saying, like it's basically could be a spin, and they're calculating it as a wave. So it's above the flat line or below it, right? So they're only using it as a position. It's not really part of the physical. Anything physical in the equation? I mean, it's just part of the equation. It doesn't represent anything physical.
Yet, man. We're not there yet, dude. Like, you know what I mean? The first thing is we just have to understand that we understand, and please stop implying that the people over here don't understand.
Basically, this is let me explain to you. We have resistance. We have resistivity. Just like I say, he keeps saying no to everything I say. Everything I'm saying is just correct. Okay, so you have resistivity, right? And then you have the current trying to flow against that resistance, right? Okay, and then we have a concept for to represent the net reaction or effect based on the current and then the resistance to that current.
It's not what reactance is. You're wrong. Reacting is as totally similar, but not the same effect as resistance.
No, I didn't say it was resistant. I said it's the effect of resistance to the current.
It's specifically in the context of AC currents to
flowing against the
inductors and
resistance.
capacitors. This stuff doesn't exist for DC, dude.
Dude, completely non sequitur. So the current going against the resistance is what you get for reactance. That's what reactance is.
No, AC current.
See, you just keep on not addressing the point.
It matters. But you say the current against the resistance reactance. No, that's wrong.
Yeah, I've been saying the same thing the whole time, and it's still correct. This is what's so funny. You're going to have to respond to the actual point. So we'll say AC current, it going against resistance. That current goes against resistance. The net effect is reactance.
Nope.
Yes.
Nope. It is not against resistance. It is against inductance and capacitance. Not resistance. The real part is resistance.
Okay,
the imaginary part is reactance.
A resistance.
Jesus Christ.
How do you understand that?
How do you not understand
how you
that?
get inductance and capacitance. That's what determines the thresholds of capacitance.
No, it doesn't, dude.
Yes, it does.
Okay. No, it doesn't. Explain to me what inductance is.
Explain to you what inductance is.
Yes.
This is where we get into I disagree with every single one of the subcategories that you believe define these things.
Well, Charlie's favorite game is
reducing a current from one coil to another.
For the terms that are typically accepted,
it explains itself, bro. Inductance. You're reducing a current.
For you to say a current against a resistance, that's what reactance is. It's just flat out wrong. It's just wrong, dude. That's not what it is. I told you many times it is AC current reacting to inductance and capacitance. That's what it is. Not resistance.
Causes resistance, buddy.
Oh, Jesus.
You clown.
So anyways,
the
conversation has reached...
Did I just start dropping like links or something?
Well, the conversation has reached its aphelion because it's so far away from what the initial conversation was.
Yeah,
now it's semantical arguments about electrical circuits.
Well, he's just trying to find a way to say that like it somehow is physical reality, so he can explain away and handwave dismiss the mercury problem.
He's getting hung up with the Wikipedia. It's the because it says the non-resistive component of impedance.
Okay, that's right. So that's based on how resistant
And
it
that's
is.
why he's saying like there's no resistance. It's non-resistant.
It's non-resistant. The
Yeah, but
resistant
it's
part,
part of the same.
part
It's
is
part of
real
the same circuit, though, man.
It's about
if you're just talking about
impedance, bro.
inductance,
There's impedance though.
I mean, barely.
But that's the point, though. That's what it is.
Right. It's just it's an like almost like an aspect of impedance. So it's like an inevitable, but it's removing the concept of resistance. Fucking, I don't know, man. This is funny.
Like, do you guys, when you say these things, like, do you actually think that you're convincing like anybody here?
We
Like,
don't give a
you know
shit.
what you're
Dude.
talking
How
about?
about that? We don't give a shit.
Look in the mirror and ask that question.
That's evident.
All right, watch this. So he's saying it has nothing to do with resistance, and he's just objectively wrong. So he said it has to do with induction. So now I've had to go over here and look it up. Inductance is the resistance of a circuit element to changes in current. Okay, so inductance is the resistance of a circuit to a current.
No,
it's not.
No, what's it? Inductance. It is the effect of an electrical component to
Jump from one coil to another.
Resistance to change in current.
Are you being serious right now?
Wait, so are you gonna say because I use the same word
That would be amplification,
that I
bro.
mean the
Hey,
same
bro.
thing as a
Hey, yo,
resistor,
just
as
to
in
be
like
clear,
a resistor?
that
Is that
would
where
be
you're gonna say?
What I'm reading here, it says inductance is the tendency of an electrical conductor to oppose a charge in electrical current flowing through it.
Also known as resisting it.
Nope, that's not what resistance is.
What?
Resistance means a very specific
Opposing a
thing.
charge. Opposing a charge would be what?
You can't
If it says
stop
an
overloading
inductance is a
terms.
tendency. If inductance is a tendency of an electrical conductor to oppose a charge in an electric current flowing through it, then what does oppose mean? Would oppose
Dude,
mean
resistance
resist?
is a measure of the
Overloading.
opposition
You're overloading
to current
terms
flow.
here. You're overloading
Resistance
terms
is
here.
the measure of the opposition to current flow in an
You're
electrical
overloading terms here, and you know that you're doing it.
No,
you can't just
you're
change definition
being
of
a
words
sophist.
to determine that you're right.
No, everything I've said was right. I said that resistance is the measure of opposition. That's what this says word for word. What a coincidence. Every time I say something, I then go read it, says it, and you just say, I'm reading it straight from sources, and you're saying
You're
no.
right. You're right, Witsit. If you want to redefine resistance so that it now means two things in this context, then
What?
you're right. Yeah.
I'm not redefining anything. Like,
Yes, you are.
You said resistance has nothing to do with like the opposition.
Yeah, it doesn't. But then now, if you're dropping a new definition for resistance in this context, then sure, you're right. But you know what? We can play that game anytime, right? Resistance means a very specific things in circuits, and you know it. Anybody here has ever
define electrical resistance. It says electrical resistance is a measure of the opposition to current flow in an electrical circuit. That's literally what it says.
Wait, could you oppose Ohm's law without any resistance, bro? No, I'm just kidding.
Gotcha.
Okay. Anyway. So, and the truth of the matter is because you guys are afraid to acknowledge that there's an ether, which is actually physical. And coming up with a character for it would be interesting because really we're just trying to describe characteristics of the ether. When we say stuff like 377 ohms, like, okay, ohms of what? What's resisting the electric and magnetic constant in free space? So you don't actually understand the implications of what, mind you brought up. So anyway, we can get back to how you had to make up fairy tales about Mercury, and then people come and spew and regurgitate the propaganda mantras about how actually that proved general relativity. That's what I'm calling you out for. Anyway. I should read more of what the chat GPT had to say. You guys know what that is, right?
Yeah.
You get stuff wrong all the time.
Yeah, whatever you can do to dismiss. I'm not even saying that it does or doesn't, but it's funny. It's definitely funny.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, I didn't ask it this question to take it word as definitive truth. The math speaks for itself. You see, they're not even trying to defend, like even trying to correct it or defend it or the math itself. They're trying to defend like the justification. They're trying to justify using it instead of fighting like to correct me, saying that the math uses these things. They're just trying to justify using those things.
I don't even know if they're trying to do that. I feel like it's just trying to get like diverted into some sort of semantical argument, not even actually addressing it at all.
No, this shit is straight up tactical. Fucking, I love it though because it's just word game, fun stuff, and you're so good at it, Whit, man. I fucking salute you, dude. Yeah, they come in with this like. You ever heard of the Alice in Wonderland technique? You guys familiar with that?
I got to take a call real fast.
Yeah.
Does it have to do with the rabbit hole?
Teach me. Like yeah, it's like a technique that like the CIA use and like all these groups, and it's like how to like bombard people and like kind of bamboozle and like and like it's like they try to excite a certain state in somebody, and it's called the Alice in Wonderland technique. And it's just but it's like because they can never be wrong and you can never be right. And then once they gang up and there's like one or two of them that chime in whenever they come in with their stupid fucking points, then they try to make it seem as though like the intelligentsia of like the grown-ups are like like again they bring in that equation of they're never wrong and you're never right, and try to kind of impose that. And that's why it's like it's somewhat lunacy to argue with these people because they're never going to concede. But in reality, by their non-concessions, that's why we're winning. And that's why, like I've pointed out before, Rupert Sheldrake said ideas are often spread by the enemies of those ideas. And then, like it's sometimes it's so weird how comical it is, how blatantly fucking full of shit. You know what I mean? Like they make themselves appear, and you don't know it, and it kind of works in our favor if you know how. But at the same time, it also is interesting. I find the wordsmithing and the argument fun. I don't know. That's what I'm here for. That's why you can't take. I don't take it. And shout out to everybody here. Like, I hope if I offend you, like, please don't take anything too personal because, like, I'm just here to shit talk and have fun, man. I don't know. It's like what a fucking luxury to talk about the shape of the earth. Like I don't know. It's just like what a luxury for us. We shouldn't be too upset about it. Like it's a privileged conversation if you're like arguing with somebody about the shape of the earth and not like what you're trying to eat for the night.
Like it's not really a life and death situation, but you can
Yeah,
think
man,
of it. But you can think of it as a life and death situation.
Right, there you go. And that's the problem is, dude, the problem is that like flat earthers do and globers do. Like anyone takes this like position too hard. It took me a long time to realize it's not the hill to die on. You know what I mean? But at the same time, it's like when people are going to be blatantly wrong about what physics says or what seems and appears fucking obvious, and you want to challenge yourself and challenge others, this is how we do it, right? Fucking right. It's fun. And you get more educated and you get, I don't know. I like to hear the lame comebacks that the ballers always inevitably fucking throw back. They're like, "Nuh-uh, you're stupid." That's why the best comeback ever is "No, you're a gyroscope." Because I think like the idea of like God is real, the Earth is flat, you don't know what the fuck about anything is just too much for some people, right? Like flat Earth is a fucking trip, man. And it all comes down to a philosophical position at the end of the day. That's what I think is so interesting about it. Like either you're going to live like you're mold on a rock or you're going to believe that the earth, moon, and stars were put there for you. You know, you're either a king or a slave. I don't fucking know, man. How about them apples, Charlie?
He's debriefing.
What was it? Getting a debriefing?
Yeah, I said he's debriefing.
Right. I like our Charlie or our Maxwell Chikumbutsu song.
I'm working.
Right on.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how you could possibly land on the moon, bro.
Dude, Maxwell Chikumbutsu. He's gonna do it. I love Maxwell Chikumbutsu. He's from Zimbabwe. He's got a TV running on RV. Oh, Maxwell Chikumbutsu. He's a little more efficient than NASA because you can prove what he does. Oh, Maxwell Chikumbutsu. Yeah, we were making shit up the other day. Maxwell Chikumbutsu. He's the guy they're saying is like pulling fucking electricity out of the air. And he's got a TV and a helicopter. Got a TV and a helicopter. Flying off electricity in the air. He's a little more efficient. Werner von Braun and NASA up there. Oh, Maxwell Chikumbutsu. He's from Zimbabwe. Maxwell Chikumbutsu. Doing it our way. Oh, Maxwell Chikumbutsu.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fucking right. Yeah, man.
I thought you were saying Maxwell Chikumbutsu, but it's Chikabutsu.
Yeah.
The last Chikabutsu.
Chikumbutsu.
He's they got him on that Thrive movement tag here, which is kind of an interesting thing because that I think the guy's Proctor is his last name. That's kind of like a suspicious, possibly controlled opposition, or too cool and too accepted at the same time for some reason.
Well,
You heard of Thrive?
Well, the thing is like I haven't verified what he like. The thing is, regardless of who the fuck the guy is, the idea is, what if he's running electricity right off the fucking air? That's his claim. And now I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying, like, regardless of the politics, you know. And I've heard he's been like someone's tried to kill him and shit and all this crazy shit. He's on the run. But fucking, he made a TV and made a helicopter. That's what I've seen video of. I don't know how serious it is. What I always try to remind the ballers that come in here and doubt Maxwell is that they should have the same fucking skepticism about NASA. But anyway, Maxwell Chicken Bootsy, baby. Maxwell Chicabutsu. He's the guy with the helicopter making fucking electricity out of thin air. Go on home, angry globe, go on home. Ain't you got no fucking home of your own? For 400 years we'll fight you without fears. And we'll fight you for 400 more. And if you stay, angry baller, if you stay, you know, flat earth is what you say. If you think it's funny that Einstein was a dummy, I'll show you the moon landing was staged. Go on home, angry globe, go on home. What the fuck's Van Allen belts if not a dome? For 400 years we'll fight you without fear. Fight you for 400 more. Oh man, what are the lyrics on that fucking song? Go on home, angry globe, go on home. Ain't you got no fucking home of your own? 400 years, fight you without. We'll fight you for 400 more.
I'm trying to think of the other verse, but I can't think of it either.
I know it's like, oh, that's right. And if you rage, angry baller, if you rage, don't you know that most of us have been on planes? That's what it is. So if you think it's funny that Einstein was a dummy, I'll show you the moon landing was staged. Go on home, angry globe, go on home. Don't you? The fuck's Van Allen belts if not a dome? And forgive me if anyone wants to talk, just fucking talking. I feel like
I always like to hear you play.
in the way.
Definitely, I'm cool with that. I'd make suggestions if anyone wants to hear more. I just have a little musical interlude. I don't know. Charlie's around still. Charlie might have. Did Charlie leave? Did Glover go home? Nope, he's still here. That's a good one. I like that one.
What's that?
I like that one. Play that one.
She walks among us. Even tell you there'll be sunshine again. She take
the food right from your plate. She'll steal the crumbs that you wanna save. She'll take your moon and your stars away. So many miles away, trillions of miles. She'll take your moon and your stars away. She thinks about all this going round. Clicked on it, an opportunity. Need another with some mystery. Down the road to misery. Leave a little bit of fantasy, because that's really what it seems like to me. She'll take your moon and your stars away. So many miles, so many miles away, trillions of miles. She'll take your moon and your stars away. And when she thinks about I just go round. And when your baby looks so nice, that even want to come and ask your price. When you're lost on the avenue of broken dreams and attitudes, they'll even want to change your face. And at that point, baby, what's left to fake? She'll take your moon and your stars with your eyes. So many miles. She'll take your moon and your stars away. Not today. You never get my moon and my stars. No, no, no. Not today. You never get my moon and my stars away.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Good
that
job.
the interpretation of that, I think I talked to you about it once before. I was trying to see if my ideas of what you were talking about. It's kind of like your stars. Like she is the flat Earth, right? In a way, for this discussion.
I don't know, man. It's hard for me to explain my songs, man. I can't, there's a lot of fucking,
Yeah.
I don't know.
You don't have to. I was just trying. That's just kind of how I always thought about it.
I'll leave that up to you, man, for real. But I fucking love you.
Right. Yeah. It's better that way, maybe. But yeah, so many miles away. So many. Don't take my moon and my stars away.
Yeah, I always think of it like just like a little bit. You know the deal. Just it's like women and like NASA. They'll take your stars and take them away, man. You just gotta watch your shit.
Right.
Take everything.
Are you saying women are like NASA?
I'm saying some of them. Am I wrong?
Brilliant. I'm on board. Consider me a fan.
Right on board. Roger. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Those are the ones you want to avoid, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. Avoid the ones that are spending $69 million a year or a day. Sorry, whatever that ridiculous number is.
Right.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
Spending.
How about this? If you let them, they will spend $19 billion a year.
Oh yeah. Just give him the fucking credit card. That's all you got to do, man.
That's funny.
Yeah, you should make more songs that are like that. That's pretty cool. But I kind of feel like you need more like words besides that.
Oh, he's got a whole playlist of lots of songs with lots of words, bro. He's like back in the
I'm
day.
sure.
Have you ever heard "Welcome to the Show"? It's kind of like
No.
the theme song in a way for, I think, for Flat Earth, because at the time, especially because it was like, we don't know what's going on here. Like, we're part of the show. We're not paid to be part of the show, and we don't know who out here is maybe being paid to be part of the show and what the show's all about. But it's definitely a show because this is a crazy thing that's going on here with.
Right.
And how could you not be interested in that? I mean, it automatically becomes the most interesting thing by default, I'd imagine, for anybody that's paying attention.
Yeah, that's cool.
The idea that the ballers are here just defending what they think is like so obvious, that just the idea that they would have to be here
Like I would
defend it.
I would respect them so much more if they at least like saw the validity in the claims that we make. But then, like,
Right?
that's why the best of the ballers, that's really how they do it. Is they're like, that seems totally legit. I just see it this way, and that's like commendable. I can respect that. Like, you know what I mean? It's the idea that they downplay what our arguments are in certain regards. Like, when they have like wide open holes in their own game and they don't recognize it. That's the.
Yeah.
But then again, it's
Not
like you're
too
banging
many
your
of
head.
them.
You're banging your head up against the wall talking to these people, in my opinion. And that's
A
why
lot of
It's
them, yeah.
kicking a dead horse.
that too,
Yeah.
really. Like this was done years ago. It's like this is like watching like I always feel like it's like an anime or like like some martial arts like like the sword cut already happened and now you're just watching like the body cut into half as it
Oh yeah.
falls and like
The
it's like a
aftermath.
slow-mo dramatic that's what's happening though. Like the death blow's already been made. It's just this falling apart thing that we're witnessing.
Mm-hmm. There's new arguments that I mean, we're getting down to a lot of the particulars. It's not like the same old rehashed arguments over and over again, in my opinion. Even though that happens, and few and far between are the ballers that will actually say we have a point. I can see why you think that, but there's not too many. I mean, maybe Kosha will say something close to that. I can't think of too many that are actually like very reasonable. To be honest.
Not in here, at least.
Yeah. Right.
I mean, let's just be
it's
honest.
because it's a house of cards. That's why. Once you give an inch, you might have to give an inch again, and then all of a sudden you got a foot, and then we got a foot in the door. They can't let a foot in the door, otherwise the whole house of cards comes.
But
That's
honestly,
how it's designed.
But honestly, like, give respect where respect is due, and we can't give any respect because none respect has been. They haven't earned it yet. Flat out.
Right. Yeah, that's true. There has to be a give and take, and there's not too much of that. But I mean, we are trying to pull the card out. But once we pull one card out, the cards fall, and I think they realize that.
It's a double-edged sword.
Well, I think they plan on using it against us. That's the problem. I mean, we're kind of serving them in the long. They're going to absorb Flat Earth and make it into their own little Flat Earth, and we're going to probably hate it even worse than just being the few that figured it out and talking amongst ourselves. If they end up absorbing it and then they start defining it with a bunch of new pseudoscience and psyops that go along with that, then what are we going to do? Still be arguing with them.
Yeah, I've said for a long time, man, originality is the weapon. That's the thing, is they're always late. Just remember that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's just they're always late, and they're always like they're the problem is they have a parade of masses that are like zombies, but at the same time they're I don't know. It's like in a way it's like the intellectual like they can't kill an idea, and that's the thing.
Well, you can't
Well,
expect
they don't want
food.
to.
You can't expect food when you're late to the barbecue.
Look at it like this, right? Like right now, like it's like Jon Stewart just came out. I guess it's like like thinking about like reconsidering like the last 2 years, if you will, right? And it's like everyone's like, "You're late, dickhead." Like you just lost so much respect because you're so late on a topic you should have been vocal about when it mattered. And that's where like they're tools for like leading. Like the problem with any idea of collectivism. This is why there's a great book called by Hannah Arendt called it's called On Revolution, and it just talks about any kind of movement ever is just like you just said, going to be absorbed by the powers that be. There will be a revolution, which means that inevitably you're going to revolve back to the same fucking situation you're in of like tyranny. That's why like he who would kill the tyrant, he who would crush the tyrant's head, will be the tyrant in his stead. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like that philosophy needs to be understood in order to really approach the problem properly. But at the same time, like, originality is always what it is. It's one like they've said, culture is downstream or upstream from politics.
Well, what do you mean by late? That the Glovers are late? Like, can you give
Like, what'll
anything
happen?
specific?
Well, like, think of it like wearing a Misfits shirt. Okay, like it used to be pretty edgy a while, like a while back, long term. You know what I mean? To wear a Misfits shirt and it was like, oh shit, like, oh shit. Now it's in the hot topic, and it's not cool anymore to wear a
Right.
Misfit shirt. That's what I mean.
I don't think he was talking about
And you
Glovers
guys,
being
and the
late.
thing is,
He was
and I
talking
don't mean
about
just, and also left lane,
yeah.
man. I hope you don't like we were jibing earlier. It's like I don't mean nothing personal against you, man. Like whatever. Just so you know that, like I actually think you're fucking awesome. But
when I said you were fucking retarded, I didn't fucking mean it. Okay.
well, I say it in jest, right? That's you know what I mean. And I would hope that you could call me fucking retarded. I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? Like I'm not
Right,
gonna be
right.
all offended, man. Like but at the same time, we're in the heat of debate, etc. But in this issue, that's what I mean is that it used to be cool, and when the time will come, it's like people, it's like what's that great line? It's like it's easy to be a patriot. You know what I mean? When after after the war's been won, after everyone's already ready to be a patriot, it's easy to be a patriot. It's like the time when it matters is when that's what counts, man. In this time, like these ideas have validity, and yet everyone is poo-pooing these ideas. And in my estimates, like they will come to bend the fucking knee to these ideas because they're self-evident in a lot of ways, and they're fascinating and interesting. And either I could just see it like all the people that are anti-flat Earth now are going to be telling their children, well, I was there, I was in the debates. I was in, what I mean? It'll be a moment of fucking pride to have been involved in the fact that you were around the presence of fucking cool people that were changing the outlook of the world. I think, and to your credit, you're here. Like I have nothing but respect for anyone that is here and having a conversation. So long as they're not catering and fucking working for intelligence and trying to disrupt people from having a good time, I'm cool.
Yeah, left lane will be like, he'll have his like grandkids sitting there listening to Issa's song on the radio, and be like, yeah, I talked to him. He called me a fucking retard. It was great. I was privileged to be in the conversation.
He'll be like, yeah, I called that guy a retard. I love, you know what I mean? But that's what I mean. Like, it'll, or in general, really, it would be open. The ideas that are, that'll become to be accepted as self-evident, I think, are always rejected early on. Like, just like I've said before, flat Earth is kind of like a genre of music, and either you like it or you're into it. But like, there's no reason to like join a Discord that like hates, that loves Nickelback just to be like, you guys suck. You know what I mean? like that's the problem. Is that like a bunch of people are like, wow, we're thinking about all these cool ideas, and then along came fucking people, and they were like, you guys suck and you're stupid, and like
feeling that that's
Granted, to your credit, though, and this is why I laugh, I think it's okay, is that flat earthers initially were calling everybody else stupid. And then the Globers were like, oh, yeah, dickhead? And, and here we are, right?
Yeah, now we've gotten to that point of analyzing the propaganda where the propaganda just it can't be assumed at all anymore. Most likely assumed to be the opposite of what it's being sold as, and that seems to be obvious to anybody that's not late to the party at this point.
Well,
That's
the
kind of
issue
the
is
point.
this. The issue is this. Anyone who says they know doesn't know. And like the only and the realest shit you could ever say is you don't know. And my problem with the ballers is that they come in with these arguments and claim that they know something that in my eyes, I think is a matter of logic. There's no fucking way they could know. And in that way, it's disturbing because it's like, what the fuck? Like the hubris to say that you could prove X, Y, or Z because of NASA or some other third fucking party is to me philosophically inept and a disrespect to my ancestors that like I share the earth with you or something. You know what I mean? Like that's just how I feel. Like, oh my God.
Well, it's almost, at the same time, you and I might agree that it almost would be better if it doesn't go mainstream because then they're going to make it what they want to make it. And it's going to be more of an insult because they're going to take Flat Earth and make it into a Nickelback song,
Right. But but still, it's like, it doesn't, I look at it like, what care I in a certain regard? Because I don't think ever like flat Earth is gonna be actually as like it's I just don't see that happening. I think it'll always be this romantic, almost like secret that like that those of us who give a shit about it and have the luxury to care about it will be interested in. A lot of these ideas are too far off for people. It doesn't put food on the table.
unless they decide to use it. I mean,
They don't
it'll
put
only
no.
become mainstream if
They
they
don't.
decide to
Most
make
people,
it mainstream.
listen, man. Most
And why
people
wouldn't they
do
take
not.
advantage? Think about the power behind it, bro.
They don't give a
Think
fuck, bro.
about
Most
think
people
about
do
the
not.
manipulative power behind it. Think about it. It brought all of us together. You think they're just going to ignore let us have that as like something that we enjoy instead of using it to their advantage? I
Right, but
mean,
we could have
they
gotten
can
together
harness
because of the
that and use
concert.
it against us.
You know what I mean? We also could have gotten together because it's just something that's in the mix. I just don't think that they're. I just don't see them doing it anytime soon. I just don't, and nor do I see the impact being that great because I love like George Orwell. Do you think it beyond our mathematicians to make it the stars near or far? You know what I mean? Like their mathematicians can calculate whatever the fuck they want to calculate, and like it's like
Yeah, but there's things that are impossible on the globe. There's things that cannot happen. It's not like it's a philosophical choice because they've got all the answers or the answers are good enough. The
and maybe
answers
there
aren't
are
good
some
enough.
things,
And there's
and
people
maybe
that
there
are
are
like
some things.
interested in it.
Well, I think
Too many.
both positions, because you can't know, and that's what I've learned. I philosophically, like you said, make a choice, but at the same time, because I'm intellectually honest, I have to admit that nobody knows. How the fuck could I know? You know what I mean? But at the same stroke, that doesn't like stop me from philosophically looking at the world through that lens. The problem is when anybody comes in, flat Earth or otherwise, claiming that they fucking know. Especially if they're going to base it off of the evidence of a third party. I just don't. To me, it's intellectually unacceptable.
Well, you can know that certain things aren't possible on a globe. Like planes can't land on a moving surface, and they never
Right,
do.
but check it. Who am I to say that? Like, let's say the explanation of the globe, let's say, isn't what actually is happening. Like, I'm willing to give it that potential. The issue is that I don't like you said, like there is that question. That question nags at me, and because of it, I don't accept that that's what's happening. But that's nor do they, like they treat the Earth as flat. Like even Globers should just admit this shit, and they'd be in a better position. It's like they treat the Earth as flat. They treat it as non-rotating. There really is it's a non-argument.
Yeah, but think about the contradiction there. So pilots treat the Earth as stationary and level, but it's not.
Right, but
and there would
in
be
their
completely
world,
different
but check it. Hold
circumstances
on.
if it was.
Watch me. In their mathemagics, right? It can happen that way. And my point
No,
is,
it can't.
hold on.
It really can't.
In
Literally,
their model, hold on one second, bro. In
no.
their
Their model
model,
has no answer. Literally.
fair enough, but I'm just saying, like, you know, I lend them that artistic license, let's say, and like in whatever. If somebody is to the point where they can lend me that license and also say that's you know, and digest the other point. If you can't digest the other point, you're just gonna poo-poo it and condemn it. That's my beef. I don't really give a fuck. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like in
Well,
that
your
sense.
philosophical disposition is one that, you know, is rare, and it's gonna be like, you know, is it this or is it that for most people that are just like, okay,
But
what is it
that's
for
right,
real?
and that's
Can
that.
planes land or not? I'm not
And I
gonna
would
like,
say to all the
I'm not
Globers,
gonna see the nuance in it.
listen, man, I would say, or forgive me, I would say to all the flat earthers, that's your Glober indoctrination fucking waving its flag in your subconscious because you have to pick a side. That's your fucking indoctrination shining through, is that you have to know to feel safe. Where I think
Well,
that's the
no, it's
point of
not.
it. That's
That's
the
a straw
point of
man. It's
like
not
this
about to feel
mystical
safe. It's
shit.
just well, no, if you're curious, you know, it's not about defining the whole thing. You know, my disposition about the whole thing is a little different as well. I don't think that it takes believing the whole thing's flat to be a flat earther. Once you stop believing in the globe, you're just left with your base axioms, which is what we all experience. No reason to think it's anything other than level. That's not a belief. That's just what you're left with after you stop believing in the globe. That's not a new belief. That's just what you're left with. And that's what most people would logically come to, is if it's not a fucking ball, what is it? Of course it's flat. I mean, what are we talking about here? We're going to start talking like triangles? Are we going to start talking pyramids? I mean, it's ridiculous to even propose any definition of the whole once you realize the blue planet they showed us was fake. You know, that's it, and that's what makes you think you can see the whole thing, or why we have people in here saying, "Oh, show me a picture of half of the Earth," like that's even possible, right? You know, it's all these ridiculous straw men that most logical people would just say, "Okay, well, if it's not that, then obviously it's," you know, and then they're going to start using the whole, you know, religious, you know, straw men as well. Oh, you must believe in the Bible. You must think everything in the Bible is true. It's just like it's so ripe for all of the talking points that will hit the mainstream because it's already gone too far, in my opinion. I don't think they could keep. I think that they probably planned on it. I don't think Obama mentioned it on accident. I mean, we talked about this way back in the day, you and Kathy even. I mean, why would Obama, if they weren't planning on using it for some reason, if not to actually absorb it and make it a new flat Earth
You know what
paradigm that
though,
has all
man?
the pseudoscience we don't want attached to it?
You know what the thing is though? I always think I always find with like yourself and certain folks, and not you so much, but like the idea of like, you know, it's like, I don't know, like everything is like a conspiracy against you know, like there's like how's the Illuminati affecting my bagel today? You know what I mean? Like it's
Well,
like
I'm not
this idea that
griping so
nobody
much
can
as
ever win, like, you know, like, and like how are they using this, and oh my god, you know, and I fucking
well.
appreciate, I fucking love it. I just also think, don't get lost. Sometimes we don't know when we're winning because we're like, well, this guy must.
I think we already won,
You know
man.
what I mean?
Thanks to you and a lot of the heads that I used to listen to and not even say anything. Like you say, it was won back in 2017, man, at least 2016. It's already won. It's already over as far as the debates go for anyone paying attention. And maybe this is as good as it gets as far as like what, you know, the best disposition we could keep about the whole thing. Because if they do absorb it, they will use it against us. And they're starting to in some ways.
Well, that's why
If
I
they,
point to the, and that's why I've always pointed to the law shit, is that because that's the beauty of our law shit, is that like, you know, like you know, 1 million fucking people can't just hang this one guy because they disagree with him. Because our founding fathers understood, like Pythagoras and all these great thinkers faced the same fucking mentality and the mob that comes with it. So therefore our law system is what's going to preserve the individual against the mob. That's why why that to me is primary to any of this shit, because no matter what your position is, if something should go into any wild scenario, I do believe this will be the only way through, in my estimates. Because one would have to know their own rights and understand what to protect in order to just save themselves. And we don't know, and we're fucking hanging everything wide open in the wind, man. And I just sometimes, and I would hope we
Yeah.
don't.
Well, yeah. But
Ballers,
what if they use it to
ballers and
destroy
flat
the
earthers
system that
alike,
you're
man.
talking about, right? What if they use flat Earth to do the reset, like some of us are talking
It
about
doesn't
now?
matter.
Like, what if
Right, it
you
doesn't
know?
matter though. It's like the idea is the not that it doesn't matter in the sense of whatever, because I just don't think that they could be able to do what they've done with an awakened group of individuals. Because it's not collectivism that's going to help. It's going to be a group of individuals that operate on a fucking principle, like a principle. That's why religion terrifies the state, because it's a group of individuals that hold a moral code that is not necessarily aligned with the state's objectives. That's why it's beautiful that we have an ecclesiastical system. It is forced to remain in some semblance a republic if you know. What did Benjamin Franklin say? It's a republic if you can keep it. And so when you do your thing, you've got to keep it. And that's keeping it. And we have failed in a lot of ways collectively. But I think individually people can persevere, blah, 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 blah. There's hope. That's all I'm saying.
Well, yeah, and that's like ironically, like we've said, that's NASA and the whole space helps keep it, a non-secular society. So it's kind of like that appreciation in a way is lost when we're talking to these guys. I think maybe some of them are just realizing what goes with the destruction of NASA might be something we don't want, right?
Guys,
Unfortunately.
I'm sorry for interrupting. I just found this video watching, and it says there's been over 300 published proposed solutions for the cosmological constant crisis.
For the what?
Cosmological constant crisis.
What is that, Larry?
You'd have to look it up.
It is a discrepancy between the measured value of the cosmological constant and the experiment, like the predicted value of what it should be, is my understanding. Or maybe I might be wrong about that. I think it might be two different ways of measuring it give different answers. Yeah, I think that's right. Like the observed cosmological constant by looking at like galaxies moving away from each other, and the vacuum energy, which is what scientists think that the cosmological constant represents, give different answers.
Holy shit, bro! That's what he was talking about. Numerous papers have been written about it. That's a lot of papers.
So it's something as the universe expands, so does the strength of the vacuum become stronger. Is that kind of what it's saying? Like, I'm sorry, I just jumped in right now. That's the first thing I heard.
I don't think it gets stronger, or at least I haven't heard that.
What it's basically saying is when they make these four assumptions, right? And I posted the picture earlier, right? You can look at those assumptions. And when they actually look out, right, ever since like 2014, they realized that there was a huge problem when they compared like supernovas and the light that the candle light should put off and the distance, because they're measuring the universe based off of sound, what they thought were sound waves in the early universe. That's what I'm watching right now. I posted the link, I think.
Sounds like deja vu to me right now.
Has this happened before in a previous universe or an alternate universe, a multi?
Or maybe a different chat room.
I'm sorry for interrupting, guys. Please continue. I was just kind of blown away by that.
That could be an interesting conversation.
So 300 papers. Oh, never mind.
Oh, sorry, go on, but
300 papers have been written about the cosmology problem. That's like a lot of papers for one subject. Those are 300 individual proposed solutions for the cosmological constant crisis. That's the point.
And still they haven't found one that works.
Right.
I think it's more like they haven't found one that is falsifiable.
Well, I mean,
Well,
if you're
by
assuming,
falsifiable, because they all can possibly fit, which means there's like multiple answers to the same question, and the question is, I mean, and then what's the validity of that question if there's like so many different answers? Like, where does the question even come from, right? Like, because the question isn't valid, or like it's not even a question, or it shouldn't be.
man, that is some desperate problem solving. I think I have a solution for the problem. Get some new assumptions. There, that's it. I solved it. That was easy.
Stop asking the question. No question, no answer.
Okay, I got an assumption. It's all electromagnetic radiation. It's all light. Just lights in the sky. Just lights in the sky.
See, I think that's the thing. Some people will be satisfied with that, but maybe some people want to know more about it.
Well, in the video, he says after you make these 4 assumptions, then you just get to look, and we know everything in the universe. Wait a minute. After you make the assumptions, you have knowledge? That's the fruit of the poisonous tree doctrine. You can't do that.
That's why fruit of the poisonous tree doctrine. What does that mean?
Yeah, so like if you get pulled over, right? Because you flipped off a cop, and the cop says on video that he pulled you over because you flipped him off, and he was pissed, and he finds marijuana in the car, but everything else is legit. It can be in defense that you can have it thrown out for because it's poisonous fruit. I mean, fruit from the poisonous tree. So if there's a tree that's got like I don't know, like an oil spill, you can't eat the fruit from that tree because there's oil. So you can't eat it, right? It's the same thing.
It's like it's not going to work in court.
Yeah, it's not going to hold up.
Yeah, it's definitely a really interesting problem in physics. Definitely cool to see what people come up with as ideas, and it very well may end up overturning some paradigm level ideas or ways we think about things. But the interesting thing to think about is, whatever that new paradigm is, let's say they come up with some new another Einstein comes along and totally shifts things. It's still going to have to match basic observations, right? Like, the force we call gravity, the orbits that we predict, and it's still by and large going to match a lot of those scales, but it will have to try and explain these huge discrepancies at the galactic level, which is pretty interesting that we're even trying, as a little monkey species now trying to solve those difficult riddles.
Yes.
Monkeys.
Yeah, there's going to be a need to find some kind of middle ground between the next proposed model or next ideas that are going to put to rest this current controversy between flat and globe, I guess to say. And I almost it does seem like there is enough, like you like some, like some people that you tell them not to do something, then they do it. It's almost like, I don't know, maybe flat Earth is like telling people, like the opposition to flat Earth is telling people not to believe in flat Earth, but it's just it's attracting more people, like that type of personality.
I just want to point out that them running from flat Earth has allowed them to just run away with cosmology to the point to where there's over 300 published proposed solutions.
Yeah.
But see, these guys, I mean, flat Earth's not even in their equation. Probably most of them aren't even aware that there's a movement that's called flat Earth, but
why is the star so far away? Do you know that, Left Lane? Do you know why?
they are what I just say they are what they are. I don't know why they're so far away.
Well, because we don't see any parallax. The constellations have been the same for 32,500 years. That's why
we do see parallax though.
Oh, in 32,500 years. So if I show you
And proper
star
motion, and you can see from year to year stars moving against the
Yeah.
background of stars.
parallax, the constellations are breaking up now. Is that what you guys are calling it?
No, near
Parallax
ones move in relation to more distant ones. It's basically what it is.
Okay, so on that, like that was a good point about the constellations are still like they're like locked in, right? But how do we, like, some of the stars are smaller, some of the stars are bigger within the same constellation. So does that mean that those stars in the constellation are at the same distance, or I mean, like from us, or are they always further? Like, if the universe is separating or expanding, then I think there would start to be some kind of noticeable difference.
Yeah, if you look closely enough, so to answer your first question, yeah, some stars are, you said bigger, but I assume you mean brighter. They tend to look bigger to our eyes when they're brighter. Yeah, brighter ones are some combination generally of closer and or more luminous, right? You could be farther away and be a lot brighter, like at the surface, or you can be close and a little dimmer and look about the same. So it's a combination of those two, like luminosity and distance. And if we're being even more accurate, it also matters what's in between us, right? There can be dust clouds, gas clouds, etc., that obscure some of the light. So it's some formula of those factors, as far as I know. And then as far as how the stars are moving, we can see year to year some stars moving relative to the other ones, not only just from parallax, which tends to make it look like we're orbiting the sun. We see that kind of wobble back and forth. It matches our year length, but also an additional motions of moving side to side, just as if they're moving relative to us, period, even if the Earth were stationary. So we see that motion in nearby stars as well, like Alpha Centauri, Barnard's star, 61 Cygni, and there's a whole bunch that you can even see year to year, them moving multiple arc seconds, which is pretty noticeable in a telescope.
So are you saying the constellations are breaking apart?
Yeah, the stars move over time for sure.
So how is it that we have, depiction of Orion from between 32,000 and 38,000 years ago?
Them moving a little bit periodically, you can see how they would more or less retain the same structure, right?
But how fast are we going around the galaxy in 32,000 years? Like, that's a pretty big chunk of time, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's some stars in Orion that are close, and then some stars that are far away.
Mm-hmm.
So how come Orion still looks like Orion 32,000
Close do you
years?
think the close stars are?
Well, it doesn't matter if they're close and far. There's going to be parallax, noticeable parallax.
Not necessarily, right? Like if the
So now
closest
we don't
stars
see
are
it.
still sufficiently far away, then you're not going to notice parallax in the time scale of like, a single night.
I never said a single night. I'm saying 32,000 to 38,000 years.
Okay, can you pick a constellation? We could do the math on this actually. I don't think it'd be that hard.
Well, they talk about the math on the constellations and the stars like that, but that's one of the reasons why you never saw any stars in the moon landing pictures and stuff like that. Like maybe there's a different reason for it, but I think because you can calculate and do those kinds of things, that you don't see stars in those images. Anyways, I just throw that out there.
Because that's photography. That's a separate subject.
So how fast do we go around the center of the galaxy?
Yeah, it's quite fast, but you also have to consider distance, right? There's a point at which things are so far that we don't really see any parallax. In fact, most stars in our galaxy, we cannot, even with our finest instruments, we can't detect parallax outside of our error bars. It's only the closest stars we can accurately measure that parallax. So it's very difficult to ascertain proper motions and parallax for very distant objects.
So according to this, we're going 828,000 kilometers per hour around the galaxy.
It's a really long fucking way, though.
So we still don't know like where the Big Bang occurred. So
it occurred
it occurred everywhere. No, but there was a center point which all mass was like being stored, I guess, and then boom, everything came out from that.
There was no center point.
There was no center point.
Nope.
So then how does that work? How does the Big Bang work if there's no center point?
Except for the axis of evil shows that there's a center
So you
point.
keep thinking that it has a boundary, like the universe has a boundary and therefore it has a center point?
Well,
I don't know if the universe has a boundary, right? Like it could be infinite. Either way,
right.
the Big Bang happened everywhere.
But it can't be expanding and be infinite. Come on, give me a break.
It could be. There's no reason why it couldn't be.
How?
Like like you not being able to think of a reason why isn't the reason why it couldn't happen.
So there's different so it'd be like different levels. It'd be like different levels. So the universe is expanding, and then was it? I mean, like that's kind of. There has to be another level in which the universe is expanding into, right? Like if the furthest star in the very far reaches on the it has to be expanding into something. Or what is the definition of universe? First of all,
It doesn't have to expand into anything.
Give me the definition of universe.
The set of all things real which are known is my definition, right?
Okay. Because that's what I mean. It's like, okay, so yeah, the universe is expanding, and it's like every object is getting further away from each other. But in the same sense, wouldn't some objects be getting closer to each other if there's no center point?
No, listen. Take a balloon and draw a grid on the balloon. Okay? And then start blowing up the balloon. All of the dots on the balloon are moving further away from each other.
Right, but the balloon is something physical, and it's the
How is the universe?
barrier. It's the edge. You know.
No, the surface of the balloon has no edge. The two-dimensional surface of the balloon has no edge. It's a closed surface.
Think of the surface as
also-
the universe.
Also, the balloon, whatever you draw on the balloon is going to expand itself. If you draw a dot, that dot is going to get bigger as you blow it up. It's just not going to expand from the other dots. It's also going to get bigger. So within our own solar
dots don't have gravity in the balloon, right? But they do in real life. In real life, the dots do try to move apart, but gravity brings them back together if they're sufficiently close.
Okay, yeah, I can hear that.
Yeah, and also if you think of drawing a dot with a pen and it expands on the balloon, it does, but in that case you haven't really drawn a point, right? You've drawn a small circle. But you can still think about the surface as infinitesimally small points, like real numbers, and you know that scale expanding.
His point stands though, right? Because he said it can't be infinite and expanding. So if you're giving it a balloon, the balloon started from a central position. So
And you pop the balloon.
That's why it's an analogy and it's not a perfect analogy, right?
Right. It's not.
The only reason I brought up the balloon was to demonstrate to him that something could expand and all points within that space could be moving away from each other without 2 points moving closer to each other.
No,
that's just an old story, man. Just an old story.
That's the same explanation.
It's a real thing. Do you not think balloons are real?
It's a real story, bro. No, balloons are real, but infinite universe expanding and light year stars and all this is just an old story. It's going away.
It's not going away. It still works.
Less and less people are. It ain't on the minds of everybody. Trust me, it's going away.
Okay.
Kids don't buy that shit. Even the ones who aren't flat earthers, less and less of them believe in all that light year bullshit.
So my kids won't buy it.
Look at the stars, the planets, dude. We're the biggest, dude. The sun you ain't gonna fit 1 million of fucking what we live on in the sun, dude. You see it up there, about same size as the moon. Them are, whoever made Earth the same size as Venus is who mind fucked the whole world right there, Copernicus or whatever, or Huygens. That's where it all bullshit. That's where it all started.
Why?
You made
Why is that, Brian?
because you made that little speck up there the same size as this whole damn world.
Well, if it's really far away, why can't it be the same size?
It's not. It's a guess.
Yeah, it's triangulation and trigonometry.
Yeah, you do trigonometry. It's about what, 1 mile wide, 2 miles wide. You can't do trigonometry to the heavenly bodies, bro, in either model.
Sure you can.
Okay, then the sun's the same distance as the moon, then, right?
No, because we can measure the parallax to the two, and
it's not enough, bud. It puts it a smidge further.
No, you're just wrong about that.
Dude, you're assuming. You know how many assumptions you're making to put the sun? Dude, I'm not even getting into this, bro, because you're not being honest.
I'm trying to be honest. I'm very interested in the topic of how we measure distances.
Yeah, the trig puts the sun. I mean, until you bend the Earth, bro, it puts it not even a quarter of the distance it is now. Until you give it an arc length, so that's already a huge assumption. Not even going there. Even if you do, it's going to triangulate about the amount of the moon. They're the same size.
No,
so I know distances have changed throughout history, right? The distances of the sun and this and that. Has it? But it's never gone back and forth. It's either it's always gotten further away, or has it gone?
It actually went up to like I think 104 one time.
Yep.
But yeah, for the most part, though, it does just get further.
No,
you're right.
They don't get for the most part. You guys are just making stuff up.
Why is that? What are we making up?
I don't know why you make it up.
I can see them in
making up.
The distance of the sun.
I can see them in Newton's days. We know for a fact the sun is 1 million miles away. With science, y'all, science. The science, we measured the parallax of the sun is 1 million miles away. And everybody who says it's not is not educated. I mean, dude, that's all it is old. That's what I picture in my head when I'm talking to Howard and all these guys. Like they know what it is, and it can't be nothing else.
You guys want to hear something funny? So we have someone that observed one of these most recent rocket launches. And according to NASA, there's an official delay time in the broadcast and when we hear it, 30 seconds. So the guy looked in the direction that the rocket's supposed to be going up, and he could see it. Once you sync them, you get 27 seconds, maybe 25, but I'm giving the globe the benefit of the doubt for a sec. It's actually going to get worse, but anyway. Okay.
The timing was off. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought you did.
So you see the rocket, and when you first see it, you compare that over here to their broadcast at 27 seconds. NASA claims the rocket was 1.6 kilometers, which equates to 5,249 feet. Right at a mile, right? As of course.
Yeah.
Okay. The distance to the object was 112 miles. The observer's eyesight level was 100 feet. And actually, we think it's significantly less than that, but we're giving it 100.
Bro!
It should have been obscured by 6,635 feet, but it was only
Right, bro!
5,000 feet in the sky.
Tell me he was in Jacksonville, what? Bro, I swear to God on my life, bro. I mean, you could go to my channel and you see caught it until it disappeared. But I was listening to Jaren's channel, and I started to make a video because I had the countdown in my camera. You could hear it through the headphones. You could hear Jaren's channel. I still could do this. And I was like, dude, this timing is off. There's no way I'm seeing this. Like 4 seconds after the launch or 5 seconds because on Jaren's channel it, and I think you were there too, and they're saying the height and the distance away, and I'm like, there's no way I'm seeing it right.
No, 30, you gotta factor in their 30-second delay claim, and it still debunks the globe. Debunks the globe by 1,400 feet. And that's with a tree line there. So like say that tree line's on the video, he may would have saw it even lower.
Are you talking about Wide Awake? Yeah, I like David, man.
Yeah.
Dude, listen to I was watching Awake Souls.
Wait. Did this rocket refract up 1,400 feet at 1.6 kilometers high?
Dude, there's no way you should have seen it forever. Yeah, he's clear across Florida, over 100 miles.
Well, I mean, yeah, I want to hear a religious response. Like what this I made a meme for it. Here, I'll give you guys the meme. Yikes, this is bad.
I could see them rockets. Artemis didn't go high at all, bro. The SpaceX rocket goes way higher than Artemis. Artemis 12 miles high, maybe. That's just in my opinion, approximation, you know. But SpaceX rockets, them bitches go like 20 miles high, dude. They're way.
What do you think about my meme, bro?
Let me look.
I got 2 versions of it.
Looks like the Falcon Heavy.
Yeah. It debunks the globe, dude. It's
They're using
hilarious.
the 8 inches per mile squared formula for that obstructed number.
Oh, so there isn't a 6,000 obscured feet at 100 feet?
What now?
Well, so the Earth curve calculator number is wrong for obscured object part?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't recognize that as a Earth curve calculator. I don't.
Yeah, we're gonna disavow the Earth curve calculator now. This is gonna.
I mean, if we plug in the numbers to the 8 inches per mile squared, what number does that give?
That's what that is.
Well, see, the 8 inches per mile squared is not an accurate tool
It's
for
the
using,
official Earth
for
curve
finding
calculator,
the
bro. It's the Earth curve calculator. So you're saying the Earth curve calculator is wrong?
So what is the
No,
That's
What?
also hilarious because I just watched a repeat of the main surveyor's debate against Austin, and he said that even the surveyors use the 8 per mile squared because it's accurate up to 1,000 miles within a foot, a couple feet.
They're disavowing the Earth curve calculator now?
Yeah, they're going to change the goalpost every time. Look at what I posted earlier. Just scroll up a few.
Oh my God, 2023 is gonna be so bad for you guys.
Dude, they're going to have to bring out the aliens this year. Listen.
They're gonna have to bring aliens, bro. I'm telling you, you're right.
Listen, bro. Over 300 published proposed solutions for the cosmological constant problem. Do you have any idea how funny that is?
I didn't hear that.
300 published proposed solutions for the cosmological constant problem.
Just take a pick.
Yikes.
I
Dude,
got a
it's just funny.
solution.
Is there any ballers in here?
I need to get me a solution in there. Well,
I got a
Where are the
solution.
ballers that are talking so big and bad?
I don't know, man. They're in here. I've heard a couple.
Coffee,
of
what's up, bro? Why can't NASA says they shot a rocket and that it was 1.6 kilometers high, and we could see it from 112 miles away, which means there should be 6,600 missing feet of curvature. But according to what NASA says, that rocket was only like 5,000 feet in the air. So
Yeah, I mean, I don't have an explanation at first glance of the meme. I mean, there's all kinds of plausible explanations, I suppose. I don't.
Can you name one?
Well, one would be that NASA faked it.
or there's not a ball.
One
Yeah,
would be that the distance is incorrect. I mean, any one of these numbers could be incorrect, right? The assumption that this was actually the moment that matches the telemetry on the right. I mean, there's all kinds of
we actually
possible
synced it up by looking at the boosters.
Yeah, he's right there out Brooklyn. You can see. You can see where he's at.
Right.
So we took
I
NASA's
I'm
numbers.
not-
They say there's a 30-second delay in the transmission. So the broadcast is 30-second delayed. And we also looked at the boosters, compared the boosters. So we're actually giving you the benefit of the doubt. It should be 25 seconds, in my opinion. And he was less than 100 feet. So we gave you 100 feet to be safe, and we gave you 2 extra seconds, which, by the way, is a huge deal because you're in a rocket. So let me see what happens in those 2
He only
seconds.
looks like he's like 30 or 40 feet, bro. Y'all give him 80 feet.
So yeah, because we're trying to figure out for sure where it is. All right, let's see. This is bad, bro. Oh my gosh. All right, here we go. Okay. Here, I'll show it on my screen.
All right.
You the aliens.
Are you showing it already?
Yeah.
Damn, my shit's. Okay, I see it now.
You see 19 seconds there? Okay, so look at the, you see the altitude. Okay, 25 seconds, we're at 1.4 kilometers. Okay. 27, we're at 1.6, and then it changes to 1.7, both in 27. Okay, so that's actually... .600 extra feet if you have those two seconds. So that would make the meme, even worse. You would obviously be you'd be subtracting 656 feet from the height. Let's see.
$300 published proposed solutions. I can't get over that number. Can you imagine how many different solutions there are?
I just see maybe 300 people are trying to figure it out. Maybe 300 people have published things. I don't know what the big deal is about that.
No, that doesn't register with you.
Dude, I just told him his own rocket launch debunks the globe, and it didn't even phase him, bro. What do you expect?
Yeah.
No, yeah.
You see what I'm saying? You're like incognito. You're laughing, but
It's gonna take a lot more than you posting a meme with some numbers on it to.
It's going to take a lot more than mathematical proof that they're. It's going to take a lot more than mathematical proof that the Earth is wrong, Austin.
Yeah, man.
2,000 feet, bro. 2,000 feet. It should be 2,000 feet below the Earth curve, bro. guess the other videos too.
Wonder how fast the rocket is going and how many feet it covers in a second, and how much difference that would make if they were a second or two off on the
I showed you that.
Yeah, they report on all that
I
the
mean,
whole
but
time.
what if they were off though? What if they were off on it? Maybe they didn't
And
get
they aren't
something
fucking getting
right.
to the moon, are they?
Do what?
Here's my thing. Look, they published 300 papers trying to fix a major problem. What if Austin wrote this up with the facts NASA gives us with the and tries to publish the problem with the Earth curve? They wouldn't publish the shit, bro. You should try and publish that, Austin. Just the facts.
Look at this. Boom. Okay, we got problems, bro. We got problems, bro. It is visible, and you know what? It gets even worse because honestly, the trees are messing us up. We would have saw it even quicker if there weren't trees here. So we found a new way to debunk the globe. Just look at the rockets.
How do we? Where's this observer anyway? I didn't see any data on that.
Oh, so you agree though that if the numbers are right, then it's a problem.
I mean, if everything's completely verified, then yeah, this would be evidence that if it should have been obscured based on the globe model, then yeah, there's something to be explained for sure.
Let's go. I'll get the exact coordinates.
We don't get that honesty very much, so that's.
I know he's not lying. Like he has no reason to lie. Like he didn't even realize this. I found this.
Calculate the distance to it being obscured.
Again?
What are you using to calculate?
Yeah, he's right outside of Chiefland, bro. He's across Florida. I know where
the Earth curve calculator.
He used to have a house over there. You can see where he's at. There's a landmark.
Does that take into refraction into account at all?
If you think that the rock, it's going to be a real problem for you because you guys claim that when we get a certain amount of feet above the surface, we don't have to worry about refraction anymore.
I never made that claim.
Yeah, that's down closer to the surface though.
A mile and a half. I mean, a mile in the sky.
Well, you're looking across the surface of the ground.
The angular distance to the ground is extremely small.
Oh, so a mile in the sky, and this rocket is being lifted, refracted up.
It doesn't matter how high up in the sky it is. What matters is the angular distance from the horizon.
So we're not seeing the rocket right there? Are you guys looking at my screen?
I mean, we're looking at photons that come from the rocket, yes.
You guys looking at my screen?
That's the thing. You guys have to say that you're looking at photons from the rocket, so you don't even believe your own eyes. That's psychosis, bro. Like,
Well, look at the screen. Are you saying that that's not actually there? It's refracted for 2,000 feet?
Okay, you do realize that whenever you look at an object, you're actually looking at the light from the object, right?
When does it stop being refracted?
So the imaginary rocket.
It never stops being refracted. Refraction is always there. How much of it depends on a bunch of things, and you know
So this is a mirage right here? This isn't real? Are you looking at it?
What's it?
Are you not looking at it, bro?
Hold on.
I see that very well.
They're saying the real rocket was outrun by the imaginary refracted rocket. So you seen that like 10 seconds before it even launched. 10 seconds before it even launched, or 10 foot off the ground, it was already freaking, it was 10 seconds before it launched.
So all this stuff, all the exhaust coming off of it's being refracted at the same rate? So where does it, when do we see the real rocket? Never? Is the refraction going down as it goes up? Because you guys say that the refraction goes down as we go up. So what's the angular size here, and why don't we see a change position? This is an easily refuted claim if it's a mirage.
What do you mean you don't see a change position?
The real rocket once refraction goes
Wait. Is your claim that because all of a sudden refraction is going to stop, that you should see a jump from one position to another? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying you'd be able to see a difference.
Difference between what?
The rocket no longer being a refracted mirage.
Right. So you're saying from one frame to another, it's just going to jump forward? Is that what you're thinking that we're claiming? We're saying?
How refraction works?
Yeah, I would like to think that I do. Yes.
I'll show you some videos. I guess you don't.
What?
I'm saying I'll show you some videos. You obviously don't. You're acting like I'm crazy for saying that. So
you are absolutely insane with it.
Says the guy that is just like literally making up that either NASA had their data wrong about how long the rocket had been in the air, or this rocket's not actually there. Yikes.
Refraction doesn't mean that it's not actually there, dude.
So could I
I'm
shoot radio transmission
I'm
at it?
saying I have a problem with the using the Earth curvature calculator to determine where you should see objects to be, right? Because it doesn't take refraction into account at all, which is weird because I thought flat earthers accepted like that refraction happened, that atmospheric refraction was a thing.
Hey, buddy, are you saying when did it stop being
I'm
refracted?
very clear with it. I was very clear with my
When did
statement.
it stop being refracted, religious zealot?
Witsit, the
You're
question that
religious, bro. You look dumb.
the question that you're asking me is like, okay, Witsit, can you pick a small number?
I see rocket. I say, okay, I see rocket. You say you don't see rocket.
Witsit, can you pick a small number? I want to give you an analogy, please.
I don't want to guess right. I just want you to address the point.
I am trying to, and I'm trying to explain it to you through an analogy. Right? So if we have like a small number and a large number, right? Can you pick a small number and then pick a large number?
No.
Okay, well, I don't know why you're being a dick.
You're projecting.
I'm trying to be good faith about this. I really am.
No, you're literally not, man.
Well, sure. Then why are you talking to me then if I'm just being bad faith?
You're the one that jumped. I mean, I didn't ask you to say anything. I specifically didn't ask you because I knew you were going to do something like this. Pretend it makes me stupid because you have to, on the spot, blindly believe whatever you can come up with to keep your religious bias. That makes me stupid.
Can you drop them?
Hey, what's it? How's your
Hey,
lawsuit
what happened
going?
to you guys looking up the conditions and making sure your refractive claims were true?
How's your lawsuit going? What's it?
You guys change the subject. You guys are religious, bro. Anytime that something doesn't work, you just say the word refraction. Yikes.
Well, we should consider it because it's a thing.
So left when you think that rocket's not really there?
We
No,
don't
the
even know
rocket's
where the
obviously
observer is.
there.
Y'all have
Refraction
to have
doesn't mean it's not
curve.
there.
You have to have Earth curve and refraction. So, I mean, and then everything in between, dude. It's always refraction. Anything you see, higher, lower, obstructed, it's always refraction, bro. It's always optical, man. When are y'all gonna accept that, bro? There's no Earth curve.
This is crazy though. Like they're like serious.
What's it? Can you define there, please? Because I don't think they know what that word means.
Yeah, like physically, actually, where we see it. Like actually there.
Nothing is ever exactly where you see it.
So this rocket's refracted 2,000 feet in the air.
Nothing is ever exactly where you see it.
Is there another option other than it being lifted 2,000 feet in the air?
So it must be curving around the trees. The light is literally curving around the trees.
Where am I?
This is funny, bro.
So how far away is this individual from the launch site?
112 miles.
112 miles.
Oh yeah.
It seems like it's a little further than that, but I guess he knows.
I think that's what he said.
He's on the Gulf Coast, pretty much, damn near. Not right on the Gulf Coast. But
I'll get that. We need to get the actual coordinates from him, but it doesn't matter. This is a good thing anyway. We could just do this all over the place. Everyone in Florida can just do this, just do the math, and just watch them.
I'm telling you right now, bro. According to what I was watching, man, there's no way I should have seen it. But worse than that, the bitch disappeared right in front of a star. Like that was weird. This was a little ways into the. Bitch just vanished. I was pissed.
If it was a mirage, right? Like as it gets further and further up, it would suffer less and less refraction, and then you would get a clearer view of the actual position. Duh. This is called religion.
I could see it fine until it got up above the clouds, and then it disappeared. Like, how the fuck's that even happen? How does when it gets above the clouds, it disappears? And then I looked back at the footage, and there was a star right where it disappeared. I was like, what? How could it have been clouds if I'm seeing a star? But I don't know. I can't prove it.
Even that we're not seeing the rocket. Like, who's the conspiracy theorist, bro? That rocket's actually 2,000 feet. Over 1/3 a mile lower than it looks.
So sorry, you said 120 miles? Is that what you said?
112.
112. Okay.
Yeah.
Dude, I was watching
Awake Souls. 30 feet from my understanding, but we put 100 just to give you guys a little break for now.
Listen to this shit, Austin. I was listening to Awake Souls because it was Mr. Sensible and I watch them occasionally, depending on what they're showing. And they brought this footage up and said that David's a shill, and he works for NASA. Karen B's a fake flat earther. David from Wide Awake's a fake flat earther. So I was like, dude, I see they're acting like there's nothing even launching, bro. I'm like, dude, I'm in Jacksonville, and I was half asleep and I heard him saying that, and they mentioned something about somebody from Jacksonville saying they were. And I woke up and I said, bro, I just chatted. I'm from Jacksonville and I recorded it. It vanished, but I still seen it. I see these, and that they ain't going that high, but they're fucking going. They're launching, and they're thinking, they're under the impression that they deleted all my comments, bro. I wasn't being a dick. I was just trying to verify that, yeah, you can see these from, bro. And they're calling everybody fake flat earthers and shit, and deleted me. I'm like, fake. Just because I seen something and fucking recorded it.
Those people are crazy.
They're crazy, dude.
Which is how high up in the air did you say that rocket
40
was?
feet, which is closer to what he thinks he was, it's 7,200 feet. And no matter, this is what's so funny, right? They're in this state of limbo right now where no matter what the number is, which is why we're intentionally jumping it up so much, they're going to say that's the amount of refraction. So what we should do is just hold their feet to the fire, go look at the conditions. You tell me how much is being refracted up. Because what you want to do is no matter what the number ends up being, saying it must be refracted that much, no matter what. It's called a religion. So if you guys just said that it's 1386, right? 1386 at 27 seconds, 100 feet. If you go to 25 seconds at 100 feet, it becomes like 2100, right? Okay.
What is the height of the rocket in the picture? What is the altitude?
Kilometers.
Sorry, what?
1.6 kilometers.
So the thing is, I'm wondering how they knew from their position that 26 or 27 seconds had elapsed. If were they watching it on a broadcast?
Yeah.
Started their stopwatch, or
look, buddy. NASA says the broadcast is 30 seconds behind real life. Okay, so you're able to sync them based on NASA's story. In addition, we took it a step further because we actually research your religion while you don't. And we actually synced the boosters.
You're right, the boosters, right?
Yeah. We synced them. We synced the boosters with the live stream from NASA.
Okay.
We synced the exhaust, the boosters. We synced them.
Okay, well, I just have a Earth curvature calculator here that takes into account refraction. And with a coefficient of refraction of only 1/4, you can see the rocket. At those parameters
I
that
get
gave.
you are religious and you're going to say
Right.
no matter what that it's refraction, but this is the point I'm actually making. So if we actually go closer to what he seemed to be, 30 to 40 feet, if I give you 40, then it's actually off 1900. Now, if we do the 25 seconds, which is what I think it is, Jaron thinks it's 27, so we're going with the higher one right now. So if we do 25, it's even worse. It's another like 600 something.
You can see he's about 30, maybe 40's being generous to me. You can see the fucking light pole right under his field of view, and them light poles are about 20 feet, man. Them lights, the parking lot lights. But I don't know, man.
wonder why it took them 30 seconds to see it.
7, 3, because whatever number I say, you guys have to believe it's that much. It's hilarious. So
trees, man.
Where was it for the first 25
A
seconds?
standard amount of refraction reproduces the effect that you're seeing.
that's what I'm saying. You just make it up. You just make it up. And actually, the amount of the standard refraction number.
I'm not making it up. I'm not even saying that that's what
does
happened.
it change relative to altitude? Does the standard refraction change relative to altitude?
Yeah, this is the average refraction throughout the entire path.
Up to 1.6 kilometers.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. So can you drop that for me? Can you drop where we're seeing something a mile high and what the refraction is? And then does it have the actual
Sorry,
data?
I don't understand
the temperature difference that's needed and stuff like that? Or are we just making numbers up and assuming it's true?
No, so this sets an average refraction for the entire path, right? And then you can see it.
Yeah, but you're acting
I'm sure you're familiar with this calculator too, right?
Y'all forget
also we got trees that are being
right, which brings it more out of the refracted zone. How that brings it more out of the refracted zone, bro. Being
yeah,
7,386 feet of Earth curvature should be blocking it. Now let's go to.
So the trees actually don't help you guys because it's an artificial horizon.
The trees
So
hurt you.
That's what I'm saying. That's
Trees
just,
make it worse for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying that out of being honest. The trees are not the actual horizon that we're talking about in this curvature calculator as well. But what was the elevation of the ground that they were standing on and all that stuff?
What?
Yeah, if you're in a tall building, you could be looking over the tops of trees, and if
Oh,
they're
dude, Florida, there's no where
He
he's
said
at.
he said it was like 12 meters.
There's no hill, there's no mountains or nothing like that over there. He's on the west coast. It's
He's
pretty
100
fucking
feet.
flat.
100 feet top, so actually closer to 30. So anyway, let's see what I put in there. 30 feet at 25 seconds, then it would have had to refracted up 2,700 feet. And you guys are going to believe whatever the number is. You're going to say that's how much it did.
I'm not
So
saying that's
we
what
have
happened.
a range
Vincent.
right
I'm telling
now.
you
I'm
that could
intentionally
explain
being
it.
vague with the data to show you guys are just religious. So we have a range right now from like what is it, 1,200 miles to 2,700. And you guys are claiming whatever the number ends up being, that's how much is happening. Is that correct?
No, it's it. I'm telling you. I'm not telling you this is what happened. I'm telling you this could explain it. This is possible. Like this amount of refraction on average with these parameters could explain what you're seeing. I'm not saying this is actually what happened.
What would fall outside of? Is there any limit to it, or is it like so? What if it was 5,000 feet? Would that still work as well?
I would find it increasingly unlikely as the amount of refraction gets more and more severe, because there is a standard amount of refraction that you see every day. There are some days where you see a large amount of refraction. You almost never see refraction beyond a certain point.
You agree if the trees are not there and we see it lower, and then means we see it faster, that's even worse for you guys, right?
Yes, I do agree with that.
Yeah, and so right now we're sitting around 2,800 feet. So like, what's the standard refraction number? If we apply standard refraction at 1.6 kilometers, then how much would it be refracted in a standard situation? Because I know for a fact the ballers do not claim that something. I guess they do change. They claim a lot, right? Because they claim that mountains that are really tall refract a lot. So if something's 1.6 kilometers in the air, how much would the standard refraction lift it?
At 200 miles.
I don't know the number in like vertical distance.
112 miles.
But I know I do know that the average amount of refraction that you see is something like 0.2, like that coefficient of refraction. I don't know what that corresponds to at a distance of whatever 112 miles or whatever.
Oh man.
We see a half a degree at the horizon. That would account for. How far are we talking about?
So you put 12 there, right? You said 12 meters for observer height.
So 12 meters. That's okay.
That's what, I'm not doing meters. I don't care about meters.
50.
It's anywhere from
then
30
change
to
it
100
to imperial units. It doesn't matter.
Okay, 30 to 100
50 feet high.
It's closer to 30. We gave you guys 100 just to prove it still doesn't work.
Okay, well you can't change the numbers now, dude. Just put in the numbers you gave me.
He said 30.
You said 12 meters. Target distance is 180,000 meters. Target size is 16,000, 1,600
I
meters.
can't change the numbers now. The numbers are whatever they were. Okay. The point is that no matter what it is,
You didn't
your guys
change
are
them.
going to say that much refraction is
I'm putting
happening.
in the numbers you gave me, Witsit. I'm sharing screen now.
Okay.
There we go.
I'm saying I said 100 to be safe. Are you not comprehending? This is how someone that's intellectually honest operates.
You see my screen? You got 12 meters of observer height. That's the number you gave me. 180,000 meters to the rocket. That's the number you gave me. The rocket height when it was seen, it's 1.6 kilometers. That's the number you gave me, right? And refraction is basically medium or standard to medium. That's just something that I vary, right? Clearly, we don't see it. We don't see it. We don't see it. We can only really see it once refraction gets to a little bit above standard.
Does this say it's 10 meters high, whatever we're looking at? Rocket?
The observer height, I said it's at 12 meters. The target that we're looking at is 1.6 kilometers high. That corresponds to the height of the altitude of the rocket, right? And if it went up exactly vertically from where it took off, then the distance is the same as a launch pad, right? But obviously that's an approximation. It could be closer, it could be further away.
Oh, that's a
Are you
good
saying
point.
how far?
Let me get the direction because it could be going away from us.
Well, wait a minute. What are you trying to?
Slightly going away, but not really.
I mean, you can clearly see
Does
it
it
with like
illustrate-
even medium refraction here.
You need my
It says the-
you need my meme, Xanax, so you can cry about it.
No,
Hey, what-
I'm
I
not
need a
gonna cry
meme for you
about it.
guys.
I'm
What
interested.
city was the
Yeah,
observer
but-
in?
I think
Over
it's right
there
out
in Florida.
Where?
It's I see. What am I looking at? The size is 10 meters. The drop is 11 meters. And
Who's asking? Are you asking me or Witsit?
Yeah, what you said. It looks like I know. I see eye level there, and you said the object is eye level. Is
Oh, did you just join? Or do you not know what Witsit's presenting?
No, I did. I heard just bits and pieces. Because
They had to call him back.
So there's a rocket launch, right? And apparently he's saying that the rocket should be obscured by
Look at my screen,
by the Earth. And he gave us some rough numbers as to the observer height, the distance to the rocket,
I gave you advantageous numbers.
rocket altitude, right? And then he
Right.
used the Earth curvature calculator that does not take into account refraction to calculate how much it should be obscured by.
Right, so you have to claim the
Wait, like,
rocket
just
got
point
lifted
out,
up
just
anywhere from like 1,300 to 2,800 feet.
Wait. So we have this rocket just went into right now. So how long has that thing been in flight before we saw it?
27 seconds.
It looks like it's at 141 on the
Well, I know more about this than you.
God, where'd that come from?
Well,
I'm
it's just
asking you,
annoying. You have to come making it up or
how
something.
long has it been in flight?
27 seconds according to NASA. Are you looking at my screen?
47 seconds.
This is why it's pissing me off because I said just look at my screen and you won't do it. You just want to keep asking
I
questions
will.
and
I'm
denying
looking
the
at your
answer.
screen. I'm looking at it right now.
Okay,
I'm
then you
seeing it.
see.
So there's
Just look at it.
Okay, hold on.
There you
There's the
go.
launch.
NASA says that the transmission is 30 seconds behind. Okay?
That's 30 seconds behind.
That's what NASA said. So watch the time down here at the bottom and you'll see the height. I mean, yeah, the height on the left.
Okay. 1.4 kilometers, 1.5 kilometers, 1.6 kilometers, something like that, in 27.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, yeah.
Looks like
Now,
the
actually,
angle
I think it's 25 seconds, which puts it at 1.4. But I rocked with 27 and gave you guys the benefit of the doubt.
This is awesome, by the way. I wish we could have been, someone could have been a lot farther away and actually could have synced up, real time. Like when you're watching TV, you know what time you're videotaping, you're talking about it on the video camera. You can see when it pops up. That's a really cool.
The rocket launches are going to
Go ahead.
debunk the globe. Because what we're going to do now is we're going to make sure we have no topographical obstruction at the horizon where we're observing it. We're going to maximize
Great.
distance. And you guys are just going to make stuff up. It's gonna be
I'm all
funny.
for it.
I think he's in Hernando, man.
So where are you at? So according, if this stuff is correct, what's it? We have 27 seconds, and it's supposed to be 1.6 kilometers high. And how far away are you from the launch site? With this about the tree,
miles.
we've seen the tree line in the other. How long?
100. It's all in the meme.
Just talk to me. I'm just
112 miles, man.
Dropped in your house. Hey, what are you guys doing? Oh, talk to me. That's cool.
Just look at the
12
meme,
that
bro.
doesn't look like it's farther than 12 miles away. No,
Have you looked at the meme yet?
that looks like it's a lot farther than 12 miles away. But I'm just,
So I have the screenshot where you first see the rocket. Okay, we synced it up. So that's at 20 seconds in the video, 27 seconds. So as you see right there, at
Okay,
20
go back to the other.
What?
Go back to the other video. Okay.
Xanax, it's
And that's
112 miles. It's incredible how far that is. It's like that's a pretty bright light. It seems like that might be part of why it's able to be seen at 112 miles.
Okay, that's
So,
all
like,
right.
their
So I see it
rockets are
coming up.
fucking their
Is it
own.
angled away? Like, was it?
I don't know about that. I'd have to look at his location relative to the trajectory of
It looks like
what they claim they did.
at a 40. It
That's
looks like a
obviously
90-degree
banking
angle
on their
from the-
claim, of course.
Not
But
that it matters.
you do know it goes over. So
Yeah, it looks like it's a 90-degree angle from how it was observed from the launch pad. But that's just
maybe
really important.
wouldn't that make it worse if it's tilted away?
Not very slightly. We're talking about less than a degree. Less than
Yeah.
quarter degree. Yeah.
No.
I mean, as far as the curvature of the Earth, but the angle that it shows it's at like a 20-degree angle.
You
That
guys
20-degree
would
angle
hope it's 90 degrees, right? You agree that that's the best for you? Is
Well, it
directly
doesn't really
90
matter.
degrees?
I'm talking about insignificant values. What's more important is when you see it pop over the trees, only being 12 miles away. After 30 seconds a lot, I guarantee that thing should be in
12
sight.
miles.
So,
Hey, can you drop us a link to that amateur video?
whoa, hold on a second. How many miles away? You said 12. Now how far is it?
112.
Oh, that makes more sense. Okay, good. All right, now we're getting somewhere. Now you're saying
That's worse for you.
112 miles away. Well, no, it sounds like that makes sense. Now, 1.4 kilometers, that is, roughly a mile high. So about 5,000 feet. That sounds about right also. Am I smoking crack here or what?
What does that mean? Yeah. Now you're there. Okay, 112 miles. Read the meme.
Okay, the Earth would be obscuring the 5,000 feet, but this tree line, which is only a quarter to a
Tree
mile
line makes it
long.
worse for you guys because the tree line means
No,
that
it makes
we
it
would
worse.
potentially see it even lower.
No, it makes it so you can't see it even longer.
I'm saying,
Does that make it worse
if
for
there's
us?
no
I don't
trees
know.
here, look, dude, if there's no trees here, that means we may have seen the rocket even sooner.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. That makes it
You would
worse
see it
for you.
Why? Because give me a sync up on the your time discrepancy. You had 20,
No, we don't have a
30
time discrepancy. We synced it up. We took NASA's official statement, which is that there's a 30-second delay from the official broadcast, and we laid that over us syncing up the boosters, and they match. So we're just taking NASA's word for it, and when it seems that NASA's not incredibly off, it may be a few seconds off. So, yeah.
Well, that I mean, I don't know how they can say it's 30. Why they have a fixed 30-second delay? Okay, you throw that in there, and then how do you know when this? How do you know when
30 seconds.
to sync up? Yeah, that's looks like a home video. That's videotaping the.
Okay? So now now say that it's all the data is right, because actually, from my understanding, it's closer to 30 feet and closer to 25 seconds, which makes it worse. That puts it at about 2,800 feet difference. With the advantageous numbers I gave you, so instead of 2,800, you have 6635 minus 5249, which is 1386. So you got like 1400 versus 2800. Right. So we give you the beneficial number of 1400. So that means that this rocket, 1.6 kilometers in the sky, needs to be refracted up 1,400 feet.
Over 112 miles. That's not a lot.
Okay.
That's
So,
only.
so we're not seeing the actual rocket where it is.
Well, no, that would happen for over that great of a distance through that atmosphere that low to the ground. That you remember you got about half a degree for the sun, a half a degree. And that's a lot more than 1,400 feet over a half a mile. Just so you know.
Funny,
right? Give me a. Because you know what? How far?
Do you guys not think it's weird that you guys immediately walk right into just blindly believing that rocket must not be where we're seeing it? Like you immediately believe it, internalize it.
No, we know. We all know. We measure the sun easily. When you get these distances, we start getting into the refraction layers or amounts that you see the sun being refracted near the horizon, which is almost a half a degree in some cases.
Watch, I'm going to show you guys how this is so easy to show you guys.
What I said?
Kind of religious.
That's kind of a key point. I'm not saying you're right or wrong. I'm just saying think about all the things that we do.
Hey, let's say the trees weren't there. Hypothetically, let's say the trees weren't there, and we could see 5 seconds sooner. Let's just say hypothetically the trees weren't there, and we could see it 5. Then we would be able to see it at 0.4 miles up. Hypothetically, right? So if I come over here. We're going to go to the Earth curve calculator.
You're cutting out with it.
Okay, Earth curve calculator. Here we go. So 112 miles, 30 feet. So, so.
All right, so you know. So
what's up?
Saw it from the
I just want to know how far they're going to
outside
go to defend this religion.
Well,
bendy rocket thrust light. Bendy rocket light. If that's where it's headed.
Okay, that means it's only 130 feet in the air.
What's that? What's so funny?
So if you go to NASA here, so at oh, never mind. I put it on the wrong one.
Yeah.
I say that's insane. All right, look, we're going to
Yeah,
stop it at 20. Now let's say that we could see it 5 seconds early. Let's just say hypothetically, right? Because if the trees weren't there, let's say we could see it 5 seconds early. Oh, I put open. Okay, that means it's at 2,600 feet, which means it would have had to be lifted up 4,700 feet. Is that just perfectly normal too? Almost a mile?
Say that what you just said one more time.
So if we go to 20 seconds, if we were to say we saw it 5 seconds earlier because there were no trees there, hypothetically. When we go to their video at 20 seconds, then you have 0.8 kilometers. 0.8 kilometers is 2,624 feet. So then you take the Earth curve calculator number. Sorry, I keep losing it. It doesn't matter. It's like 7,200, and you subtract it, then you get 4,768. So let me show you. Okay, 2,624 subtracted from 7,392. 2,624 subtracted from 7,392.
It's like 3,000 something or 2,800 whatever.
4,700. 4,768. So this would have to, this rocket right here would have to be lifted up like what if we had saw it earlier hypothetically. It would have to be lifted up.
7,000 something minus 4,000 something.
It has to be.
No?
It has to be.
Dude. Okay.
So what does it have to do?
7,392 minus 2,624.
At that distance, what does the half a degree do to your? So just play with the half a degree. If it was maximum we see with the sun. What if it refracted that much? How much would it be? You know?
You see the screen, dude?
Yeah.
7,392 minus 2,624. Oh my gosh. 4,768.
5,000 feet.
That's because at 20 seconds you got 0.8 kilometers. 0.8 kilometers, 2,624. So then you take the 2,624 from the 7,392. You get 4,768. Okay, so I mean that now, like say hypothetically, we saw the rocket at 20 seconds. Would it just be completely explainable if the rocket had to have been lifted 4,100 feet? Like, is there a limit to you guys saying the word? That's my question.
Yeah, there's a limit. The limit,
water, right?
The limit that we've ever seen probably be about half a degree.
And it's wintertime, so it's cold right now.
Because they're not going to have extreme refraction over that bigger distance.
So where's
it's very recent.
Temperature inversion?
It's colder, right? It's colder.
Yeah.
But I mean, so see how they don't look at like they're not like, wait, what's the temperature differential and the density layers? They're like, oh, it must have been refracted this much.
Well, we know it's refracted because we know how the gradient is great in the radon.
You don't even have to do that, right? Just look at what amount of refraction would have done it, and then I ask, is this a usual amount of refraction to have in the atmosphere, right? If I agree with you, Witsit, like if I were to just scrolled my bar and found the amount of refraction that did do it, and that amount was like an insane amount of refraction that never happens, then yeah, I'd be like, huh, that's really weird. But if the average amount of refraction is like not unusual, then I don't have a problem with it. Like,
yeah, what about 4,800 feet? What's the cutoff?
4,800. Let's do 4,800 feet and divide that by 651,000 feet. So that's 112 miles, right? So we got inverse tangent.
That means that it's refracted up almost as much as its actual altitude. It's almost doubled in altitude.
Yeah, that's only a half a degree of refraction. It's not very much. That's very close, less than a half a degree. So 0.4.
I think it's pretty cool that the trees are there because they do create like an artificial horizon. So they would have to claim that it's like refracting and coming through the trees. Like something, it's like refracting, bending, and that has to be coordinated to be bent through the trees as well.
Refraction doesn't care. The refraction doesn't care. But I see what you're saying. That the light is now instead of that period where the trees are, it's light refracting over that period through the trees. Yeah.
Yeah, because you have two layers. You have a closer tree layer and then the further.
The trees are also having to be refracted up, I'm guessing, yeah.
The reason that's insignificant is because those trees are only maybe a mile away, maybe less. And so everything behind that is what is following the path to the rocket. And then we're talking about 651,000 of distance, or 100, 100,
Right, but why are all these things revealing like no curvature? Meaning, why do all these observations have to be bent and warped to fit a planar geometry Earth?
Well, it's just like dark matter.
We're only talking. Well, where should it be if it was flatter? That's the question, right?
It's just like the dark matter and dark energy thing, right? As they were showing it in the video that I was just watching, as you scale it up and scale it down, the dark matter and dark energy scale up at the same time. So they're admitting that they're fudging the numbers.
No, I'm just saying I just did that distance, and in 0.4 degrees would be about where it would have to be to make up for the 4,700 feet. That's all you need is 0.4 degrees refraction total. And that's what we see with the sun every day. That's why it's
what would explain this,
right? You said 0.4 degrees, right? But it's actually a mile, right? Or 5,000 feet, right? So
yes,
stop double speaking, right? It makes you look desperate.
No. 112 miles is a long way. If light is bending over that distance and it bends 0.4 degrees, which doesn't do over a shorter distance like that, like the sun and things you see over the ocean, which we measure every day, we know that's a half a degree refraction. We can measure the slowdown of the Earth as it sets. So this is doing nothing more than that, and that shows that would be around 4,500 feet. That's what would cause that. I mean, that's not that. So we see that.
Don't have to double speak though, bro.
Charlie was saying earlier, we see it every day. We see a half a degree of refraction every day.
What height are we not going to see refraction anymore?
You'll always see
anything significantly above the.
You always see refraction. So when we look at the stars, we see refraction.
So what that
That's
means
what
is
religious
it's
zealots,
always going to look.
You don't see the sun. You don't see the sun measurably slowing down until it's about 10 degrees or 5 degrees at the horizon. Anything above 10 degrees above the horizon, you probably see.
You guys claim that the sun's always refracted.
Yes, there's always a density gradient in the atmosphere.
Imagine being in this position and touting intellectual high grade.
Well, please show me the conditions where there's no density gradient with it.
Do you automatically believe the story too, Ruif?
Please show me the conditions where there's no density gradient.
So just since you're such an atmosphere expert, can you look at my screen?
Your screen. Am I watching your screen now? Hold on. You got the Falcon Heavy? Okay.
All right, so this rocket is lifted up and refracted up to 5,000 feet when we first see it.
Okay.
That's just that cuts it for you.
Sorry, it's lifted up an extra 5,000 feet, or its altitude.
Yeah, almost twice its altitude.
It's 100.
You're saying refraction has added 5,000 feet?
That's what they're saying. Yeah.
No one is saying that. No one is saying that.
Yeah.
How far away is that?
112 miles.
112 miles.
651,000 feet.
No one is saying that, he says. He just heard about it. He's already an expert.
Yeah, no one is saying that it's adding 5,000 feet.
Well, actually, they just said that would be completely acceptable.
Who is the they with it?
Zanuck.
Is it the fucking government?
Zanuck.
Not lifting up an extra 5,000 feet.
Yeah. He said it would be less than a degree. That's no big deal.
It's not an extra 5,000 feet. If
Okay.
Zanuck said it's been lifted up by refraction
So
by
if
an
it's
extra 5,000 feet, Zanuck, you're wrong. Zanuck, are you saying that?
I'm
Hey, are you looking at my screen?
I said if it lifted 4,500 feet, I said, well, that would be about 0.4 degrees of refraction, and that's not that unusual. So I said it could be that. I don't know if these synced up properly, so I'm just throwing numbers to show that it's in the scale of acceptability. But I'm all yours to say why it couldn't be that.
Right. It's not being lifted up an extra 5,000 feet or whatever.
I think it only needs 1,200 feet is the only.
My guess would be 1,000. Yeah.
Okay, here we go, Roof. Are you watching my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so you see that at 20 seconds is at 0.8 kilometers. 0.8 kilometers is 2,600 feet. We got 7,392.
Yeah, should I write that down?
No, I'm using the calculator.
20.
Minus 2624.
20 seconds. 20 seconds was so what, 800 meters or something?
0.8 kilometers.
Okay, 800 meters, yes.
Okay. And then, so you get 4768.
What's 4768?
Well, 30 feet observer height, 112 miles. That's 7,392 hidden height.
Okay, 7392 hidden, geometrically at least, yeah.
Yeah. And so then you
Yeah.
take that calculator and you say 7392 minus 2624, and you would get, it has to be lifted up 4,768 feet. That's
Almost a
pretty close to
mile.
5 grand. That is 5K.
Okay, so what am I missing here? What's the point?
The rocket has to be lifted up 5,000 feet. We saw it at, what do you understand?
Where does the 2,500 feet come in? You said 20 seconds is 2,500 feet.
Yeah, because the 0.8 kilometers at 20 seconds. That's how high NASA claims the rocket is. So 0.8 kilometers is 2,600 feet in the air. But if it's supposed to have 7,000,
What's the 20
I have
second
a hard
mark?
time understanding. I have a hard time
Why are we caring
understanding.
about 20 second mark?
Why do you have a problem with it being seen above the trees? Do we know how high it is by looking over the trees?
Yeah,
we're
how
supposed
do
to
we
know how
know
high it
that's...
is based on what NASA claims.
Yeah, how do we know that that's 20 seconds, Witsit?
Okay, there you go. You're catching up now. Okay, so the way it all started is they tell us there's a 30-second delay from the broadcast. Okay, that's what NASA says.
Okay, all right.
What do you mean, oh, Jesus? So then we
You're going
did.
to try and sync up the audio. How about sync up the fucking video, you idiot?
That's what we're talking. Dude, how about you pump the brakes, Mr. I think I'm smarter than everyone else, but I'm always 5 steps behind. Okay, anyway, so
syncing up
are you
the
going to
audio?
keep on? Or are you just going to keep on?
Anything. Okay, sync up the video. I'm not going to listen to you if you're going to sync up the audio.
Yeah. Yeah. Does everyone think, Zanuck, you want to save him, don't you? Because he knows he looks stupid right now. So anyway, we use the 30-second delay claim, and we combine that with
You're syncing up the audio. You're a
oh
fucking
my
idiot.
God. Oh my God. We actually use the boosters of the videos to sync the videos.
Sync
You
the
clown.
video.
You clown.
Sync the video.
Ruif,
How you
chill.
keep it?
I don't
dude,
care
Ruif,
about the
I just said
audio.
we did that.
Sync the video.
We
Ruif,
did.
to be fair to you, just got here. He's already been doing that. So if you want to see
Okay.
it, yeah.
So don't talk about the audio because that's bullshit. Sync
No,
the
if
video.
you had been patient, you would understand that I explained that we took both pieces of information and compared them to increase accuracy, okay? They actually matched pretty well, so we used them both.
Show me the
What do you
video.
guys call it when something matches a prediction? Like this is a flat Earth prediction.
Yeah, good evidence. Yes, good evidence.
Okay, yeah, I'll show you the video in a second. Jaren's the one that synced them up. I'll get him to send it to me. But anyway, the point is that we took the 30-second, we took the claim, we linked them up, and then we went and looked at the boosters of the rockets and synced up the videos from NASA's feed and the amateur feed. Okay, and then we got like 25 seconds, it seems. So 25 seconds is actually going to be way better for you guys than 20, obviously. You're walking in the end of the conversation. So you come in at 20. If it's 25 seconds, it's like, does anyone remember? 25 seconds, I think, is 1.6 kilometers. 1.4 here. I said 1.6 for 27 seconds. So 25 seconds is 1.4.
Okay. I just want to see the video.
27 is 1.6.
Say main engine cutoff or something like that. Something in both videos that you can synchronize with.
I'm not persevering right now. Jaren did the exhaust, the boost.
Whatever it is. Just sync it
we
up.
actually disagree. We were giving the Globers the advantage with all the data.
Hey, what's it? Quick question for you. So I think you synced up really well because you did them both and let them play out until the boosters came off, which that's like the telltale sign that they're synced up because that's going to be the same in both. And then you can work backward on time and find out. But what's the main thrust of your argument? Where you see them above the tree line? Do we know where that position is in the distance? Because you have no angles. If you had like a level line that you could see where that was in respect to that, that'd be good based on the observer height. All you see is trees.
It doesn't matter.
Hold on. All all you have is trees and this little light getting above the trees. So where is the discrepancy about where that rocket is with respect to the trees?
The rocket's supposed to be thousands of feet below the Earth curve.
Yeah, just
I know.
Just sync the videos up. That's all you have to do.
No, we already did. I don't run
Okay,
errands
you're
for
saying
you.
we should, we shouldn't see it at
you
all.
showed
Hold on.
absolutely. It's so fun.
Ruhif, it's synced in the
So I
original
think I got it.
video.
You said
Hold
we
on,
shouldn't
it's
see it at
synced.
all.
Hold on, Zach. It's synced in the original video, except for y'all the ones who claim there's
Brian,
a 30-second delay.
This one in here. Come on.
Yeah, there we go. Find that point, right?
It's synced in the original video. Y'all claim there's a 30-second delay.
No, we're not syncing audio. We're syncing the video.
It's synced in the original video. We gave you 25 seconds on top of that.
Fuck, we've got to sync Wide Awake's video with the SpaceX video, right?
It is.
Miko, what? They're two different videos.
We
Right?
did
Find a point.
We used them to sync together the exhaust, the boosters.
Okay. What time does that happen in Wide Awake's video?
I don't remember. Jaren has it.
Okay. How about stick the two videos in the chat? And I'll do it because you seem really hesitant.
Here's what you're missing though. In Wide Awake video, he's playing the broadcast while he's filming it. Okay, so
Yeah,
we
but
give you
we're not going to
25
sync up
seconds on
audio,
top of
Brian.
that. We give you
Syncing up
25
audio is
seconds
silly.
on top of that.
Yeah, forget about the audio.
We're not syncing up audio, Brian. We're syncing up the video. Right? We're going to watch for some main engine cutoff or something. We're going to watch for something that is in the SpaceX video and watch for something that's in Wide Awake's video. Then we're going to work out what time it rose above the.
So the problem is,
well, we've been watching them. We've already been watching them separately. If you want to combine them and put them onto one split screen, then go for it.
Jesus, it looks like I have to do it.
Yeah, but if you want to put them on a split screen, we've been watching them separately, but they've already been synced up with the timing, all the information available.
Yeah, but you don't need a split screen. You just need a time marker in one of the videos where main engine cut off or whatever, and what time that is in the SpaceX video.
Will you do it, Riff, for us?
I'm doing it now because Witsit just refuses to.
Witsit already said that Jared already did the shit, bro. Quit lying, man, and just do it.
I'm not. He's refusing to do it, right? Anyway, I'll
I don't work for you.
Yeah, of course.
You guys, dude, the whole room proved that if we went from a range of around 1400 all the way up to 4800, you guys will claim it's all perfectly normal. A range of like 3,000 feet difference, it's all perfectly explained on the globe. And you guys claim automatically whichever one it is what's happening. You're religious.
Would you not agree that a couple fractions of a degree, a couple tenths of a degree would give you 1,000 or a few thousand foot raising of the object?
Agree that if you predetermine without even knowing the temperatures and the variables and the density layers that you claim cause refraction, that you can automatically just pick whatever the number is, that you're religious. Yeah.
I appreciate what you're doing here, but I asked a question to prove it because Roof is disagreeing that you could not lift.
1 minute 40. The rocket is above the trees. 1 minute 40 in Wide Awake's video. Let's find another marker in Wide Awake's that we can match up with the SpaceX one. Like main engine cutoff or something like that.
What's so funny is we just took NASA's claim about the broadcast, and then we compared that to syncing up the boosters, and they match pretty damn well. They're like almost exactly the same.
Did you match the audio or the video?
Both.
Jesus, I'll do it myself. Wait, give me 5 minutes. I'll do it.
You know what's funny is that if we did both, that means it's more efficient. I think it makes me stupid.
Yeah.
Yes. Roof, you read over.
Sorry.
Roof.
Yeah.
Okay. So the question was, I think because you joined one of the questions I had was when they see it above the trees, they're saying that they shouldn't see it at all. With the amount of curvature, this thing should be, I don't know, 7,000 feet below the horizon or something. We shouldn't even be seeing, even if the trees were there. So the trees make our case worse because we're seeing it not only over the horizon, but we're seeing it over the trees as well. Right, what's it? Am I paraphrasing it correctly?
The trees are pretty much
Technically, say hypothetically the trees weren't there and you saw it even sooner, it'd be even worse for the globe.
It's a yes or no question. If we saw, we are hidden by the Earth curvature. We shouldn't see it at all, according to Whitsitt. And now with the trees there, we should see it even less. Yet we are seeing it, and we shouldn't see it at that timestamp. Right, Whitsitt? Is that true or false? I wish I can get straight answers.
You see even less? Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay. So, Rube, what he's saying is that the height, when it just breaks the tree, we shouldn't even be seeing it. So it should still be behind Earth curve. I was telling you earlier that it could be refraction at 112 miles. We could have, a quarter degree or a third of a degree of refraction, and that would lift it 3,000 or 4,000 feet. And that's when you came and said, "Oh, I can't lift it."
Dude, it's more like 117 miles too, man. I imagine it's
Brian,
Chuck it in a bit, Brian.
chaos here, and all you're doing is making it worse. Whitson knows what I'm doing.
112?
Everyone knows what you. Just between
Okay. It'll be about 1,200 feet. 1,200 feet added with refraction.
Why?
Because we have a density gradient.
Why is it only 400 feet?
1,200.
Oh yeah, that's the first number I said. What's so funny is you guys are just now catching up that this is the first thing I said.
Didn't you say 4,000?
Yeah,
5,000? Someone said 5,000. Right?
No, I explained that's giving 100-foot observer height. That's assuming 112 distance, which Brian seems to think it's 117. He actually thinks it's closer to 30 was his observer height. So we gave you 100 anyway. Right, and then actually, I think it's 25. Jaron thinks it's 27. What do you think it is? You obviously think it's like 27. So then that means
it's a rounding error. That's a rounding error. Ruhev, what I'm saying, we notice that the sun is lifted, loomed up about a half a degree in many cases because it's very far away to the horizon.
That's a little bit different because with the sun, you're going through the entire atmosphere. If we're looking pretty much horizontally, it's going to be in the atmosphere. So it is different. Yeah.
I agree. But in this case, he's 112 miles away. So we might see, that much more. It could be a quarter degree. It could be, that kind of day in Florida, haze and everything. The conditions might be right for some type of, extreme refraction. But
where's this space?
Even if it's a quarter, even if it's a tenth of a degree, it's still getting close to where this object could be loomed up. You said how much? You said about
1,200 feet, but if it's 117 miles, it'll be.
I think it said 112 miles.
About 1,300, 1,200 or 1,300 feet extra from.
So what's it saying is that they're seeing this thing peek across the trees well before it should even be seen over the Earth curve based on just a geometric curve. With refraction, we get an extra 1,200 feet, but that's still nowhere near the 4,000 feet that you have to make up. Am I paraphrasing you correctly, or what's it?
Maybe I'm tuned out at this point.
Yeah, I'm just watching the video.
We're missing about 4,000 feet of looming. Is
that would be the higher end. 4,800 is the higher end. Actually, now let me show you even the higher end. Let's say that he's right about because I always give you guys like a benefit of the doubt until we get the verified distances because I just don't want to hear you guys run your mouth. Let's go to Earth curve calculator. So if we put 117. Then you have 8,000 feet. So that's going to add about 800 feet, maybe closer to 7.
There's the boosters coming off.
Yeah, I took my own crack at syncing up the videos, and by the best marker I could find was the boost back burn ignition. You could see it fairly clearly in both videos.
And what's the timestamp in one of them?
I think it's at 2:47 on the telemetry footage, the SpaceX footage. And so by my estimate, it's the homemade video launch estimate would be at 1:02 on the video timer.
Oh, yeah.
Which would explain this huge discrepancy. I think the 20, 25, 30 seconds is still way too low.
Wait, you're claiming that it's been in the air at 35 seconds?
I mean, if I sync up the videos, it seems to indicate that. Well, even more.
You might be getting a spanking here, what's it?
What'd you say?
There's any damn delay.
You might be getting a spanking here.
No. Well, I mean, I didn't.
Claiming a delay is bullshit to me, bro.
Dude, he came back and said, my estimate is perfectly the same as what the globe needs. Shh, get the fuck out of here.
I didn't say that. All I'm saying
is...
who's
going to prove there's a delay at all?
Don't worry about the audio, Brian. Right? We're syncing up the video.
All right.
Right.
Well, he just now guessed. He just said that he's like trying to guess that that's the best one. Which one did you sync up? Because I'm waiting on Jared
just
to
did
message me
copies,
back. He
yeah.
has to take care of his baby.
I synced up the video only. I just looked for the moment I first saw the boost back burn of the two boosters.
Yep.
which
I've got the
is
timestamp, Scott, as well, Coffee.
Yeah, it's
Very
247
good.
on the telemetry.
Yep. On Wide Awake's video, you see the rocket above the clouds at 140, and that boost back thing is at 350. So the gap is 2 minutes and 10 seconds. All right, which on the telemetry takes us back to 37
You're telling me
seconds.
140, 140, bro? You can't tell what the boosters are doing at 140.
No, 140 is when the rocket gets above the clouds.
Okay,
Above the
where do
tree,
we
sorry.
see that? Where do we see this alleged booster sync in the amateur?
350. 350.
350
About
on the
copper
homemade
spanking,
video.
Witsit. About to copper spanking.
Somehow I doubt
There we
that.
go. 350. That corresponds to 2 minutes 47 in the SpaceX telemetry data. So if you take that 2 minutes and 10 seconds off, then at 37 seconds in the SpaceX telemetry, that's the same time that it's above the tree line. 37 seconds. All right, and what's the altitude? 3.2 kilometers.
So now reverse refraction, right?
No.
It's 10,000 feet.
It is reverse refraction now. Well, what'd you say the time was? What's the time difference? 35 seconds?
37-ish.
37. Yo. Okay, so
the rocket wasn't it speeding up too? It had to been speeding up from 25 to 37. So reverse refraction, man. Whatever the globe needs.
That's like 10,500 feet, right?
I mean, remember we're also dealing with the tree line, so we don't exactly know when it's obstructed by the horizon. But I mean, the point is like the vertical ascent's the most sensitive part of this whole measurement, so the sync has to be as close as you can get it.
Well, the point is,
Anyway.
if the Earth was flat, you'd see it a hell of a lot faster. Right?
Correct.
What about all that shit you said about the sun and all that, Zanuck?
So
You get the
Witsit,
point here. All
what
this,
was your
all
point
these-
again, Witsit?
oh, I don't believe that your number of 35 seconds. I'm gonna wait till I see what Jaren synced up.
Okay.
You
You're going to listen to your
looking at
fucking
it.
Flat Earth Overlord. Okay.
No, he
You're not
just
listening?
synced up the video and he got 27.
I've just synced up the video.
Yeah, but
We
you
have
think I
to sync
trust
up
you or
the video.
Jaren more?
All right. There we
You
go.
think that something will infinitely revolve around the orbit around the ball? The light will just go around the ball like 20 times in less than a second.
Anyway, my work here is done. My work here is
You believe
done.
that we
You
can
got
see
a
the
spanking.
Just gonna beat the fucked out.
You got a spanking. I'll
You,
catch you guys later.
you call your best guess a spanking, bro? Your best guess at saying when that thing detached is a spanking. I'll give you the fact that we'll look into this further, but spanking, bro? Are you serious, dude? And Zanuck, what happened to all that fucking sun?
Your guesses were 5
Hold on.
seconds different, dude.
We gotta. Oh, sorry. We gotta bend it. We gotta bend everything the opposite way now by a little bit. Bro. So what happened to all that other bullshit? Zanuck
This cope is
Come on.
delicious.
Hit
our
me
cope,
up.
dude,
Hit
they
me
said
up when you
5
figure it out
second
and sync
different
it up.
guesses, dude. You freaking clown. Charlie sat in here for like 20 minutes, didn't say a word. Then his little buddies come in and save him, and now he's bragging. And then their prediction was a 5 second difference. He said 30 seconds, and Roof says it's 37 actually now. So 7 second difference. So you both got it right, even though it's 7 second difference. You guys are both doing the same
let me
thing for
know.
sure.
I
when you come up
trusted
with a
your
number.
numbers, Witsit. I took your data. You're
Okay,
right.
so now I didn't get a spanking, and my data was correct. You can't make up your mind. Which one is it?
You got a
Is
spanking
Runic right
because
or
it's
is
way
Coffee right?
above.
Which one's right?
No, bro. Your data was wrong. Clearly.
Wait, how?
Yeah.
They're both giving different
You're
answers.
just fucking grasping at straws, Witsit. I'm out.
Roof, is it? Yeah, see, leave because you don't want to address that you guys have a 7 second difference and you're bragging about it. Oh yeah, it's so definitive.
What do you
guys
mean
know
we
it's
have a 7
second.
second difference? You gave me the 30 seconds, trusting that you actually fucking synced up the videos.
I
and
said
you clearly didn't.
27 seconds, and I'm waiting on Jaren to tell me what
Yeah,
he's
it's even
used
worse.
to sync. No, 27
That's
seconds is
10
worse
seconds
for
of
you.
flight for a
27 seconds is
rocket
worse
up.
for you, buddy. 27 seconds is worse for you.
Yeah, I agree. 20 seconds is worse because the real number is 37.
Well, how come Coffee got 30?
Oh, I didn't say I got 30. I was just marking the
trusted your
time
numbers
at the
too.
No, he didn't. He said he went and used the video to sync them together himself, and he got 30 seconds.
No, I didn't say 30. I said I estimate the homemade video launch to be at about 102 on the slider. So I didn't actually make an estimate because it's hard to tell because we have a tree line, right?
Okay. You said 30 seconds.
Well,
I
I'm
mean,
sorry
not
if I
to
missed
play it, or
I
just-
didn't.
Taking it
I
back.
definitely didn't like.
Oh, he's
Find
taking
the
it back.
truth. If you're
No, I'm
a
not
truth
You guys are all
seeker,
proud of Ruif. You know Ruif is
stop
right
saying
about
he
it.
said she said. Just stick to
No,
truth.
it seems like it's in the upper 30s. I don't have an exact number. I'm saying
Upper
my
30s.
best guess is somewhere up there.
Wow.
Because it's hard to sync precisely. I mean the boost spec burn was the best point I could find. You mentioned Jaren syncing it at booster separation, but it was really hard for me to see that given the plume of exhaust. I couldn't really make out exactly on the homemade video, so I looked for something else. But yeah, I mean, if you want me to give a more precise estimate, like I'll look at it further, but that's roughly where I think it is based on my sync.
I'll just wait on Jaren. Because he said he was going to redo it and everything. I'll try and do it as well. You guys,
Yeah,
obviously.
I'd be curious.
How convenient you guys come back
what he
with
did, you know,
vastly different numbers, and they both saved the globe. When just a second ago, it was like common sense that we would see it thousands of feet out of place. It was just common sense. Anyone that would even question it is insane. You guys are just like you build this narrative where you guys are always just intellectually superior and 100% right, and no matter what
Setting
happens,
things
Listen to the
Hey,
Cobra. Delicious.
firing things to the moon.
It's so
I mean,
funny.
For Christ's
It's
sake,
so funny, but this is
give it a
okay.
rock.
I mean,
come on.
I think everyone
Yeah,
here can
we're
tell that you guys are religious.
We're going to be biased for sure.
Oh, you're
Not
religious.
We've been sending things to the moon for 35 years. Where have you been? Before you were born, there have been people on the moon.
No one went
For
to the
years.
moon.
Why are you? What's that?
No one went to the moon, dude. Shut up.
Why do you go into the moon? Why do you,
Hey, watch this, Zenick. Watch this. I haven't tried this on you yet. Let's see what you say, because all the ballers are freaking out earlier. So, when we fly a plane on the Earth, how come we don't have to correct for the Earth spinning underneath us? Short answer, please.
because you steer the aircraft and going from point to point.
So the air drags us along with the Earth.
No, not
He
a
said
little bit. Not
for it. He just said that
you
he
correct for
it.
He asked me a second. I'll respond real quick. You can steer the aircraft from point to point along its path. So if you just was like a ballistic going from the North Pole to the equator, you would be ending up at the equator, and the Earth would be spinning under you at 1,000 miles an hour, literally.
Greater difference.
Come
on, Zenick.
do that.
I have a whole point to make, dude.
Hold on. Can I just finish? Can I finish, please? So when you're flying from the North Pole to the equator, along the way you are going point to point, and you're making very small corrections along the way, and that will increase your tangential velocity as you travel to the South Pole. Effectively going east as you go south.
Please, dude. I'm not trying to debate Zenick about this. That wasn't the point. Okay? They claim that the atmosphere moves with the Earth. It's not perfectly in lockstep with the Earth, but it's close enough that the difference is negligible because you're correcting for wind in the plane, and that makes up for it.
Nah, I've argued with people about that. The wind is going to be a very small factor because you got to realize you have effectively, progressively though, a 1.5 mile an hour crosswind is what it amounts to along the way.
So are we landing on a moving target?
If you had on the moon, there would be no wind, and you would definitely end up.
Wait, calm down. Are we landing on a moving target on the Earth? Yes or no?
Are you landing on a moving target with respect to what?
To us.
With respect to when you're leaving, or when you get there?
Landing, like in the atmosphere, like is the Earth moving in respect to the Earth atmosphere?
By the time you get there, you are not landing on a moving target. You're
Does the
already
Earth move with respect to the atmosphere?
It's not directly coupled, no.
So it does move with respect to the atmosphere.
The Earth moves, and the atmosphere. It was more like the atmosphere moves with respect to the Earth.
Okay, now you guys are saying that the difference is just pretty much negligible. So no, stop. Now, would it be worse? Would it be harder or easier to land if there was no atmosphere?
You wouldn't be flying if there was no atmosphere.
Hey, no, dude, try to keep up with the actual point, buddy.
Cumulatively, you would need the energy that the atmosphere would impart on the aircraft along its way. So that's significant. So I'd say that by that alone, the answer would be it'd be harder to land an aircraft or some device without an atmosphere,
because the atmosphere is
having
helping
the help.
drag the atmosphere is helping drag the plane around the Earth.
The atmosphere will impart a tangential velocity increase on its way to the fastest tangential velocity location, because that atmosphere has more tangential velocity, therefore it has more momentum. That momentum will be imparted on the aircraft, not 1-to-1, but some percentage. Just like, think about a paper airplane flying across your room. If there's a crosswind, how much it moves. If you have a 1.5 mile an hour crosswind of your paper airplane, it doesn't move instantly 1.5 miles an hour if you throw it into the wind. It takes a while for that coefficient of drag of it longitudinally, and its
Dude, you make this so lame.
frontal area will determine how much kind of force will be imparted on that particular aircraft.
Why are you doing all this,
over
man?
any period.
What the I just told you I don't want to debate you about the plane, and I have another argument, and you want to just monologue about the plane no matter what.
It's not monologuing. It's, yes, you steer the plane to the airport as you go south. It's not that the Earth is rotating, not that it's not rotating underneath you. It is. You'd have to catch up to the Earth by going eastward direction along the way.
But if the Earth, if the atmosphere wasn't dragging the plane along with it relative to the Earth, then the Earth would be moving away from us more, correct?
Yes.
Correct. Okay, thank you. Holy shit. Okay, so when I'm landing on the moon, that same claim has to apply in your paradigm, and the moon is rotating 10 miles per hour at the equator, 10.8 miles per hour. They claim that Apollo 11 landed right at the equator of the moon. So you agree that when the lunar lander landed on the moon, that the moon was spinning 10 miles per hour underneath it?
No, because along its direction, when it left the orbiter, it detached and started going to the surface of the Earth and traveled. I don't think it traveled much very south, but if it had some southern trajectory, it would just be making a directional change to the east, if it's spinning like the Earth does, going south, to make up for any kind of tangential velocity differential.
So it was banking and accelerating?
Pardon me?
So it was banking and accelerating to compensate for the rotation of the moon?
Just turning.
So yeah, it was banking and accelerating to compensate for the Earth.
Left to right. It has left to right.
You would also have to accelerate, right? Because it's moving away from you. Yeah.
Where was
it gets worse. It gets worse, dude. Are you a moon landing denier? This is about to get so bad for you.
North of the equator? Were they on the equator? Were they following a great circle path? Yes.
Can I be honest with you, man?
This
is checkmate, Xanax.
It's not.
I promise. It's not over yet. It's not even over yet. Okay, so you agree, though, that it would be different than landing a plane on the Earth because the moon has no atmosphere?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then we would have to compensate for it.
Let's say they were traveling at a great circle route, and they let go of the lander, and it's going down to the moon, which I think it was. And you're saying as it travels southward, at some degree, some level, some magnitude, the moon is going to be rotating 10 degrees faster than it would be where? Than the North Pole?
10 miles per hour faster at the equator, which is where the Apollo 11 landed.
And what?
What?
10 miles
in the aircraft above it. It's really rotating away from the 10 miles per hour.
Hello? When they released it, are you saying that at the time they released it, that the destination at the equator was going 10 miles an hour faster tangentially? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, well, why would it not be?
Okay. So along its way, all it has to do is make small adjustments to, let's say it's spinning like the Earth does. We're going from the North Pole to the South Pole. Make small adjustments to the left, to the east, to make up for that tangent velocity. And over the period of time it took to get from the mothership to the it would make enough adjustments where it would make up that tangential velocity, which is only 10 miles an hour.
This is so funny. So
no,
by the way, we
does that
have
make sense?
footage of the first time
So
that the Nat, dude, this gets so bad for you. I promise it's
well, I
checkmate.
want to hear it. I want to hear
Okay.
it. Tell me why is
So
it so
we
bad?
have footage
You did-
from, I just recently found the footage from Apollo missions where they first claimed to have landed on the moon. And they supposedly give us a video of it. And the video doesn't show it going a certain direction or accelerating or accounting for the moon rotating underneath it. It shows it going straight down to the moon. Okay. Now, even worse than that. Okay. You agree again that it's different landing on the moon than landing a plane on the Earth because the moon has no atmosphere.
Of course.
Okay. What about the moon's 2,200 mile per hour orbit?
What about it?
What if you're gonna have to account for the Earth, the moon flying through the Earth's atmosphere away from the module?
Wait, flying through the Earth's atmosphere? What are you talking about with this?
You guys claim the
No,
Earth's
there's no-
atmosphere extends past the moon.
No, a few molecules here and there.
Okay,
air
okay,
molecules.
okay, that doesn't matter. So say it just makes it worse for you if there's atmosphere there.
It doesn't make it worse.
It does.
Listen,
It does because it's
trust that
the
I know-
Earth's atmosphere.
Trust
So
that I
it would
know
have
what
to
I'm
be-
talking about here. So I'll answer any questions you ask, but just don't start laughing and claiming victory when you
Right,
don't know what
so
that's
bad. I
about.
promise it's
It
checkmate.
doesn't matter. No, what's it? It doesn't matter. The Earth is 250,000 miles away. There's no atmosphere to speak of. It's not even a factor at all.
Okay, okay. That doesn't help you though.
Why does that help me?
Okay, because if there's no atmosphere, you just agree to be different flying a plane on the Earth because there's Earth has atmosphere. It'd be different landing something on the moon because the moon doesn't have atmosphere. So it's gonna have to account for the 10 mile per hour rotation underneath it. Now we have
10
footage evidence from NASA themselves showing they 100% did not do that, and you're just baselessly
do what?
claiming it because
What
you
didn't do
are
what?
a religious person. But this is
Didn't
where it
do
gets.
what?
Wait, the moon is also orbiting the Earth 2,200 miles per hour.
Well, that's the part I'm asking about. So what? What
Yeah.
does that matter?
Okay, well, whenever you're coming down in your module to land on the moon, it'll be moving away from you.
Why is that?
You don't know why?
I know why you think you know why, but that's not why. It has weight on the moon. That module has weight, and the vector of its weight is straight down to the center of the moon. There's very little influence of the Earth on the moon, as there is very little influence of the moon on the Earth.
Wait, so you're saying that when the module got released, that the moon pulled it around with it?
It's called an orbit. It's in a free fall.
Oh
yes.
my god. So you think the module was in orbit?
Yes.
You think that when the lander came out and went down to the Earth, it maintained an orbit the whole way down to the ground?
No, it started
Holy
slowing down. So it felt just like you land the spaceship to the ocean on the Earth. It is an orbit when it's released, and then it starts hitting the atmosphere and slows down.
We don't have atmosphere.
So I know I said that before you did. And then what happens? It fires jets to slow it. Its rockets have fuel to. This is really funny. You are exposing yourself as being such a moron. But I just want to let me finish on here. I don't mean to insult you.
He's
but it's
nervous, dude.
You're being really stupid, dude. When they release it from the spaceship, they start firing the rockets to slow it down because there is no atmosphere. But it does fall down. But once you start falling down to the moon's surface, slower and slower, it starts falling faster and faster downward, and it gets down to the surface. That's how it flies, quote, flies down to the surface.
No, it would have to be going faster and faster to keep up with the moon going around the Earth, 2,200 miles per hour. And there's no atmosphere to drag it with it. And they claim to attain a momentary orbit around the moon, but then the module comes out of that orbit.
It's 22 seconds.
Why do you think these capsules and things need heat shields when they land in the ocean from?
Total non sequitur, man.
It's not an non sequitur. It's exactly relevant.
Can any of the ballers tell him he needs to
because they use the atmosphere to slow it down. Why does it slow down? When they release
it's 22 seconds, bro.
The spacecraft, what do they do to make it fall into the ocean? What's the first thing they do, Witsit, when they're in space?
We're actually currently talking about the moon.
No, this is related. It's the same thing on the moon.
Nah,
what's the first thing?
Any other glimmers?
Witsit, please, you're exposing yourself as being really silly right
now.
No. Shut up for a second, please.
Witsit, everyone in the audience, please understand that Witsit will not answer the question. What is
Zanny,
the first thing they do when
second,
they release
please.
either the lunar lander or a space capsule from the attached to the ISS? What's the first thing they do so they can come back to Earth? What's the first thing?
It's not analogous.
It is analogous. I'm telling you,
it's
the
not.
moon. Either way, what is the first thing you do when you're on the moon on a lunar capsule with the lunar lander attached to it? What's the first thing they do when they release it? What's the first thing they do so that it goes down to the surface? What do you think?
It's not analogous.
It is. I'm not talking about the
give me for
analogy
1
now.
second,
Just
real
the
quick.
lunar lander.
Zanuck,
What's
Zanuck,
the
give me
first
just
thing they do
1
with
second,
it?
please.
What's the first? Anyone with half a brain?
Zanuck, give me 1
projecting so
second,
hard.
dude,
Does
please.
anybody know what the first thing is they do when they release the lunar lander? Do they speed up or they slow down?
You tell me.
What do they do?
Can you hold
They would
that
have to
question for
speed
1
up.
second, Zanuck?
And how do
Just
they do
one-
that?
Well, you guys claim that you can just violate thermodynamics, but that's not even the debate right
What
now.
do you, how do they violate thermodynamics? Now I get more bullshit. What's
No, I'm
that
not even
all
trying
about?
to debate. No. You would have
Wait,
to
wait, what is
speed up
violating
to catch up.
thermodynamics?
Hey, buddy. First of all, which
First of
way?
all, not your buddy.
Which way was the moon rotating relative to the lunar module landing?
I would imagine it is because it's so slight, it wouldn't really matter. But I imagine they're going with the rotation. Or I
How
mean,
would
against
10
the
miles per
rotation.
hour not matter? Have you ever seen how hard it is to land on a carrier ship, and they actually have a rope that catches the planes, and there's tons of accidents, and they basically get that.
Oh my God,
freaking-
the
they
non
basically get
sequitur
that
and a
carrier
straw
ship.
man to boot.
You stop interrupting me. They basically get that carrier ship to be really, really still. Nowhere
No, they
close to
don't.
moving 10 miles per hour. Nowhere close. And there's
No
still
way.
tons of
It's,
accidents.
it's going up and down and left and right. It's yaw and up and down. Crazy. You have a nice
It
40
doesn't
mile an hour headwind.
move. It doesn't move 10 miles per hour away from the plane. Objectively, it doesn't do that.
Hey, Austin, let me say one thing real quick, y'all. I just went and did all this work real quick. It's just take 1 second. I went and did it. I went to the NASA site, and they said that the separation was at 2 minutes 11. So I deducted 2 minutes 11 off of Wide Awake's video and started it from scratch, and it was between 22 and 23 seconds when they're full of shit. Whatever they said, 37 seconds, bro. It's plain as day. It's 22 to 23 seconds. That's all right. Thank you.
Wow. So wait, they said that they released it at what time?
2 minutes 11 seconds. That's NASA's official video at 2 minutes 11 seconds, and then I went to Wide Awakes, and it's at 9 minutes and 8 seconds, which put it down to 6 minutes and 57 seconds, and then at 7 minutes 20 is when really 7:19. And it's all plain as day, man.
All you gotta do is run them. All you gotta do is run them together side by side.
So they claim that the moon orbits the Earth west to east.
Yeah, just like the sun.
Okay, so what direction does it rotate?
With respect to what on the Earth? What are you looking at? I mean, it's all relative, right?
Oh, so if we're going to land on the moon, right? Like,
We're gonna wanna
which
follow-
way
we're
is
gonna
the
follow-
which way do we have to
wanna go
account for
against-
the rotation?
We want to go with its rotation.
Okay, is the rotation going with the orbit? Because if it's not, we're gonna have to account for both of them when we land.
Why would we account for both of them?
How do you not understand this?
I understand it perfectly well.
Okay. So the moon would be orbiting away from the module that's going down to the surface. It would have to go with the moon. As it leaves its orbit, it would have to go with the moon because it's not orbiting the moon. So it's going down in 1/6 gravity with no atmosphere, and it's going to have to
Orbiting the
correct
moon
for the
it
orbit
starts.
and the rotation
It
so that it
orbits the
can
moon when
land.
it starts. It goes with the rotation, so it goes with the rotation as slight as it is, so that it has burning of less fuel to be able to slow down and stop on the surface.
What about the 37 miles a second that the moon goes in its orbit around the Earth?
Why that doesn't matter at all.
I know, but you can't say that both of them don't matter. So they
No,
can
it doesn't
account for
matter when it's
can only account
orbiting
for one or the other,
you're
right?
orbiting, it doesn't matter how fast it's in free fall. You're in free fall around the moon, and so
But you're still in the Earth's
the orbital
atmosphere.
velocity of the spacecraft around the moon is. What's it?
How you doing that when you're still in the Earth's atmosphere?
You're not in the Earth's atmosphere. Stop saying that. It's stupid. There's no atmosphere in the moon from the Earth at all.
It is stupid, bro. It is stupid.
There's no
but that's what
atmosphere in the moon at all. You have 10 to the minus 17 tour along the way, and maybe 10 to the minus 15 on the moon.
So where does my momentum stop, Zanuck? If I'm a balloon and I
Where
go
does
up,
momentum stop?
yeah, where does my momentum stop if I'm in a balloon?
Your momentum relative to the moon stops when you land. That's when it stops.
Well, let's just say this: if I'm in a car and I let go of a balloon, it's going to pretty much stop automatically. If I'm like in a plane,
what?
Hold on. If I'm in an
What?
airplane,
Are you
if I'm
crazy?
listen, will you listen? If
Why
I'm
would
in
a
an
balloon
airplane,
stop when you let go of a balloon in a car?
I know if I let it go outside the window, if I'm in an airplane, I let it go, it'll go a little bit further, but it's pretty much going to stop, right? If I'm in an airplane,
it has a frontal area and a weight, and that weight and its frontal area will determine its drag and how much force it'll take. And obviously, it's very light, so any force at all on it at that velocity, 60 miles an hour, will impart a pretty dramatic deceleration of that balloon. Yes, but it won't stop it.
Okay, so now my question is at what height does the balloon stop spinning with the Earth?
What height does the balloon stop spinning with the Earth? What do you mean? Where's your balloon? You gave me a balloon in a car. Now you're giving me a balloon stop spinning with the Earth. Where is this balloon at?
That's what I'm asking you. At what height do we lose the Earth's momentum? Atmosphere. So there's got to be a spot somewhere in between.
You never lose momentum. Momentum is always conserved.
All the way to the moon, right?
When you're in space, you're using force to get out of the Earth's orbit. So your momentum has changed due to a force. If you didn't have a force, that momentum would not change.
Dude, they released a video showing the module just like go straight down and land. It didn't like move in any direction to account for the rotation of the moon.
Richard, you're talking about such a small distance and small.
Okay, what height did the module begin to descend? What height did it begin to descend? What height did it begin to descend?
Pardon me?
What height did the module begin to descend?
I believe
like 60 miles or something like
60 miles?
70 miles? 60 miles?
What? So the moon's moving underneath it 10 miles per hour for 70 miles?
Why would it be moving underneath at 70 miles?
The orbit was much faster than the moon's rotation.
It only does that if
I gotta take care of the baby. You people were just like, it's just insane.
You're so confused with it. I hope you don't show this kind of ineptitude in your logic.
They can account.
Because this is really sad.
We'll give you. They can account for the 37 mile.
There's a 10-mile difference from if you were released at the north pole of the moon and ended up at the equator. Now they're orbiting in a great circle route around the moon. Do you know where they let go of the lunar lander? Where it was released?
You just said 60 miles. Okay,
no, above the surface.
Don't interrupt, man. You asked me a question. Let me respond, please.
Brian,
let me respond. Bro, shut up for 1 second, man, and you can see my contention, and then you.
What's your contention?
My contention is this. Okay, I'll give you that they can account for the 37 miles a second that the Earth's going around the Earth. Okay, so they're accounting for that. But then when they hit 60 miles up and they're going to ascend or descend, then that 11 miles per hour is going to make a difference because there's no atmosphere on the rotation.
Brian, how long did it take for that to descend, and how far did they go, and what latitude? That's what you have to tell me. You didn't tell me where it was released, and then where it ended up, and I can tell you if there's a 10 mile an hour. Yeah, I think 10 mile an hour is the actual. What is the? Does anyone know the rotational velocity, tangential velocity of the moon?
I think it's 11. I think it's like It's like 10.8 miles an hour or something, almost 11.
Do you know the distance they traveled from the moment they released it to the area on the equator?
I don't believe any of that shit, bro.
Was it about a quarter of an orbit?
I don't know. I don't believe any of that bullshit.
They went like 500 miles. I forget how long. I need to look it up. I used to know this stuff. It was a long time.
Zanik, would you say that there's a chance that they fucking staged all that shit?
No, not at all.
So you won't even be honest, okay?
No, because I've been in Texas. I've gone to a observatory where we actually shot the lasers to the retroreflectors, and I did it myself. I was there. We had a full-on demo. We were actually supplying some parts for the laser system there, and they gave us a demo, and it was where else could it be coming from? We know where these elements are.
Brother, I'll pray for you.
Or wherever it was, wherever they left these retroreflectors, and the signal that we sent there got returned back in 3 seconds.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that
it was
people.
The same signal. It wasn't reflecting off the surface. It was.
Nobody bounces shit off the fucking moon, bro.
And it was only a few photons that we got back in return. By the way,
dude, you're claiming that them photons serving
photons,
and you get one photon back out of quadrillion. Can't believe you believe any of them stories, bro. Any of them.
Wow, you're in the dark, man.
Bro, you got too much faith.
You're the opposite of a photon.
You got too much faith and bullshit.
Bullshit that I've actually witnessed myself. Okay.
Yeah, you witnessed a fucking beep.
All right, the moon's orbit with the Earth. Where's the?
So, Brian, where do you think the photons came from?
Do what?
The photons that he observed in Texas, where do you think they came from?
I don't believe in photons, bro.
What do you believe in? The boogeyman?
Futons.
The futon. You believe in futons?
Croutons, man. I don't know, dude. They claimed that they, they allegedly claim, that they disputed about it back in 1964, I think it was, that they bounced shit off the moon, so that go all in. They were doing the shit before the retro reflector, but there was dispute about that shit, man. And I just hear all this shit about moon bounce and all this shit, but the moon travels at 37 miles a second. So in them couple seconds, that's not even counting the speed of everything else. So technically, if the photons ain't conserving momentum, then really they'd be moving the speed around the solar system, bro. As soon as they leave the Earth,
they have to lead the moon. Right? They just can't point it at it and think it's going to get there because it will be in a different spot.
It'd be like a 600 miles left in the dust, man. I don't know, man. They say,
how much movement do we expect in 3 seconds or in a second and a half?
I don't have the faith you got, man, about all that shit.